I said we'd be back, and we are. It's 11 o'clock on Saturday, isn't it? Saturday. Happy Saturday, everybody. It's the second day of Derbyshire against Northamptonshire in the County Championship. Thanks to the BBC Sport website and BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio Northampton. Andrew Radd, Melinda Farrell and me, Dave Fletcher, with you for the course of the day. My newsreader can hear me as well, which is excellent news. Thank you, Heidi. And Derbyshire, well, they'll want some quick wickets here because Northamptonshire had a pretty good day yesterday, Andrew. 297 for 5.
They did, yes. Morning, Fletch. Morning, everybody. Yes, it was hard work for a lot of it, and it was a good attritional day's county cricket. I think Northamptonshire. It was interesting talking to George Bartlett last night. He felt that I asked him about the toss and you know how the thinking was, and he said it was a toss-up. Really, he said it was a very close call whether to bowl or bat, but they felt that the little bit of irregular bounce that we saw yesterday may become more pronounced as the game goes on, and I suppose it's a question of not particularly wanting to bat last on it. But I think Northamptonshire, you know, reasonably satisfied with the day. They'll obviously want to try and kick on this morning and pick up at least another couple of points.
Darren Dupavilon is going to bowl the first ball of the set. It's warm again. Too warm, if anything.
I thought it was a bit cooler this morning.
It's warm in here.
Yeah, it is warm in here.
Yeah. Rob Keogh, 75 not out. On strike, Dupavilon immediately finds the edge of his bat. And the ball squirts down to backward point. And we are underway. Interesting yesterday, and we'll probably talk more about it a bit later on. That Anuj Dal, when we spoke to him last night, it was the most positive interview that I think I've ever conducted, because I was in absolutely no mood to criticise Derbyshire for what they did yesterday. I thought they did pretty much everything as well as they could have done. As Dupavilon, three slips in place, is in again, bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side this time. Ross Whiteley doesn't gather it cleanly, but they had decided that they weren't going to take a run in any case. I think he said 82 times the analysts counted the ball going past the edge of the bat,
yeah.
which felt about right, in all honesty.
Yeah.
It did go past the edge of the bat quite a lot, so there's something in this pitch, no doubt, and that's excellent to see here at the county ground in Derby, because the ball hasn't gone past the edge of the bat many times in recent years. And B suggested that Derbyshire bowled okay. 297 for 5. In goes Dupavilon and bowls to Keogh. Turns this one into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. It wasn't that quick in the end because it was slightly further away from Ross Whiteley, even though it was to his left hand than I'd initially imagined.
A good carry as well, pretty much throughout the day. It wasn't exclusively with the first or the second new ball. Even at the back end of the old ball, it was still slapping into the gloves. It was a really decent surface, but as I say, the old one, particularly from this end, from the racecourse end, was just getting down a wee bit.
It's going to nip off.
Yeah, it's going to be Dupavilon to continue from the racecourse end, bowling to Justin Broad, who's leaving that outside the off stump, goes through to Brooke Guest. 3 slips in. Overcast morning here in Derby, although there's a little bit of blue sky around. I think we had some sunshine first thing this morning. Rain in Derby last night. Rained quite heavily for about an hour or so yesterday evening, but no damage done as far as the playing surface is concerned. And noticeable last night, obviously the ground staff expecting maybe a bit of rain last night because the whole of the square was completely covered while we were still at the ground. Short ball, and that's hit Justin Broad. More or less allowed himself to be hit. Now I assume they'll have to go down and make sure it hasn't hit him on the helmet, but I think that's just got him on the chest. But it was a short ball from Dupavilon, and Broad just couldn't get out of the way and preferred to allow himself to be hit, doing a touch of the Brian Closes. Doesn't bruise easily. Now, the upshot of that is that a man, Ross Whiteley, is now being dropped back onto the boundary. So they have a deep square and a long leg on the fence. As Dupavilon comes in and bowls to Broad, this is full, and Broad is forward, pushing it back down the pitch. Dupavilon fields off his own bowling, and that's the end of the first over of the morning. Just the one single to Rob Keogh. He's 76. Justin Broad is 28, and Northamptonshire 298 for 5. Decent crowd in as well. Few starting to drift in. I suppose we seem to be having this discussion a lot this year, Fletch, about playing county cricket on a Saturday, and some people say, well, it's absolutely right because it's when people can come and watch. But certainly in Northamptonshire, there's an awful lot of people, and I'm sure it's the case here, are involved in cricket on a Saturday, in league cricket, local cricket, either playing, scoring, umpiring, watching, whatever. And crowds at Northampton this year in the home matches, they haven't been great on a Saturday.
No, I've found exactly the same. I mean, it's been quite cold, hasn't it, as well?
Yes, well, it doesn't help.
But yeah, Saturdays never seem to be a good day for cricket, do they?
Well, it's going to be Blair Tickner to start proceedings from the far end, from the city end, and the first ball hits Rob Keogh on the pad as he's aiming to turn it away on the leg side. There's not particularly concerted appeal from Tickner. I think it looks to be swinging down the leg side, and they come through for a leg bye. 299 for 5 as Broad takes guard.
It's an interesting discussion, though, isn't it? So you can't play during the week because nobody can come, and you can't play on Saturdays because people are doing something else.
Doesn't leave an awful lot of options, does it, really?
No, not for 4 days.
It'll be hopefully a packed house tomorrow. Here's Tickner in again, who was outstanding yesterday, and that ball is again back of a length to Broad, who gets on top of the bounce, drops it out of the offside. Whiteley comes up from backward point to field. Broad had a bit of a struggle last night, but again, like Rob Keogh, he hasn't played since the Middlesex match, so they've been about a month, each of them, out of the side. Broad opened in the first 2 matches as a sort of makeshift move while Ricardo Vasconcelos was not available. Here's Tickner in again, bowls to Broad, turns that nicely for his first run of the morning, just in front of square on the leg side, and that brings Northamptonshire a second batting point. With a 300 comes up, Broad is 29, 300 for 5. We're in the 98th over, so Northamptonshire will have another 12 overs after this one, in which to try and get, I think realistically they might be looking to try and get to 350 in that time, but I think they're more determined just to get a score on the board in the first innings. There's Keogh dropping that one into the offside, and Ross Whiteley fairly deep at point, and that allows Keogh to come through for a well-judged single. He goes to 77, and Northamptonshire 301 for 5. I put a little tweet up last night, Fletch, just with the nearest to an artistic photograph I can get on the phone of sort of the cloud last night. Yeah. And somebody's reply was, "In Keogh we trust." Well, we'll see. He's played very well on his return to the side. Here's Tickner in again, and that's turned Justin Broad round. He was aiming onside. It's gone off a thick outside edge down to the boundary for 4. No third man in. The chase for Lewis Rees. So the pitchforks and flaming torches will be out again.
Can't be a third man because Blair Tickner's the third man.
That's right, yes. Well,
he's bowling.
And there was me thinking it was Orson Welles. 305, as we're getting surreal again. 305 for 5, and Broad goes to 33. The flag's barely fluttering on top of the members' pavilion. Quite a still morning. Here's Tickner in again, bowls to Broad, who's looking to try and play it on the onside. I think that's come off the thigh pad. Runs down on the leg side. Brooke Guest comes round to retrieve. It is indeed a leg bye, signalled by umpire Newell. So 1 more onto the total. 306 for 5. Northamptonshire, 77 to Keogh, 33 to Broad.
Too early to tell you what's going on elsewhere because precious little has changed. But there's no bad light at Grace Road. How on earth they went off a bad light yesterday? I have no idea. There were clouds in the sky, but there was plenty of blue as well. But they are playing everywhere so far this morning, which is terrific news. And Darren du Pavillon to continue. There's that dip of the head. I can't not see it anymore. As he bowls to Broad, who pushes it out into the onside. This is good cricket from Northamptonshire, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over and just forcing David Lloyd to change his field a little bit as well to try and prevent these quick singles from being taken. Broad moves on to 34, 307 for 5 now. He's brought Ross Whiteley in from the square leg boundary to an orthodox mid-wicket. It's sort of a ring field, barring Tickner, who's down at long leg. 3 slips in place. And Dupavilon is in again, and that's gone past the edge. We'll just add that to the list. It was 85 yesterday, in fact, that Anashdal, the number that Anashdal gave us, so that's 86. I'm not going to keep saying how many there are as we go up.
So it's about 14. If you think we had 96 overs in the day, it's 14 overs worth going past the bat.
Just at least once an over, you would have thought it was happening, which is just slightly less than that, isn't it? But it is remarkable. And it felt like that as well. He didn't just kind of, presumably the analysts have all these figures at their fingertips as soon as they walk off the field of play. And goes Dupavilon again. And this time Keogh pushes it straight back to him. Dupavilon picks up and threatens to throw down the stumps. I don't think he had any intention of doing so.
Well, you have to be careful with that now, as Luke Proctor discovered when he shied at the stumps up at Grace Road when Rehan Ahmed was batting, and he did actually hit Rehan Ahmed, and he finished up with, I think, a level 2. 5 penalty runs were imposed, and he finished up, I think, with a level 2.
I think it's more. It's a regulation rather than a law, isn't it?
No, it is, absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, they were warned about it last year that it was coming in to try and stop it. Dupavilon's next delivery goes past the edge of Keogh's bat and through to broadcast 307 for 5. It remains. Of course it does.
He's a wonderful, wonderful expressive cricketer, isn't he, Dupavilon? He wears his heart on his sleeve, and every time the ball goes past the bat, he's just wrapping an arm round his head. He can't believe it, but it's happened to him again. What have I done?
I do like. I mean, I think it's only the second time we've seen him because he made his debut in the last home game, and Derbyshire didn't play last week. I think he's going to be a real asset in the T20 as well. He had a good CA20 campaign in the winter. He's in again. That one is off a leading edge and is pushed out towards mid-off. There's a shot at the stumps from David Lloyd. I'm not entirely sure why, because Broad was about 5 yards beyond the stumps at the far end of the ground by the time the ball actually hit him on the back of the leg. And they get through for another single. But again, it wasn't entirely where Keogh intended to play the ball. Definite leading edge. It goes up to 308 for 5, though. Derbyshire still with the 1 bowling bonus point, which would be a slight concern. They're generally considered easier to come by, bowling bonus points, than batting bonus points. I mean, Derbyshire haven't found bonus points full stop particularly easy to come by this season, but hence their position in the table. As Dupavilon bowls to Broad. Just clips that into the leg side, straight to Ross Whiteley at mid-wicket, and that concludes another decent over from Darren Dupavilon, who, despite bowling another decent over, remains wicketless. 17 overs for 41. I have no idea how. I gave him a little wave. He was putting his stuff in the back of the car last night as I was driving out, and he had a smile on his face. He still enjoyed himself, which is good to see.
Absolutely. Well, the other thing, I suppose, that we just do need to keep half an eye on is the over rate, because they're now -2.
I believe -2, getting close to
-3. Yes, that was what I heard. So they just need to be aware of that. It's going to be Tickner to continue from the far end, the city end, and bowls outside the off stump to Rob Keogh, who leaves well alone. That was well wide of the off stump and taken by Brooke Guest in front of Matt Lamb at first slip. We were talking yesterday about the Friday night nightlife in Derby, and whether I would be enjoying it. Well, I listened to a bit of Friday Night is Music Night on Radio 3.
Excellent.
And a bit of MasterChef and a very interesting documentary about the Great Escape, and then I fell asleep.
So the answer's no.
The answer's no. Well, at least not in our little corner of the city centre. Is Tickner in down the leg side, and an attempted flick by Keogh, who's annoyed that he missed out there. It was well taken by Guest down the leg side. It was fairly quiet around our hotel, my hotel last night, but there's quite a few people up and about early this morning. I came out of the hotel around about 8:30. It was roads quite busy. Although I did manage to negotiate Pentagon Island this morning without going round it 3 or 4 times, so that's a step in the right direction. Here's Tickner in bowls again down the leg side, not taken cleanly this time by Brooke Guest. The reaction of Tickner, you wonder if it just flicked the pad or something on the way through. There was no excitement from the slip cordon, but maybe just Tickner hearing a noise.
He's taken, if you can take them not cleanly, he's put 1 or 2 down, hasn't he? I'm standing up to Anna's Dahl is entirely understandable, but so it suggests that it's a little trickier out there, even for the wicket-keeper as well as the batsman.
So the ball is still fairly new. It may just be swinging a little bit late after it's past the bat. Appeal for LBW as Keogh just slightly falls across that one, which is a technical issue that sometimes you do see with Rob Keogh. Just falls across, the head goes across. It was a big appeal, but again, it looked, and we're not absolutely behind the line. First thought was it was probably just going down. Let's see if we can have a little look on the replay. But not out is the verdict anyway from umpire Newell. But it's Blair Tickner just picking up where he left off yesterday and
It's about a million miles away.
challenging the batters. That's edged and it's landed. I think it was a drop. I think Guest has come across. It was very low. I'm not sure it would have carried to Lamb at first slip, but it's gone down.
Yes,
Now, it's just a question of whether it carried to Brooke Guest.
Lamb is quite deep.
He is.
So it was never going to carry to
He
first.
had to go. He had to
Yes.
go for it. It's just a question, and it just spilled out of the glove, but it's just a question of whether it landed
No, to his right.
to his right.
Yeah. It doesn't go on my list.
No. Oh, well, in that case. But nevertheless, again, another moral victory, and this time Keogh is forward, pushing up to mid-off where Lloyd fields, and there's no run. End of the over with Tickner finding the edge again and going past it a couple of times, but you can almost take that as read. 308 for 5 at the end of the over. Keogh 78, Broad is 34. This partnership worth 63.
Couple of looks at it, and it was closer to being in line with Matt Lamb's right leg, so he would have had, it was a considerable dive that Guest had to put in there, and it was to his right as well, and he was diving at full stretch. Here's Dupavilon bowling to Broad, who just guides that down to backward point where it's fielded by Anna's Dahl, and there's no run. I have a considerably lengthy list of Derbyshire drops for the season, but so far in this match, not one slip catch yesterday, and Aaron Donald taking a relatively comfortable one. Not that some of the drops haven't been relatively comfortable. In fact, one of the, I don't know whether to mention it or not, but one of the worst ones was David Lloyd up at Leeds, fielding at mid-on. The ball just went straight to him, and inexplicably put it down. The Dupavilon is in, and that one is guided down to third man for 4 runs by Broad. It's, well, no, it isn't going to go for 4 runs because Lewis Rees has chased it down. I apologise. He did well to get there because it looked for all money as though it was going to get all the way. Broad moves on to 36, 310 for 5. First dog of the day has arrived. He's walking up the steps to the left of the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. Marvellous. Just going in with his, I don't like the word owner really, but...
No. But partner sounds a bit dodgy as well.
Yes, yes, and his dad's not good either. But the person who has attached a lead to his collar, I don't think the dog's going to see much of the cricket from there because he can't see him behind the seat, so he might just be going to curl up and have a bit of a midday, mid-afternoon or mid-morning snooze.
Well, that might make 2 of us.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea. The Northamptonshire duvet is blowing now on the members' pavilion as Dupavilon is in. That's clipped. It was on leg stump and clipped nicely by Broad out towards wide, long on, and it's going to go all the way for 4. That was really well timed by Justin Broad. No more than a little flick as Dupavilon lost his line. 314 for 4 now. Broad moves just quietly onto 40.
It's interesting, Fletch, because John Sadler made quite a big thing at the start of the season, saying that given the squad that Northamptonshire have in red ball, there was going to be a competition for places. You know, inevitably there's going to be the odd injury and somebody's not going to be available. But, you know, Justin Broad, as I say, had to open the first couple of games, dropped out of the side after that, come back in. He's got a point to prove. Safe Sabre, who's got a championship 100 this year, can't get in the side.
Broad waits for the next ball from Dupavalon and plays it really late. There is a third man. It's Zach Chappell, and they only get a single for that, 315 for 5.
But it does suggest, obviously, there's only one more championship match after this before we go into the blast. But there are indeed going to be some interesting decisions. We talked yesterday about the reaction of a lot of supporters to the fact that Liam Patterson-White has come in on a couple of matches loan from Nottinghamshire rather than giving the leg spinner Alex Russell a go. So I suppose in a sense it's a nice problem to have.
Keogh on 78. Gets a short delivery and deals with it really nicely. Pulls it into the leg side in front of square, a long way in front of square, in fact, and picks up 2 runs as Whiteley does the retrieving. Keogh up to 80 now, 317 for 5. Yes, it's fascinating, isn't it? Harry Kame, who was an opening bat, isn't in the side after a relatively low run of scores, or run of low scores. So David Lloyd is promoted to open, who has opened clearly for Glamorgan in the past, but didn't arrive as an opener. Let's do Pavilon. He's in and bowls to Keogh, pushes this one out nicely into the offside too, the aforementioned David Lloyd, and gets a single, moves to 81, 318 for 5. So Harry Kame's not in the side at the moment, despite getting 150 in the second earlier this week. Alex Thompson, who's the leading wicket taker for Derbyshire this season, isn't in the side. Thought if you're the leading wicket taker, you'd almost be a shoo-in. I know he's a spinner, and they've decided to go without a spinner, which is an interesting decision in itself. So nothing seems to guarantee you a place in a cricket team at the moment.
No. See, Harry came and was it Anish Dal got hundreds at
yes, yeah, Nudge got one.
Belper Meadows.
Yes, I've never been there.
I remember David Sales getting a big score, I think, in second 11 cricket there in his first season. Here's Tickner in again, starting a fresh over to Keogh, who's coming right across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on, where Wayne Madsen fields, and there's no run. Still 3 slips in place, as there was for much of yesterday. Matt Lamb at first and Aaron Donald at second, Lewis Rees at third, Ross Whiteley at backward point. Big gap then round to Lloyd at mid-off, Madsen at mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg down to our left. A bit more blue sky visible over the hotel. Here's Tickner bowling short, and Keogh just ducks down, gets underneath it, sails over his head and into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Dare say you, Fletch, as I will be keeping half an eye on our respective clubs who are playing this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
The mighty Badgers, Oundle Town are at Old Northamptonians at Billing Road in Northamptonshire Premier.
I might put my black rod cap on later.
I don't know where my Oundle Town cap's gone. I think my son's probably appropriated it, but as he does play for them. Here's Tickner in again, bowls to Keogh, who turns it down to long leg for a single. Takes Rob Keogh up to 82 and Northamptonshire to 319 for 5.
I've never played for them. This is my son's cap, because once you get a certain number, presumably 5 or a century, and it certainly wasn't one of those, you get a baggy cap. So he no longer needed his baseball cap. So
that's splendid.
I'll have that. Always like a freebie.
There's sort of things like various items in every household that tend to go missing, and Oundle caps are one of them. We must have bought loads of them over the years. Here's Tickner in, bowls to Broad, who's playing that up to mid-wicket, where Anish Dal in a cap today rather than the floppy hat that he was sporting for most of yesterday. Fields, Lewis Rees is starting to limber up at third slip, so we may see a little bit of his left arm medium pace at some point. Fell foul of umpire Pratt yesterday, received an official warning for running on the pitch, and umpire Pratt was sort of generally a little bit fidgety about that throughout the day. Here's Tickner in again, bowls, and that's beautifully played by Justin Broad. Stands tall, punches it away through extra cover, and that's going to run for 4. And that's as good a shot as Justin Broad has played in this innings. He goes to 45 And Northamptonshire 323 for 5.
I think it was a no ball as well.
No ball as well, so that'll be an
think.
extra. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
325 for 5. As Rees continues to warm up. So Northamptonshire with 8 overs to go after this. It's needing 25 more for the point, and one imagines that's the summit of their ambitions as far as bonus points are concerned. Sorry, Fletcher.
No, the Rees warm-up's great. I think I
good,
could do
isn't
that.
it?
It's just put your hands in the air and just wave them like that. I know you can't see me waving them on the radio.
Here's Tickner in again. Bowls to Broad, who this time it's Fuller, but he punches it away through extra cover. It's a long chase for Ross Whiteley down towards the scoreboard to our right, and they come back for 2. Broad to 47, and Northamptonshire to 327 for 5. Good start to the morning for Northamptonshire. Have added 30 runs in just inside 6 overs.
Seem to be finding it a little easier to score off Blair Tickner this morning than yesterday.
There were slim pickings available yesterday from Tickner. He's in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Broad. Through to the keeper. It's 327 for 5 at the end of the over, 82 to Keogh. Broad is 47, and these two coming together at 245 for 5 with the departure of George Bartlett last night, have put on now 82 for the 6th wicket.
Are they going well this season?
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag so far in the Premier Division. Finished 3rd last year, having led at halfway, but had a very poor game last week against Kislingbury Temperance, when the batting that generally was regarded to be the strength just didn't fire at all. But the seconds have had a good win. Coincidentally, the week I was scoring, that was up at Weldon. Thirds had a good win last week as well. My son will start to play for them after his A-levels, but he's also got a lot of orchestra rehearsals and things on a Saturday. So he's playing Sunday, he's playing tomorrow in the Rutland League.
I do like a bit of Sunday cricket.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Rutland League against Nassington at Milton Road tomorrow.
Excellent. Here is Lewis Rees then, change of bowling, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Keogh, who guides this down just to the right of third slip, who is Blair Tickner, and there's no run.
I have an idea, going back to what we were saying about caps. I think if you had a rummage in my son's cricket bag, there's probably 3 or 4 Oundle caps right at the bottom. we just need to excavate them at some point. But,
So whoever's operating the scoreboard at the moment, we're seeing the live stream on the scoreboard at the moment. I'm not sure that's entirely. There we go. Rees is in one of those floaty deliveries that he bowls, trying to get it in the block hole, and it's pushed out into the offside by Keogh.
what it must be to have this sort of power, Fletch, when you just say.
I was doing it to save them, really, because I'm sure the umpires would have had a word at some point. There are instructions, remarkably instructions from the ECB as to when you can show replays and what replays you can show and all that kind of thing. I'll make way at the end of this over for Melinda Farrell, who's with us for 4 days. She's got a great story. I'm told it's possibly one of the best stories you'll ever hear on the radio. So I'll just build that one up. Rees is in, and that's on leg stump and clipped away nicely by Keogh for 1. They're going to come back for the 2nd as well, as Chappell gets to the ball now and throws it back in. Keogh moves to 84, which coincidentally is the same number as the partnership, that the partnership's worth, 84 runs, 329 for 5. Which, well, Blackrod have started. I only asked you so I could tell you how Blackrod are doing. But thanks for asking. 2 out of 2.
Oh, goodness.
I saw the archetypal game of club cricket last week when Derbyshire weren't playing. This one goes past the edge of Keogh's bat and through to Brooke Guest.
Which league is this, Fletch?
It's the North West Cricket League. It was the Bolton League, but that disbanded because some of the teams went into the Greater Manchester Pyramid setup, the ECB jobby. Those that were left combined with some teams from further north in Lancashire. So there's some really nice cricket grounds to go to. Cherry Tree and 1 or 2 others. Rees, a couple of balls left in his over. Past the umpire now and bowls. That is off a thick-ish inside edge up towards a wide mid-on from Keogh, who moves to 85 with a single 330 for 5. But last week it was a team called Astley Bridge in Bolton. And the Astley Bridge Pro made a century, and the Black Rod Pro made a century, and Black Rod managed to get over the line. So that was so club cricket, where the pros both did their bit. Final ball of Lewis Reese's 14th over then is delivered to Broad. It's wide of the off stump, and it goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. We've now had 103 overs, 330 for 5. Broad has 47. Keogh has 85. And as promised, I will make way for Mel Farrell. Stand by for this, everybody. It will blow your... I haven't even heard it. I genuinely haven't even heard it, so I have no idea. But I'm sure it'll be great.
Thanks. Fletch will be back with us in around about half an hour. So the build-up, I mean, you couldn't have had a better build-up than you just had from Dave Fletcher as Mel comes in alongside me. For now, we'll watch Blair Tickner continuing from the far end and running into bowl to Rob Keogh, who's on the back foot, playing it up to David Lloyd at mid-off. And there's no run, 330 for 5 it is. Tickner as challenging this morning as he was yesterday in his 25th over now. So they're getting their money's worth. 24 overs and 1 ball, 7 maidens, 1 for 62. Figures that certainly don't flatter him or basically tell the story of how well he's bowled in this innings. That one again, it's just a hint of a leading edge as Keogh's looking to play pretty much straight down the pitch. It goes up to a sort of wideish extra cover, and Lloyd has to come round from mid-off to field, allowing Keogh to come through for the single. 86 to him. 331 for 5. Morning, Mel.
Well, good morning. I'm so worried now because these build-ups, they say you feel pressure on the field. You've no idea the pressure I'm feeling in the commentary box. Wow.
Well, it's interesting because you just told me that you were running after me last night, so this is that'll whet the appetite even more. Here's Tickner, 3 slips still in place, bowling to Broad, who drops that one down on the onside. It rolls up to mid-wicket, where Zach Chappell is fielding. And there's no run.
Yeah, I was a damsel in distress sprinting after you, and you didn't stop.
I'm sorry. I was focusing on probably getting something to eat, and that's always at that time of the evening. It's a bit of tunnel vision then. The blinkers come down, and you're thinking about sausage rolls or something. Here's Tickner in again, bowls and turns crisply by Justin Broad. Out to deep mid-wicket. There is a man out there sweeping now, Anuj Dal, but it's another single to Broad. He goes to 48, and Northamptonshire to 332 for 5. Justin Broad does have a championship 50, made one in the last game of last season in the win over Essex. Keogh back on strike on 86. Tickner, arms jutting out, elbows, and pushed up to extra cover for another well-judged single by Rob Keogh. Fielded by David Lloyd, who's had a busy morning in there. Keogh to 87, Australian Devil number. And 333 for 5.
It's actually been some really good running between the wickets.
They have.
Really
These
good.
two have been, I think, Fletch made the point, they've been really purposeful this morning without needing to go crash bang wallop and go after the ball. They've still got another 6 overs and 1 ball in which to get 17 runs to get a third batting point, but I think they're looking at a more strategic approach here and just looking to get a sizable first innings score if possible. There's more runs for Broad as it finds, I say, a thick outside edge. I think, to be fair, he opened the face and was just trying to run it down wide of the slip cordon, which he did without a lot of impetus, which means that Ross Whiteley is able to come across from backward point field and keep it to a single. But 49 to Broad, who's going to have strike for the start of the over. 87 to Keogh. 334 for 5 it is at the end of the over. And Mel, so obviously yesterday you were telling us that you had to get the train back to Birmingham last night. New listeners start here.
I did have to get the train back to Birmingham last night. As we see, it's going to be in between balls from Reese. He's in now, over the wicket, first ball, just straight back to the bowler. So I had an interview set up that I was going to do yesterday, and then it was with a former international captain. And the media manager said, actually, can we do it tomorrow? I said, sure, no problem. And then, as I was leaving and walking all the way across the ground to the other side, I got a message. Here comes Reese, and again, left alone outside off stump by Broad.
That wasn't the message.
No.
No, okay. No, fine.
Saying, can you do it now? And I was in a real flap because I just tried to order an Uber and I got this like warning symbol with a big exclamation mark saying, ride not available. And I thought, gosh, everyone said you could get an Uber in Derby, but it looks like you can't get an Uber. So I was in a bit of a flap because I don't actually have a local SIM in my phone, so I can't phone a taxi. Here comes Reese, full ball, and it just comes off the inside edge of the bat, splits the fielders as it goes through mid-wicket, and that brings up the 50 for Broad. To some warm applause. He has batted incredibly well. Has played some really lovely shots in their very attractive half-century.
98 balls and 6 fours for Justin Broad. He's second in Championship cricket after 56 against Essex back end of last season, last game of the season, in fact.
So a nice moment for him, and he's on strike again. As Reese is in, it's full, and it's just spanked back at the bowler. Reese stuck his foot out, got it on the inside. That might have smarted it a little bit.
It probably did.
In the end, there's no run. So I was in a bit of a flap because I'm going, oh my goodness, I can't get an Uber and I can't make a phone call. And now I've just been told I have to do this interview. So at that point, just before then, you had driven past me. And when I thought, I can't get an Uber, maybe you could call a taxi for me. And you waved, and then I suddenly started sprinting after you in your car as Reese runs in, just defended onto the offside, no run. I'm like screaming and waving my hands at you, and you're just quite happily thinking of your sausage roll as you drove off. So then this phone call comes in. And I thought, wow, I need the Wi-Fi. So I went herring back around here. And then I thought, what if I get locked in? Because everyone was leaving. Yeah. And I can't call anyone. What am I going to do? Reese is in. Outside the off stump, driven nicely, but only as far as extra cover, end of the over. 336 for 5 with Broad on 51 and Keogh on 87. So luckily Henry was still here, who looks after media here. And I said to him, I'm in a real spot of bother. I've now got to do this interview and I can't call a taxi and there are no Ubers available. He looked a bit confused. I did the interview. He kindly, very kindly stayed behind to make sure I wasn't locked in. They were waiting for me. They locked the door behind me, walked back over. He said, he's looking at his phone going, I've got loads of Ubers available. And I said, well, there's something strange. And I showed him, look, from here to the train station. He looked at my phone, looked at me.
Here's Tickner running into bowl to Rob Keogh, who drops it down to backward point, Whiteley Fields, and there's no run.
And he said, Mel, you've put in your destination as Northampton train station.
Oh, no.
I was so frazzled that I got my home and away mixed up. And no wonder there weren't any rides available.
No, it's from here to Castle Station will be a bit of a run, I think it's fair to say. Crikey. Here's Tickner. In and bowls to Keogh, who's in behind that, pushing it up to mid-on where Madsen fields and there's no run.
So by that stage, the poor man, the security man, was waiting at the gate to lock it up. I'd kept everyone there. I kept Henry there, who didn't even have to be because I could have actually got an Uber in the first place. And it's not the best story ever. It's actually quite embarrassing for me.
Well, I You do well not to get locked in. It's a bit of an occupational hazard as Tickner comes in and bowls to Keogh, who stands tall, uses his height well to get on top of the bounce, turns it down to long leg, and he's going to pick up another run. Keogh to 88 and Northamptonshire to 337 for 5. The other thing, I mean, my own defence, I was undoubtedly thinking of sausage rolls, but also I was trying to listen to the sat-nav because I was making my way to try and get something to eat that I'd never been to before, and so I could put it in the sat-nav and was trying to listen to see which way out of the ground I had to go. I did, and I have to say I found it at length, but it took me a while. Here's Tickner in, bowling to Broad, turns it again, almost identical stroke to Keogh's the previous ball, down to long leg for a single, Broad to 52, 338 for 5.
I was screaming, Radders, Radders! And people were looking at me, the people who were still leaving the ground. I'm there with my bag and a handbag and arms and legs flailing.
I'm very sorry that I wasn't. I mean, you were unlucky because usually with my car, with a man walking in front with a red flag, we don't then tend to get an awful lot of speed up as a rule, so you're very unlucky in that respect. I'm not saying my car's old, etc., etc. Here's Tickner, in and bowls to Keogh, who again is just getting on top of a ball back of a length, turns it in front of square this time. But the result is the same. It's a single to Keogh as Chappell comes around from mid-wicket to field, takes Keogh to 89. Northamptonshire to 339 for 5. The partnership to 94. Still quite hazy this morning, but plenty of blue sky in evidence, and it's almost too warm for Fletch again.
He's a wuss.
He's moaning about the heat.
He's a wuss.
Searing heat here in Derby as Tickner comes in, bowls, edged by Broad, but it went all along the ground. In fact, I think, having said edged, I think it may have been more off the thigh pad, but it rolled down into the slip cordon all along the floor to Lewis Rees at third. And that's the end of the over. 339 for 5. Keogh is 89. Broad is 52. Partnership worth 94. The batters confer. So from the point of view of bonus points, 4 overs left for Derbyshire to get, well, at least one more wicket to get their second bowling point. Northamptonshire need another 11 runs. And I think once they've got that secured, then they'll just really think about building as big a first innings total as possible.
So Rees to continue from the racecourse end. He's in over the wicket, collapsing into that. The ball is driven up to mid-off, no run. And you know, the more I thought about it, the more I thought, thank goodness that there wasn't an Uber driver who accepted that, because that would have not been a cheap taxi ride.
No, it wouldn't. It's Northampton from here is a good hour and a half. Good hour and a half.
He'd have been disappointed when I said, actually, I just want to go to the local train station.
And also Friday night traffic might have taken you a bit longer.
Here's Rees in and just angles that one straight across, and it's left alone and stayed a little bit low.
And the other issue, of course, is that had you actually gone to Northampton Station and thought, I need to come back to Derby, you can't get a train directly from Northampton to Derby. You would need to go either to Wellingborough or to Kettering. So you'd have had to get a bus or another taxi.
It was all over the shop. It was all very stressful. But look, I made it in the end, so that's the main thing. I'm well known for my travel disasters. There've been a lot of them. Rees is in around the wicket now, angling into Keogh. Again, that ball staying low. So it goes through. It was left. This is the end where, noticed yesterday, it seemed like some of those balls just died in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, I was talking to George Bartlett about that last night, and he, confirmed. Well, we saw it, with our own eyes, but he confirmed that it was the case, and it was. I think it was one of the reasons why they thought that may become a little more pronounced as the game goes on, which means, again, first innings runs could be very, very important.
Runs in again, Rees. It's full and driven, but only as far as mid-off, where Void has been doing a fair bit of work. Tosses the ball back to his captain in the mirror position on the onside.
Anush Dahl is now starting to warm up at backward point, so again, I suspect we'll see him into the attack. A few few more people. We said there's a few in at the start, a few more people you can see just coming into the ground and walking around to the seating, especially at the far end. We do get a cracking view.
Certainly do. Here's Reese in, and that ball's really jagged back in. The change in the angle, I think that ball might have come in a little bit more off the seam. Anyway, it's the end result is a little flurry of excitement, but no run.
Raining at Taunton, where Somerset are 466 for 8 against Kent. There's a bit of a council of war going on now, involving Lloyd, Madsen. Who else is in there? Dupavillon. Just having a little chat about something or other.
Yeah, there are 5 players in there. If you include the bowler Reese, who's running in now again around the wicket, and again a play and a miss by Keogh. We've seen so much of that. It's the end of the over. 339 for 5. Broad 52, Keogh 89. And we did hear yesterday that there had been 85. We say it depends who you are. If you're Derbyshire, there were 85 plays and misses. If you're Northants, showed great control in playing inside, deliberately playing
line, yes.
inside or outside the line
Yes.
85 times.
Yes, just knew where their off stump was. No problem at all. No, to be fair, I mean, George Bartlett, he was very honest, and he said, yeah, it was hard, and there was a lot of playing and missing. But you know, sometimes on the first day of a championship match, you have to just bat ugly, if you like, and just concentrate on hanging around and getting yourself, really getting yourself in. And I thought, as I say, Northamptonshire at 121 for 4. I think a lot of, judging by the reaction from supporters on social media, a lot were thinking, ooh, this could be 200 all out. But Bartlett and Keogh and Broad have all done exactly the job that John Sadler, the head coach, and the captain, Luke Proctor, would have been hoping for, and particularly having just gone either side of the new ball. They've done a really, really good job. Here's Anuj Dal then into the attack for the first time, and that's a Larry Loosener, and it's a very, very wide one. It is signalled wide because it was taken by Brooke Guest almost in front of second slip, where Aaron Donald is now giving it the double teapot, as is Matt Lamb at first slip. That was a Land of Hope and Glory one, wider still and wider. 340 for 5. Partnership goes to 95. And Justin Broad, this rather sort of Graham Gooch-like upright stance, bat raised, and he's in behind that ball from Anuj Dal and plays it back down the pitch. I'm disappointed that Fletcher's in the box at the moment, Mel, because Nottinghamshire are all out, which will just bring a little smile to his lips. 235 all out, Nottinghamshire against Hampshire at Trent Bridge, which is rather more than it looked as though they were going to get, but they've also, Nottinghamshire nipped an early wicket out. Ollie Stone has dismissed Ali Orr, third ball for 0 for 1, Hampshire. That's a good ball outside the off stump from Anuj Dal, and I think then again Broad did drop his hands and get the bat out of the road as it goes through to Brooke Guest. The game is moving on at the Oval. Surrey 213 all out yesterday. Worcestershire have been bowled out this morning for 128. So Surrey have a first innings lead of 85. And just looking to see who finished up with the lion's share of the wickets. Dan Worrell, 6 for 22. Anuj Dal in bowls outside the off stump. A little bit fuller and left alone by Justin Broad. But they collapsed in a heap this morning. Worcestershire, they went from 111 for 5 to 128 all out. Worrell picked up the last 3 to finish with 6 for 22, a couple for Kemar Roach. So Surrey, you would think, in a very strong position there. As I mentioned, they're off for rain at Taunton. Somerset 466 for 8 against Kent. Wide again outside the off stump, and tempting because it was just short of a length, and you could see Justin Broad itching, I think, to play the square cut, but deciding not to. It was Greg Smith, which is batting coach, doing a little lap and having a chat down on the boundary with, I think, Ross Whiteley, Keogh we would have known, I'm sure, from his own playing career here at Derby. As Anuj Dal, with the sun out now, turns at the far end, at the city end, and he's in again. Bowls again outside the off stump, left alone by Justin Broad. Stays at 340 for 5. Warwickshire 338 for 7 against Essex down at Chelmsford. Ed Barnard 133 not out. Michael Burgess made 108, and that, remember, after the Bears were 64 for 5 and 104 for 6 yesterday. The update from Blackpool in a second. Here's Anuj Dal. Drive by Broad, who finally is tempted into playing at one. It goes past the outside edge, taken by Guest. And that is the end of the over. 340 for 5, 89 to Keogh, 52 to Broad. Lancashire then all out for 357 against Durham at Blackpool. Durham at 23 for no wicket in reply. And in Division 2, Glamorgan 183 all out against Middlesex at Cardiff. Middlesex 117 for 1 in reply, and Gloucestershire still piling on the runs at Grace Road. 407 for 3 against Leicestershire. Hundreds yesterday for Cameron Bancroft, and a maiden one for Ben Charlesworth. 56 extras in there as well, including 18 no balls and 18 leg byes, with Ollie Price 44 not out. So Gloucestershire looking very good. And in the other Division 2 match, Yorkshire 181 for 7 in reply to the Sussex total of 150 all out. So Yorkshire lead by 31. And there you're up to date.
Lewis Rees, it is now running in around the wickety bowls to Keogh. Another ball that just dies in the pitch, very low. And in fact, was so low that Brooke Guest was unable to take it cleanly. So there's a real difference, because we saw in that last over from Anuj Dal, still getting that kick out of the pitch that we've seen Tickner employ so well. And so it's two very different ends happening, it feels, at the moment.
Absolutely.
Just if they're able to exploit that. Rees in again. Again, that's a fuller ball, stays low, but it's just blocked out by Keogh. Dribbles out to the leg side.
You've just got to be aware of the situation, haven't they? They've only got, what, 10 balls left before the 110 over cut-off, the bonus point. Still need 10 runs. So, I understand, obviously, they don't want to take risks. They want to go on and get 400 plus, but every point, obviously, is vital.
In comes Rees, and that's just driven nicely, but straight to the diving fielder in the covers. So there's no run again there. And this is a mini battle. It's been tough going for Derbyshire's bowlers, having generally bowled really well and having bowled some brilliant spells and not getting rewards. Maybe this could be just a little mini battle that they could win in denying them that extra batting point. Of course, a wicket would be nice for them as well. As Rees is in, again angled in, full ball driven, out to David Lloyd, mid-off, who ends up taking this one on his knees.
I don't know what your feeling is, Mel. I just have a feeling that Northamptonshire, whilst they would obviously dearly love to get the point, they would sacrifice a batting point to make sure that they don't lose one of these two quickly in a sort of having a bit of a whoosh to try and get there. There is the big thing for them is to get a big first innings score and try and win the match. Here
comes Rees in again. And there's just defender, it comes off the inside portion of the bat and rolls out to mid-wicket. So again, no run. So been quite tidy from Rees. Well, obviously you get more points for a win than you do for a batting point.
It's just Northamptonshire having made, well, last season managed just one batting point in the first 9 games. Thankfully, it's been a bit different this year.
Keogh waves his bat, waits as Rees is in, and just stoutly defends that one onto the offside this time. So it's a maiden over there from Rees. And now 340 for 5, so they remain on that. Broad still on 52, Keogh on 89. And that batting point Well, they've got 1 over.
Yeah,
10 off the over. IPL time, baby. Let's go. Maximum.
Do we get a super over if they finish at 349 or something? Anyway, as I say, I don't think that's probably going to be uppermost in Northamptonshires minds, because Derbyshire need 1 more wicket in this over to pick up their second bowling point. Is Anaghdal in and bowls to Broad? Well, I think that tells you probably what you need to know, because Broad's just happily let that one go by outside the off stump. Greg Smith still in conversation with Ross Whiteley. They're putting the world to rights down there in front of one of the floodlight pylons. Just down to our right, down by the big scoreboard here.
Have we seen the duck today?
Haven't.
Oh,
No.
no duck spottings.
The avian life has been somewhat conspicuous by its absence so far this morning. He's Anaghdal in bowls on drive by Broad, but straight to Madsen at mid-on. And there's no run. 340 for 5 it stays.
I was thinking about the plays and the misses thing. The interesting thing is it's not like sometimes you see a lot of plays and misses when the ball's hooping, really hooping. In the with the new ball early session, it wasn't that. It was moving just enough.
Nibbling. Here's Anaghdal. That's a beautiful drive by Justin Broad, but Ross Whiteley is having to cut off his conversation, at least for the time being, with Greg Smith and cut that one off. He's out there sweeping on the point boundary. Came round to deep cover and keeps it to 2. So Broad to 54. 342 for 5. 3 balls to go in the 110th over.
Yeah, so sometimes you really see that when the ball's moving extravagantly, a lot of plays and misses. It wasn't so much that, which is why I think we also saw so many edges.
Here's Anaghdal in again, bowls to Broad, pushes out to extra cover. Fielded by, I think there might well be a substitute on at the moment. He has no number on his back.
Oh, that's not helpful. That's a cardinal sin. Yes, it's just one of those days. Another day, you'd have the same bowlers and the same batters and the same conditions, and they would have been all out just after tea.
That's right enough. Here's Anaghdal in, bowls to Broad, who clips that one away through mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary. I'm not sure if it's quite going to go. It isn't. It's going to be reeled in just inside the rope. The fielder out there slipping, but they're able to come back for 3. So it basically means that Rob Keogh's got to hit this ball for 6.
Oh, come on, do it. Do it.
To get
do
the
it.
point.
Come on, Rob. You can hear us. Do
Well,
it.
it's also the 100 partnership between these two. 345 for 5, and very well played, these two. 100 partnership for the 6th wicket. I'm getting slightly excited because the Northamptonshire record 6th wicket partnership against Derbyshire is not that far away, and it's a record that was set 105 years ago. In fact, by the team who are my screensaver on my laptop. There you go, 1919.
Wow.
Anaghdal then, last ball, carved away down to deep backward point by Keogh. It's a long chase for Ross Whiteley, who again has had to cut off his conversation with Greg Smith. They come through for 2, and so that is the end of the over, and Northamptonshire coming up just 3 runs short of a 4th batting bonus point, 347 for 5, but Derbyshire managing just 1 bowling point. So Northamptonshire 2 for batting, Derbyshire 1 for bowling, but more importantly, as I say, in the context of the match, these two are still together. They've put on, where are we this morning? It was 297 at the close, so they've put on 50 runs this morning in 14 overs. So they haven't been hanging around. They've been going at 4.5, but just not quite getting there to the other point. But as I say, I don't think they'll be too worried about that.
Here's Lewis Rees. He bowls around the wicket to Broad, left alone outside off stump. He's continuing on that round the wicket angle. Ball coming back into the right-handers. What's your favourite unbroken record? Do you have one?
I suppose you look at the ones that, I mean, there are so many that will never be broken. And I think one of the extraordinary ones, and it came to the fore recently when Jeff Cook was inducted into the Hall of Fame at Wantage Road. 774 appearances across all formats for Northamptonshire.
Rees is in, and that is just deftly pressed down towards deep square leg. Runs in, and they'll just get a single. 348 for 5.
I mean, that is just an extraordinary number. You know, taking the field 774 times for one county, spread over 20 years. It makes you wonder, with the structure as it is and the structure as it might be, how many years you'd have to play. I think you'd be drawing your pension, wouldn't you, by the time you got there? But Jeff, great servant to Northamptonshire and later to Durham, and now in the Hall of Fame at Wantage Road.
Reese in, he pulls his length back a little bit this time, and it's just shoved into the covers, but they ran again very well between the wickets, managed a quick single despite Anuj Dal shying at the stumps. They were through safely.
But that 6th wicket record is, and I mention this because I shall be off commentary shortly, 124 for the 6th wicket by Bob Knight and Fanny Walden at Northampton in 1919.
Here comes Reese. Again, fuller, but not much bounce once more, and just defended back to the bowler.
Fanny Walden, great footballer. Won a couple of England caps, I think, and later, of course, played for Northamptonshire for many years and later became a test umpire. In fact, he was, I think I'm right in saying, doing the Len Hutton 364 at the Oval in 1938. Born in Winstanley Road in Wellingborough.
Reese runs in, and again bowls that angle in to Broad. Did move a bit late as well, but it was so far wide of off stump that Broad had no hesitation whatsoever in leaving that one.
One ball to go in the over. Fletch needs to come in fairly swiftly, I think, to do his update.
Oh,
so
we've got to do our musical chairs.
So
okay.
shall I do this ball while you
do
just
this ball.
move out?
Yep.
And then Fletch could, so he doesn't miss his update for BBC Radio Derby. Here's Reese, the final ball of the over. In and bowls to Broad, who drives a little uppishly down the onside of the pitch. No chance of Reese getting across to catch it. It's fielded by Madsen at mid-on. 349 for 5 at the end of the over. Keogh is 92, Broad is 58. The partnership is 104. And Fletch will be doing his update in a moment or two.
He will.
Shall I?
Yes, absolutely. No, we've got time. We've got time.
Right,
just about.
In which case, shall I make myself scarce and let Mel in?
Yes, I need to
good idea to me.
Congratulate her on her story, which I thought was magnificent. I did. I went into the stream room to listen to it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll discuss it further as to how you can mistake Northampton for Derby a little later on. It's going to be Anuj Dal to continue and to commentate on it. It will be Mel Farrell.
He's outside the off stump with some good bounce and carry. That's the line he's been trying to tempt the batters, but Keogh not interested whatsoever. I'm a bit worried now. I've really set myself up for some proper mocking, and well deserved. Good job I can laugh at myself. My life would be a lot more serious and boring if I couldn't laugh at myself, because I've got a lot to laugh at. Keogh waits. In comes Dal. This time he's attacking leg stump, and it's driven up to mid-on. They run through for a quick single. It's been a real feature of this partnership. Takes Keogh now to 93. Broad on strike. It's 350 for 5. So they've brought up their 350, couple of balls late for that extra batting point. I don't think they'll be too bothered though. Here's Dar outside the off stump, and it's just fenced really. Managed to find the gap between slip and gully, and that's all the way for 4. So yet another edge, finding the boundary in that deep third area. It's been a bit of a feature. Takes Broad to 62. Northants now 354 for 5. So if they got that boundary in the previous over, they'd have been sorted for the extra point. still. Here is Dahl in, and that is clipped square. It's a fielder running across and diving, shy at the stumps. But yet again, there's the theme. They've run very well between the wickets.
They have all day.
Lots of very quick singles, well judged, no hesitation. Not bad fielding either.
But that's because these two batters know where they are, Mel. They know where they are. I think that's the key.
To so much in life.
So much in life. Wow. I wasn't expecting it to be that good.
Dahl over the wicket to Keogh and a little bit of away movement, and he definitely had a little fiddle at that one. But, no run. Yeah, I was flustered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was flustered. And look, this is where I want people to forget that I have a British passport and have spent an awful lot of time here. I'm Australian, you know.
I think we should revoke it immediately if you don't know where you are. Is that not part of the test? I thought there was a test.
If it was, I failed. Here's Dahl. It's a fuller ball this time, and it's clipped just behind square leg. Fielder running in from long leg. I'll clean that up, and they've run another single as well. So they finished the over, 356 for 5, with Broad on 63 and Keogh 94, just closing in on that century. Yeah, it's normally I am very good at finding my way around, and you know, I've travelled all around the world, for goodness sakes.
But yes,
And-
just not all around the East Midlands, clearly.
Oh, I did tell you it was the county that I wanted to visit.
Yes,
and
yeah.
I had quite a lovely adventure the first time I came to Derbyshire.
Ooh. Sounds like another story.
Not particularly good.
Buckle up, everybody. 356 for 5. It's Lewis Rees to continue his 19th over of the innings, 0 for 45 at the moment. And the first delivery is defended by Keogh into the onside. There was a delivery. I was actually in the written meeting, but he bowled a ball a couple of overs ago. I have no idea how it didn't hit something. It was a remarkable delivery. But you were talking yesterday, just before we get back, because I think this is something of interest to the Derbyshire element of the listeners, some of them certainly. Talking yesterday about burying news. Well, Derby County have announced their retained list at midday on a Saturday, which is an interesting concept. Rees bowls, that one is pushed nicely by Keogh out towards a wide mid-off, and they're going to come back for 2 again. There was always 2 there, and they made sure that they ran them very comfortably indeed. Keogh moves to 96, 358 for 5. I might have to get this. Well,
Now you look flustered.
No. Well, the convention is centuries-wise that the commentator from the club from which the Centurion comes, as he turns that one up, I was just hoping he didn't get it then. Commentates on the century, but we can do it justice, I'm sure. So the headlines are that midfielder and skipper Conor Hourahan is leaving. Dwight Gale, goalkeeper Scott Loach, midfielder Corey Smith, striker Martin Waghorn, and Joe Wildsmith are all moving on as well. So anybody, but you can see that on social media, I'm sure, as Rees is in, a bowls to Keogh. He just guides this around the corner, down to long leg. He's only going to get a single. It was a short ball from Lewis Rees, and Keogh moves to 97. So we'll get to the adventure. I won't forget. I seldom forget these things. I usually write them down, actually, to make sure that I don't forget. I like the idea of an adventure in Derbyshire. A pre-COVID adventure, presumably, as well.
When I first came over here out of university, basically.
So 10 years ago. Here is Rees bowling. Oh, and it goes straight through Blair Tickner off Broad's bat, and it's gone out to the straight mid-wicket boundary. That's a good piece of fielding by Ross Whiteley. It keeps them down to a couple there. Blair Tickner, not his finest moment in the field, and he is a good fielder. 361 for 5.
I think that's actually the first genuine fielding error
Yes,
I
think
have
you're probably
seen
right,
in
actually.
this match.
Yeah.
So
I haven't said
give that one
"oh" very often, certainly.
No.
Yeah. And I normally say it more often than that. is Rees around the wicket. That's left alone by Broad to go through to Brookguest. It's the end of the over. 361 for 5. Broad has 65 and Keogh 3 away from his century.
So are you going to go through the list? Is that what you were going to do?
Of
Or
what? No. I think
okay.
they're just the headline acts. Some players have been given options, and they've got a list on the website of players who are under contract, which I'm certainly not going to go through.
Okay.
They are in discussions with James Collins, who was, I think, their leading scorer last season. I'm happy to be corrected, and Louis Sibley, who is an academy graduate and a very popular member of the first team.
Keogh on strike, 97 as Dahl is in, and the first ball watchfully played up towards mid-on. No run. So he's keeping us waiting. I don't feel like I can start talking about my adventure until Keogh gets to his
I'm with
century.
you there, actually. Yeah, I'm with you.
Now, so I'm sure it's going to keep everyone at home just waiting as well.
That's the key to good radio. Keep them listening.
Keogh waits as Dahl is in. Again, defends this straight back to the bowler. He gets a hand to it and then starts walking away. And lets that sub-fielder with no number on his back.
Well, no, I don't know why.
ball.
It's Zach Chappell. I don't know why he has no number on his back.
Because he is wearing the wide brim hat, which is
Yeah.
a signature.
That's almost as good as his number.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
should have recognised
And the lack
that.
of carpets.
We see he doesn't have his hat off. Here's Dahl. Again, this one just watchfully played down towards mid-on. Mid-wicket or do the fielding. No run. The thing is, if he took off his hat, then you'd know straight away. Because
Well, why is that, Mel?
Well, he's follically challenged. So...
It's a form of discrimination, you know.
But it's not. It's Dahl in and outside the off stump, and he's played at that one. And as you can hear, the ooze. He doesn't want to get out now or there on 97. Well, it's not discrimination. It's just it's a way of recognising players. So when I'm watching Warwickshire, I can recognise Oliver Hannon-Dalby
Because he's 12 foot tall.
But they've got no hair. It's a feature like a shock of blonde hair from a Jacob Bethel or a Dan Mosley or whatever it is. You've got to find something. In comes Dahl. Again, how many times have we seen that ball edged and go down to the deep third boundary? And so it's quite fitting that is the way that Rob Keogh brings up his century. He's played brilliantly for his side. They were in trouble. They lost a cluster of wickets. But he has been steadfast, well supported by Broad. It's his 17th 100 in first-class cricket. Raises the bat, takes off his helmet. And that is a fine century for Rob Keogh.
Absolutely. You're right. 17th in first-class cricket. Second against Derbyshire, 163 not out here in 2015.
In once more is Dahl, and that one just comes off the inside edge of the bat, but safely along the ground in front of square leg. No run. That's the end of the over. 365 for 5. Broad on 65. Keogh bringing up his 100 in that over. He is on 101. The partnership now 120, and it has been an outstanding one from the perspective of Northants.
Yeah, no question. If you chuck in his 3 List A centuries as well, 20 in all formats, that was only his 9th 4 as well, which again goes to show how well they've run between the wickets. 215 balls in total for his 3 figures. And David Lloyd's bringing himself on, which is slightly earlier, considering how relatively new the ball is. 34 overs old? Yes. So, and he's going to bowl some spin.
Wow. Oh,
There we
hello.
go.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
He's going to bowl some spin. So he bowled seam up yesterday, 9 overs for 28, couple of maidens in there. Now he's going to bowl some off spin, Lloydie.
Fantastic.
Oh, I've just broken one of my cardinal rules there.
What? You called him Lloydie.
Yeah, I'd never do that. Never do that on the radio. It's David Lloyd, of course. That over rate has now gone to -3. Here he is then, around the wicket. Lloyd bowling to Broad, who goes back and cuts. Oh, and that is a drop. Du Pavillon diving away to his left-hand side. The first drop of the innings. At a deepish point. It was chopped away by Broad, and he has been the first recipient of a life. He dived away to his left. He definitely got two hands to it.
Would you believe it?
Yeah, I'm afraid I would. Yes, let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Next delivery's turned into the leg side by Keogh for a single. He did take a single on the Du Pavillon drop. It's his first of the season. That was only his second game, mind. Dropped on 65.
Wow.
It was a horrible delivery, by the way. It
was
wasn't a wicket-taking delivery by any manner of means, but this next one, difficult to tell from where we're sitting to see whether he's getting any kind of turn. And there's another slight misfield there now. And these things, I spoke, who did I speak to? I can't remember who I spoke to. In one of the games where they dropped a shed load of chances. Lloyd is in again and bowls. That one is defended by Keogh. And they actually said, yeah, I think it might even have been Mickey Arthur saying that these things can be catching, ironically. Catches, dropped catches can be catching. We've seen a drop catch and a slight misfield in this innings, in this over rather so far. That one's pushed into the offside by Keogh, straight to Anuj Dal.
And that was, I was just saying how well they fielded, and that was the first mistake we'd seen a couple of overs ago.
And he's got him. And the catch is taken this time, remarkably. Derbyshire, well, Keogh's gone for 102. He will be hugely disappointed by being dismissed so soon after getting a century. But how often does that happen as well? And Derbyshire finally get the breakthrough this morning. The sixth wicket goes down at 368. Keogh goes for a really splendid 102 off 220 deliveries. The partnership also ends at 123 runs.
It's just,
if only I'd been watching.
It's just the seamers have bowled so well generally. There's been some terrific spells bowled. And it's just, why didn't they bring on Lloyd for a bit of filthy off spin? I say that kindly as well. It's not filthy off spin, but it was, he gets a chance first ball up, which wasn't exactly a great ball first up. And then he manages to get the wicket. It seemed to be more angled across rather than turning.
Yes, I'm just having a look at it now on the big screen. I was caught at slip, in actual fact. My apologies. It was caught by an Aaron Donald, who's got a couple of catches now as well. I thought it was through to the wicket-keeper. I only thought that because, again, I wasn't watching. I should have been watching, shouldn't I, really? Is that not part of the job description,
no,
to watch the cricket?
Overrated watching. But it just felt like so much happened in that over. Misfields, a catch, a drop, all sorts. And it was the off-spinner what done it, the part-time off-spinner what done it, who's been bowling medium pace. That's all too much.
Well, it's going to be P. White.
P. White.
Yeah. It's a too big a name to put on any scoreboard, isn't it? Patterson White, for goodness sake. He's P. White everywhere.
White.
I'm not sure he'll appreciate that.
No.
Here's Anuj Dal.
Anuj Dal, he's going to be bowling to Patterson White, who lets the first one go. Just a little bit of late movement back in as well from Dal. This is now an opportunity for Derbyshire, who've been so unlucky at various times. Now they've finally got themselves a new batter at the crease. Of course, Broad is well set, but if they can eke out, if they can force even a little mini collapse here, feel a bit more rewarded. They've got a short mid-wicket in. In comes Dal, plays and misses at that one. Not taken cleanly by Guest. He's got a wide first slip in, and then it's either a very fine gully or it's sort of standing at about
almost
fourth slip.
Yeah, fourth slip.
Very unusual spacing, shall we say, of the slips.
Oh, no, No, I'm going in the Andrew Radd book of failure to watch cricket when a wicket
Oh,
falls.
no.
Yeah.
Here comes Dahl
Oh.
again, a play and a miss. Hands on heads all round. As Patterson White has another little flash at that one.
What I'll do is I'll redo the commentary at lunchtime for the rot, and it'll be perfect. Absolutely perfect. God grief.
Happens to us all. Happens to us all.
I shouldn't be drifting off before lunch, though, should I?
Oh, dreaming of lunch. I wonder what it is today. Here's Dahl in to Patterson White. This time he connects, but with the outside edge of the bat, just skews off down to deep point. Coming in, so they'll take a single. Patterson White is off the mark. Not convincingly, but won't worry him too much. Or was that Broad? Was the scoreboard not? I thought it was Patterson White on there before. Did he get a single before?
It was end of the over, wasn't it? The
Oh.
first ball of the over. Sorry. Yeah. No,
Oh,
yeah.
it was,
Yeah,
right.
so Patterson White, who doesn't have a number,
Ah,
is number 0 on the scoreboard, which is another one of my pet peeves, because there are, especially in basketball and baseball and any sort of American sport, they like to put some people a number 0. Well, it's not a number.
Anuj Dahl in, and that's just driven by Patterson White. So I just called it Patterson White, and it was actually just a Broad. So does that make you feel better about
No,
the
it just
wicket?
means that we're both incompetent, which is not good, is it? I thought we at least had one person who was competent here now, and it turns out that we've got none.
Well, I don't even know what city I'm
Well,
in.
that is true, yeah. We have got no. Where is Andrew Radd? Get him back.
Patterson White waits as in comes Dahl, and punched by the left-hander into short cover, no run.
Patterson White, another lefty, so Andrew will be able to tell me,
Yes.
is this the most number of left-handers in a single team? Everybody seems to be left-handed out there. It's madness. It'd be good for David Lloyd, of course, if he's bowling off-spin. That will be good. Although Patterson White, no mean spinner himself, won't want to get out to a spinner. They never do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 16 drop catches this season now. We'll get there for Derbyshire. So, David Lloyd with the Demon Lloyd bowls, and that one is played off the back foot by Patterson White out to point, where it's fielded by Dupavilon.
Bowls quite flat, doesn't he?
Yeah. You can tell he's an occasional off-spinner. Bowls. It gives it quite a tweak, doesn't he? As it's Broad who's facing. Is it? Yes, it is. I've got it wrong as well. Broad facing, because he's right-handed. You fool. He's on 68, 369 for 6. Bowls to him, goes back again, pushes this one out into the offside to Dahl.
I fancy he's getting a little bit of turn, you know. I think that one's straightened up a bit.
Let's have a look. There we go. I think the trouble is. No, he's looped a full toss-up and it's been swept away for just a single by Broad. He's rather missed out there. He could have put that pretty much anywhere in Derby. He's put it straight to Zach Chappell down at backward square leg.
That was a part-time delivery.
That was horrible, wasn't it? You'd expect that from a leggy. Not necessarily from an offie. He's just pushed Wayne Madsen back a few yards at mid-on. First delivery to Patterson White. He guides it very nicely indeed out into the offside for, well, there might have been 2 there, but they've settled for a single as Ross Whiteley does the fielding.
And it's just a little bit of a word there between Patterson White and Lloyd. I think he's giving him a bit of jip about that
Quite right too.
moon ball that
Yeah.
he sent down.
Asking him if it slipped. And the next delivery is a full delivery and it's pushed straight back to Lloyd. It strikes me the way Lloyd got through that over and the way that Derbyshire are dashing about, that -3 on the scoreboard is starting to concern them a touch now, because they never know when. I don't think Northamptonshire are going to pull out at 371 for 6, but if they did, it would leave Derbyshire in a tricky little situation with just the 1 bonus point to their name.
The problem is, we talked about this yesterday. We saw this coming. It was no secret that they were going to be in a bit of trouble, as Zach Chappell has clean back, numberless back, has going through his motions and having a few practice run-ups. Yeah, we saw it coming. It almost feels like, the horse is bolted. It's going to be very hard with one part-time spinner to actually drag that back.
Yes, no, it is. Yes. If you could put spin on at both ends, you can drag it back quite quickly, can't
Yes.
you? But they're only just into -3 because it's only just ticked over this morning, but they are still -3.
Zach Chappell it is, bowling to Patterson White over the wicket, and he gets an uppish outside edge that goes just in front of point. Diving work from the two fielders in that region, manages to keep it to a single.
The rotating door of 12th man. I keep having to make notes, but number 26 is Nick Potts out there in the floppy sun hat, who completed the fielding after Dupavilon had parried the ball initially. So he's on the field for somebody. I'm not going to say Lewis Rees because he's clearly at slip.
Patterson White doesn't have a number on his back either. I want to lodge a protest. As Crawley, Zach Chappell comes running in, and that has just slapped through the covers. Cross-battered shot, really, but he's just got hold of it and smashed it through the covers for 4 runs. That takes Broad to 73 and 376 for 6 now. Nottinghamshire, and I just went, I don't know why I went for the Crawley. I almost called him Crawley. We're having a shocker today.
Zach.
It's
Zach.
the Zach. It's when you're used to a Zach and then the next word. Very much a different player as Chappell is in over the wicket, just defended solidly out to the left of Chappell. I really like Chappell's action. It's very pleasing to watch.
And he's a very nice man as well, Zach. Despite his appearance,
What?
I always think he looks mean. He's got a terrific beard as well, but because he's so fair, you cannot see his beard at all from this distance.
I can't see it. Running in now over the wicket, just tucked around the corner by Broad. They'll get one and settle there. It's picked up just quite well by Matt Lamb. Turns and flicks it in on the turn. 377 for 6.
It's Blair Tickner who's not on the field, incidentally, for those keeping tabs on that kind of thing. That's why Nick Potts is on. Yet to see Nick in the make a first team appearance this season. Derbyshire's stable of medium pace to quick bowlers. 2
slips and a gully in as Chappell bowls a fuller delivery that's just picked up at cover point. No run. Just trying to see where those other fielders are. I've got one bit of the ground that's...
Yes, it's awkward down there, isn't it?
And
there
then-
is nobody there.
Oh, right. Net.
Well, there wouldn't be. It's third man.
And yesterday when I was trying to lean over and see if the ball was going for 4 in that direction, I nearly knocked my coffee over. He's got 2 men out on the boundary for the pull. In comes Chappell and just angling that one across Patterson White. Just plays it along the ground out towards deep, or towards mid-wicket. Rather, the end of the over, it was Lloyd who fielded the ball there, and he's just kept it in his hands because he's going to bowl the next over. It's 377 for 6, Broad on 74, Patterson White on 2.
It's not Blair Tickner who's off the field because he's there. Look, I think it's Anuj. I'm going Anuj Dal this time.
There have been a lot of subs.
Lloyd begins a new over, bowls to Broad, who just defends that one and straight into the ground. Yes. Yeah, so they've sort of rotated. Nick Potts is a new one for today. They had a couple yesterday who were on and off as Lloyd bowls. Turning to the leg side by Broad for a single. He moves to 75, 378 for 6.
He's bowling very wide of the crease. Oh, it's Lloyd. Just by the time he gets to his delivery, very wide, angling the ball into the left-hander.
Bowls to Patterson White, who guides this out into the offside. Tickner fields. Throws it straight back to Lloyd. No messing around in the Lloyd overs. the ball back to the bowler as quickly as you can so he can come in again, which he does now. And that one is left alone outside the off stump. Lloyd already has the ball in his hands. This is definitely an over-rate issue. As he bowls wide of the off stump and it's driven out into the offside by Patterson-White out towards Whiteley on the cover boundary. Another single. He moves on to 379 for 6. There was precious time to describe anything while David Lloyd is bowling his off spin. He's in again. Bowls, and that one is defended by Broad. And again, another. I'm going to time the next over. That is rapid. 12 overs, 1 for 35. 2 overs of spin, though. And in those 2 overs of spin, he's taken 1 for 7.
And it's amazing. And you can see he's rushing through that. And even though he's bowling to a left and a right-hander, there's no field changes. There's no nothing. He doesn't change from over to around or anything like that. It's just get him in as quick as you can.
And you know the person who's hating this the most?
Who?
Zach Chappell. Because he's getting no rest between the overs that he's bowling at all.
He's not. He's got 2 slips and a gully in as he bowls a fuller delivery. It's just played out to the offside. No run by Patterson-White.
You look down that list, 7 bowlers used now by Derbyshire. And the 2 bowlers who failed to take a wicket, remarkably, Darren Dupavillon and Lewis Rees, who've both beaten the edge of the bat, either side of it.
Yeah.
But they have both wicketless. Bless them.
It's been a frustrating one for them for sure. Chappell is in over the wicket, and that really has rushed Patterson-White. He just managed to chop his bat down in time, and the ball trickles out to the offside. Some good pace from Chappell. He might not be getting much rest between overs, but he's still bowling with a little bit of heat. And he's bowling to the end where it seems to have given a bit more assistance as far as bounce goes. Here he is again. This time he strays down the leg side, and that is turned easily down towards long leg for a single. This takes a score to 379 for 6. Or 380 for 6. I hate it when the scoreboard doesn't update before I say it.
Just needs to get into a rhythm, doesn't it?
I never know when I look. It's like, has it? No, so Patterson-White moves to 4. Brings Justin Broad back on to strike. He's there now, waits upright as Chappell is in, and that one's pinged him. I think there was some bat on that. There he is. He just has a look at his bat, but squared him up at that time, Chappell. Just having a little word with his captain as he walks back.
Blackrod today playing the magnificently named Little Lever.
Again, these are all just words.
There is a great lever as well. It's the sort of Bolton area.
Oh, great. It's the name of a place. Here comes Chappell. Bowls are full and across the line, and he's got away with that one. Broad tried to swish across the line, but missed out, because that would have just gone miles.
It's the name of a place rather than a description of any particular individual. Yeah, Blackrod at home today down at Church Road.
It's a great lever.
It's a great little lever.
A little lever.
Yeah, no,
You don't want to get your great lever.
You don't want to play great lever.
You definitely don't. Here comes Chappell. Spears this one in. Now there's a shout. There's the finger raised, and he has got the wicket. It's that of Justin Broad. He squared him up the previous delivery, and, well, Chappell has some reward for the enormous amount of hard graft he's done. His teammates come up, they're tired high fives, and he's now bent over, hands on knees. It's been an almighty effort from Chappell, and that is a well-deserved wicket from him. That's the end of Broad, who departs for 75. It's been an impressive innings from him, and is there a little bit of joy to come this morning then for Derbyshire? Zach Chappell is really emblematic, and it shows what, I don't even know, but he showed what has happened, where he's bowled well and not got rewards, gone for lots of runs through edges, and he's kept running in. He's now got 2 wickets to his name.
Career best. He's batted nicely, hasn't he, Justin Broad? Career best, 75 off 143 balls, beg your pardon, 8 fours, and falls to Zach Chappell, now being shown on the big screen. He'll have a little look at it himself as, yeah, well, that was pretty much in front. And the finger went up straight away. I'm going to take that. Is there some joy for Derbyshire? As a rhetorical question. The scorer, Jane, has just held up 6 fingers. Because it's Siddharth Kaul, but yeah, I don't know why she was asking me to identify a Northamptonshire player. First delivery of the new over to Patterson White is pushed out into the offside. David Lloyd. It's Michael Finan, in fact, so they'll need some. Yes, Finan's gone up on the board. She did hold up 6 fingers to me, which fooled me. Lloyd's next delivery is defended by Patterson White. Once again, there's no run.
See, it's all started happening since Lloyd came in.
He's in again, and that one, oh, beats him.
Hey.
Patterson White is beaten.
Eh?
We're going to have some sanity in a moment. I use that word in the loosest possible sense, of course, as Andrew is poised behind us. As Lloyd bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside. Reece does the fielding.
I thought you were about to say because Mel's going to get out of the commentary.
Well, the implication was there.
It was there.
I think that was implied.
It was implied, and I inferred it as well.
I do apologise. As Lloyd bowls, pushed out into the offside once again by Patterson White. This time it's Zach Chappell who does the fielding, and there's no run. He's on 17. No, he's not. He's on 4. He's faced 17 balls. Lloyd bowls, and that one is driven. It was quite a floaty one from Lloyd out towards Whiteley on the cover boundary. Another. I didn't put the stopwatch on it, and I'm furious with myself.
I'm off in High Dudgeon, by the way. High Dudgeon.
Have you any idea where that is?
No.
Excellent.
It's somewhere near Sheffield.
Not far from High Wycombe, I would imagine. Thank you, Mel. Mel will be back this afternoon, everybody. Don't worry. But it was an absolutely splendid story. I've got nothing really, because last night I went and got my pizza, went back to Sawley, watched the Championship playoff semi-final, and went to bed. That was my Friday night. So no better, nor worse than anybody else's. Zach Chappell gets the edge of Patterson White's bat, and he sends Michael Finan back because there was no single there.
Afternoon, Fletch.
Andrew, how are you?
Awfully well.
Good.
That's good knock from, well, both of them, Rob Keogh.
Yes, they've both been really good.
Justin Broad. But Bob White and Fanny Walden are safe in the record books for a little while longer.
Which is very pleasing in itself, isn't it? Very pleasing indeed.
One run short of the Northamptonshire 6th wicket record against Derbyshire.
Chappell bowls a short delivery that Patterson White ducks underneath. Allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. The right for runs walk that the coaching staff and assorted others from Northamptonshire have done hasn't really worked.
It hasn't,
in the last 20 minutes, because right for runs left for wickets.
It maybe depends which side of the River Soar you are. You see, maybe the border, the north of the Soar, you need to go around the other way.
Here's Chappell bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Patterson White. I've just seen something I haven't seen all season. Nick Potts does the fielding. Wayne Madson's been going through his bowling action. He hasn't bowled this season. I'm not entirely sure whether he bowled last season either. He's had shoulder issues. He's also got the world's biggest bandage on his bowling hand,
Yes.
but not on the fingers, I don't think, which I don't know whether they'll allow it or not. I imagine if he is going to bowl, he's already asked. But he's an enthusiastic off-spinner, Wayne Madsen. As Chappell's next delivery is pushed by Patterson White's 2.
It's just the hint of faint praise there, Fletch. It's enthusiastic. People used to say I was an enthusiastic cricketer, which meant I was rubbish. But it was keen but rubbish.
Yes, I'm not sure I'd put him in the rubbish
No,
category.
absolutely not.
But again, occasional.
Yes.
Certainly more in white ball cricket in my time here. Quite often bowled the first over of T20 matches, as spinners quite often do. It's a wild swing at that one from Patterson-White. There's no more than beat it into the ground, and it's collected by Chappell in his follow-through.
As far as Rob Keogh is concerned, that, as you quite rightly said, his 17th first-class 100 for Northamptonshire, which puts him clear of Mike Hussey in the all-time list, and his 20th across all formats. He's only the 21st batter to go to 20 hundreds across all formats for Northamptonshire, which is quite something.
Absolutely. Chappell bowls to Patterson-White, who reaches rather for one, and it goes straight through. Nick Potts fielding at cover, and they're going to get at least a couple of runs here. They might even get 3, will they? Well, they're coming back for the third. The throw's on its way. Might have to hurry. I'll tell you what, Patterson-White really did have to hurry there. If the ball had actually somehow hit the stumps, I think he'd have been a goner. But the bail had to be removed by Zach Chappell, and as a result, that allowed Patterson-White to get back. He moves on to 8 with those 3 runs there. Michael Finan yet to get off the mark, rather understandably, as he hasn't faced a ball. And Northamptonshire 384 for 7.
Puts him level on 20 hundreds across all formats for Northamptonshire with 2 who did it exclusively in first-class cricket. Bob Haywood, who still holds the Northamptonshire record for most first-class hundreds in a season, made 8 in 1921.
That's a good season, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very good season. In fact, it was his last full season for Northamptonshire as Lloyd starts a fresh over round the wicket from this racecourse end. The first ball is played defensively.
Due to age, I would imagine.
No,
Right?
Northamptonshire couldn't afford to keep him.
Oh.
Here's Lloyd round the wicket, bowls again to Patterson-White, who plays it back down the pitch, fielded by Lloyd, who's bustling back, obviously, to try and do something about this over rate. Slip in as he bowls to Patterson-White, who nudges it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. No, he went to become coach at Fetters College in Scotland, because Northamptonshire basically couldn't afford, they could afford more than Northamptonshire could at the time. Short ball cut away by Patterson-White. There is a man out there sweeping, Ross Whiteley, out on the cover boundary, so they're through for a single. Patterson-White goes to 9 and Northamptonshire to 385 for 7. The other one on 20, Norman Buddy Oldfield from your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
He was actually born in Duckinfield, but played for Lancashire and indeed for England before the war, moved to Northamptonshire after the war and had a few very good seasons at Montage Road. Became later coach at Lancashire. Appeal for LBW as Lloyd just gets that one to grip a little bit. And Finan pushing forward. Doesn't really go anywhere. Finan, who has made 100 for the second 11 fairly recently. There's Lloyd in again, bowls to Finan, who drops that one down onto the onside and comes through for a single, which equals his highest score in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. He made 0-1 at Hove in his only other appearance. End of the over, 386 for 7, 9 to Patterson-White, 1 to Finan.
Wayne Madsen has just shown his bandaged hand to umpire Neil Pratt, which suggests to me that he wants to bowl. He's now showing it to the 2 batters, and the umpires are conferring. I mean, it is heavily bandaged, and understandably, because it was quite a nasty wound. And now he's not taking the bandage off, is he? Good grief!
He might
no,
be.
no,
he's
but
not.
he's certainly going to bowl because he's removed his cap, and Wayne Madsen doesn't remove his cap lightly.
Well, I'm sure the batters are not going to worry about it. And,
No. So this will be the 8th Derbyshire bowler used in the innings, the 2nd occasional spinner, one of whom's also bowled medium pace. But it hasn't been that kind of game. It's just. I hope they don't have a 9th bowler. So who hasn't bowled? And Aaron Donald hasn't bowled. I don't think he's bowled a ball in first-class cricket. Here's Wayne Madsen then, with that distinctive round arm action. Yes, and there he goes, leaps in the air. Thought he might have got a wicket with his first ball.
So, yeah, Donald hasn't bowled. And obviously Guest hasn't bowled. And Matt Lamb hasn't bowled.
No, Matt Lamb does bowl, interesting. That's a fine piece of fielding by Ross Whiteley. Point diving away to his right-hand side, and the applause brings a little touch of the peak of his cap. There's old school for you.
That's lovely.
I do like that, yeah.
Biggest round of applause of the day.
It is so far, I think you're right. Here comes Madsen again. Bowls too fine, and who's had enough of this. And tries to heave it into the leg side. He manages to push it up to mid-on when Lloyd does the fielding. And Madsen's ready, but Finan isn't. He is now, and he defends the next delivery up into the offside, where it's fielded by Matt Lamb. I think it's Lamb's back would preclude him from bowling, as this next delivery is perhaps a little flatter and a touch quicker. Again, pushed out into the offside. Again, fielded by Lamb.
This is going to be an interesting thing with Rob Keogh. Of course, he'll be having a bit of back trouble as well.
The grunt, that was the effort ball from Wayne Madsen, clearly. And he's got through and over in the requisite 37 seconds. That over rate remains at -3, and Northamptonshire 386 for 7. It's almost bordering on farcical.
Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it?
Sadly, because it hasn't been that. And it's entirely down to this. Well, it's down to two things, clearly. It's down to the fact that the Derbyshire seamers can't bowl the overs quick enough. But this ludicrous idea, I've never been in favour of finding anybody for fewer overs. If you're entertained, you're entertained. If you're not entertained, you're not entertained. You pay your money and you take your choice.
Yeah, well, here's Lloyd continuing the task of trying to knock this over rate up a bit. And the first ball is turned up to Nick Potts at mid-wicket by the left-handed Patterson White, and there's no run. Still the slip in as Lloyd round the wicket, and it's forced away off the back foot by Patterson White. He's just going to get a single out to Ross Whiteley, sweeping out on the cover boundary. So 387 for 7, Northamptonshire. What was nice, I think, just put that little thing on Twitter. I think about the first person to like it was Ben Duckett, who I don't think he's playing in the Notts side in this game, and but big mates with Rob Keogh. Here's Lloyd bowling a big, loopy, flighted delivery that's clipped out to mid-wicket by Michael Finan. Fielded there by Blair Tickner. Around the wicket again comes Lloyd, and he's heaved that over the top, muscled it over the top, Michael Finan, for 4. Out to wideish long on, down to our right. And as you say, you just felt they're getting a bit fed up with this.
Yeah, I think Finan especially looks like he's had enough.
5 to him, 390,
nonsense.
391 for 7. We've got 2 men back on the leg side, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And here's Lloyd. It's a real sort of Jeremy Snake moon ball, turned round the corner by Finan, fielded by Zach Chappell behind square.
Blair Tickner has to turn away from his skipper because he can't stop laughing.
And now Lewis Rees is being dropped back from mid-on to long-on, so now 3 back on the boundary. Short, wide, outside the off-stump, fired that one in, and Michael Finan, who was, I think, rather deceived by that not terribly subtle change of pace, is left frozen in the attitude of one who thought he might attempt a square cut and then decides not to. Nick Potts is off the field because Anish Dahl is back, and at the end of the over, 391 for 7.
Wayne Madsen's bowled 1 over 1 maiden, and now Zach Chappell's back. I just wonder if they realise that Zach Chappell is getting no rest whatsoever in between overs from David Lloyd, and they've just chucked an extra over of off-spin in there from Wayne Madsen, who is now back with his cap on. As I've got my stopwatch ready to time his over. Here is Zach Chappell from the City End, then bowling to Patterson White, who turns it into the leg side, picks up a comfortable single as Whiteley comes around to do the fielding. 392 for 7. They won't be thinking of declaring clearly.
Wouldn't have thought so just yet. No,
Nowhere
I
near.
think they want this much sun on this pitch as they possibly could, and just make it a little bit dry and more. It's the mighty Oundle having a good run anyway. ON's 85 for 9.
We start early, don't they?
11 o'clock.
Blimey. As Chappell is in, and beats fine, and he'll tell me that he pulled the bat inside the line a bit, and I will argue otherwise. Blackrod don't stand. They only play 45 overs a side in the North West Cricket League.
It's play 50 there, but it's the higher divisions. It's 11 o'clock start. So even our seconds who play in Division 2, which is like the third division, start at 11. But it's later, lower down the league when they play shorter 40 over games.
1 o'clock start for Blackrod. So 392 for 7 as Chappell. He's on his way in and bowls to Finan, who has a bit of a swing at that one, really. Manages to connect. They're going to come back for 2 as the ball goes out to the square leg boundary where it's fielded by Dupavilon. His throw nowhere near as strong as Tickner, who threw one in before from the boundary in front of the club shop and overshot Brooke Guest by a considerable distance, and that is not a short throw. He's got a magnificent arm, Blair Tickner. He's at third slip alongside an Aaron Donald and Lewis Rees, who's at first as this next delivery is turned into the leg side rather hurriedly by Finan, and there's no run.
Yeah, Matt Lamb's out there at backward point, having been at first slip, I think pretty much the whole match hitherto.
Not sure why he's moved. He looks okay.
Yeah.
Bless him. He got signed at the start of last season, was blighted by back injuries, and when I asked him on media day how his back was, his answer was getting there, which didn't fill me full of confidence. No. As this next delivery is driven by Fan, a little uppishly, and he's going to get a single here as it goes to the right of Whiteley and the left of Lloyd. And they do get through for a single. Patterson, Finan moves on to 8, 395 for 7. I was just checking to make sure that I was correct, but yeah, Wayne Matson didn't bowl at all last season.
Right.
He picked up 1 wicket the season before at 102. 4 wickets the season before that at 32.5, which was stellar. That was his best. He picked up 3 wickets back in 2007-8 in South Africa as Zach Chappell bowls to Patterson White, who pushes it up to mid-off. Unsurprisingly, he has no 5-wicket innings or 10-wicket matches. Matters.
No, I think that's probably fair enough. Would you care to speculate? Not terribly difficult question, really, but who? We're talking about Rob Keogh reaching his 20 hundreds across all formats for Northamptonshire. Would you care to speculate who is top of the top of the list?
You see, now you're asking me.
With 70.
70. This is well, it'll be an obvious one, won't it? And my lack of knowledge of cricketing history will come out.
Here's Lloyd in, bowls, and that's slapped away over backward point by Michael Finan. I think Fletch called it. He's had enough of pushing it around the spin bowling. He's decided to go after it, and he's laced that away over backward point for 4. Michael Finan to 12, 399 for 7.
No, I'm going to make a fool of myself, so I'm going to say no, I'm not willing to speculate.
Fair enough. Alan Lamb.
Oh, I was going to say Alan Lamb.
Round the wicket comes Lloyd again. Another flighted delivery pushed by Michael Finan up to Madsen at mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah, Dennis Brooks has scored the most first-class hundreds for Northamptonshire, 67. But if you take into account all competitions, the next ball finds Finan playing onto the back foot and pushed out into the covers where Anish Dal feels.
Furious with myself. Could have looked clever there.
399 for 7. Lloyd in again, driven by Finan out to backward point. And there's no run. Fielded out there by Dupavillon. I think he's also got a... no, I thought it was a bandage on his hand. I think it's probably just a sweatband.
Yes, halfway up his forearm and his left arm.
Here's Lloyd in again. Quicker ball on the line of leg stump. And again, Finan on the back foot just works it into the onside. Guest comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. We have 9 minutes to go until lunch. Flighted up by Lloyd, driven stylishly by Finan, but just picks out Anish Dal at extra cover. Another over ticks by, 399 for 7, 12 to Finan and 11 to Patterson White. If you're just joining us, men out this morning. Rob Keogh caught by an Aaron Donald at slip off David Lloyd for 102, and Justin Broad LBW to Zach Chappell for 75. Wickets falling at 368 and 380.
As soon as we've got near the end of the session, I have to say again who you're listening to. As soon as that's what I was told I should do more of. Andrew Radd, Bell Farrell and Dave Fletcher on the BBC Sport website. Thanks to Radio Derby and Radio Northampton. I'll go through some scores as well in a moment. But it's Wayne Madsen back. Good grief. Around the wicket comes Madsen, bowls to Patterson White, and it's defended straight back to him. I won't go through any scores in this over, I can tell you that for nothing. Madsen's back to his mark, and he's on his way in again. Round arm bowls, and that one is clipped up towards a long on, where it's fielded by Chappell. They trot through for a single. Patterson White moves to 12, and the 400 comes up for Northamptonshire. The 400 coming up in the 128th over to a smattering and no more Now Finan waits. Will he be able to resist? The answer to that question is initially yes, as the first ball that Madsen bowls at him is played straight back to him. Good grief, Madsen's in again. Patterson-White, no. Finan pushes that to backward point where Rees does the fielding. This is quicker than football. And in comes Madsen once more. That one is played off the back foot out into the offside. No is the shout as it's picked up by Lamb. Final ball of the over. Already. Madsen bowls. It seems to take some pace off that one, and Finan just guides it backward a point on the offside. They're going to come back for the second. Whiteley's picked up and thrown in. It was a decent throw as well, but that was good running by Finan, who picks up a couple. He moves on to 14. Patterson-White has 12. Northamptonshire 402 for 7 at the end of another exceptionally quick over.
Getting through the scores might be a bit of a challenge. We'll have a go. In Division 1, Warwickshire 397 all out against Essex at Chelmsford. Essex just started their reply, 6 for no wicket. Lancashire 357 all out at Blackpool against Durham, who was 69 for 2 in reply. Notts 235 all out at Trent Bridge against Hampshire, 57 for 2 in reply. Lloyd in bowls and punched off the back foot by Patterson-White up to Lewis Rees coming on off the boundary off long off for a single, brings up the takes Northamptonshire to 403 for 7. Patterson-White to 13. Finan on strike. Still a slip, the only close fielder. Lloyd round the wicket bowls to him. Quicker and flatter and turned into the leg side by Finan. No run as it goes out to square leg. Somerset 532 for 9 against Kent at Taunton. I think they're off. They have been off for the weather, but they're back on now. Next ball dropped down into the offside by Finan. Slip just comes round to retrieve. Lloyd in again, down the leg side, attempted sweep by Finan, doesn't make contact. Stopped by Brooke Guest, lost the sun at the moment. Behind a cloud, but very pleasant day. Here's Lloyd flighted up, on driven by Finan, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Fielded there by Tickner, and the last ball of the over has bowled him. As David Lloyd picks up a second wicket, and a forcing stroke by Finan, who was just starting to get a little bit impatient, and he's been bowled by Lloyd for 14, and Northamptonshire are 403 for 8.
There is no justice in the world. Dear, oh dear. David Lloyd now 2 for 48 from 17 overs, and it's madness really that he's not because he's not a good cricketer, but he's very much an occasional off spin. I'm going to have to ask him about his off spin now. He's picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah. You'll need to give him a grilling about this, Fletch.
Yeah.
Now
it's a useful weapon.
It is.
You can get through the rest of the scores comfortably now.
I will, yes, absolutely, yes. Somerset 533 for 9 down at Taunton against Kent. Lewis Gregory's 65 not out after the hundreds yesterday for Tom Banton and James Rue. Game continues to move on at the Oval, where Surrey are 35 for no wicket in their second innings against Worcestershire. That's a lead of 120 with all wickets standing. In Division 2, Middlesex going along very well against Glamorgan down at Cardiff, 166 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 183 all out. Mark Stoneman, Rocky, 95 not out there, very much dominating the scoring. Gloucestershire have slumped to 515 for 4 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. James Bracey, 44 not out. Graham Van Buren, 38 not out off 31. 62 extras now in that innings. And down at Hove, Sussex 16 for 2 in their second innings against Yorkshire, still 29 behind.
Could be over today.
Could be. Could be.
That's the last thing you want on a trip to Hove, a 2-day game. Madsen from the City end, bowling his third over, tucked into the leg side. Ben Sanderson, the new batter. Patterson-White on strike, fielded by Lewis Rees. If you just hear a flurry of names, that's pretty much all you need to know. Madsen bowls, Patterson-White drives off the back foot, a despairing dive by Madsen, which means they can get through for a single because the ball reached David Lloyd at long off. It's a long off and a long on.
I just wonder if Ben Sanderson's had a word, because Siddharth Kaul batted ahead of him in the previous match on his debut against Gloucestershire. But in his first-class record, he's made 150 in 85 games, 1 half-century. So you'd have thought Ben Sanderson would surely have to bat above him. And I think Ben Sanderson may possibly have made that observation. So he finds himself at 10. Siddharth Kaul batted at 9 in the previous match, with Sanderson at 10 and George Scrimshaw at 11. But of course, no Scrimshaw this game.
Yes, well, he only batted at 11 because you can't bat at 12, presumably. I know he was the night watchman. That one is off the edge of Sanderson's bat down to Lewis Rees, who's at that sort of deep gully, really. Here comes Madsen again over the wicket, balls to Sanderson, who's beaten outside the off stump. Moral victory, number 137. Although I'm not sure beating a number 10 batsman outside his off stump is necessarily a moral victory. In comes Madsen again. That one, he's brilliant, Madsen. That one was just pushed into the ground from out of the middle of the bat of Ben Sanderson, but there was still an ooh and an ah, and now he's slowing things down. Sanderson, oh, that'll annoy Wayne. I'm not sure Wayne ever gets annoyed, really, Wayne Madsen. I don't think I've seen him mad. And he comes, bowls, and Sanderson. Yep, there we go again. Defends it straight back to him, and there's the only person who was up was Madsen himself. Then he threw the ball to David Lloyd in the hope of Lloyd beginning a new over quite quickly, and missed him by a yard.
Well, they are going to have another over, because umpire Neil Pratt is in position at 1 minute 2, according to the clock that I think we're going on, the one on the main scoreboard. The batters are having a chat now. They're convinced that we are going to have another over, because now the umpire's in position. It doesn't matter how the batters try and slow it down. I think they're just having a little bit of a conversation. Sanderson may have word from the dressing room about what the plan is after lunch. For now, it is going to be Lloyd again. 2 wickets already, and that's again a quicker, flatter ball to Patterson White, who rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to mid-wicket where Anish Dal fields. And there's no run, 404 for 8 in the last over of the session. So Northamptonshire have added 107 runs this morning for the loss of 3 wickets. Here's Lloyd, flighted up, turned around the corner by Patterson White, and they jog through for a single as it goes out to deep backward square. Zach Chappell out there? No, it's not.
Matt
That's
Lamb.
Matt Lamb.
Yeah, it's the other
the other one with the sun hat.
Yeah.
Takes Patterson White to 15, 405 for 8. Field changes over for the right-handed Sanderson. And Lloyd is coming wide of the crease from round the wicket and bowls to Sanderson, who's impeccably forward defensive. 3 balls to go before lunch.
Slowed down. Presumably there's no urgency now. It's gone past the...
Flighted up on the line of off stump, maybe just turned in a touch to Sanderson. It looks as though he was trying to give himself a little bit of room to run it wide of slip. But in the end, it was a bit too close to him for the stroke. And, well, encouraged by that, David Lloyd's put a second slip in, or a second slip rather than gully, I think, is Lloyd in again. Bowls to Sanderson, who straight drives back past the bowler. Despairing dive by Wayne Madsen, and it runs away for 4. So Ben Sanderson will just offer that as further evidence that he should be batting ahead of Siddharth Kaul. He goes off the mark, 4 to him, 409 for 8.
I'm terrified at the moment. I think I'll get there. But I'm not sure.
Last ball of the session. And just to compound the felony, they're changing the field to try and give Ben Sanderson a single. Here's Lloyd. Round the wicket to Sanderson, who drives, but it's only going to go straight to Madsen at mid-off. End of the over and lunch, 409 for 8. Patterson White is 15, Sanderson is 4.
Beautifully done, Andrew. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
Please welcome back the officials and players for the next session.
Welcome back. It's the afternoon session on day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire here at the County Ground. Dave Fletcher with Mel Farrell to begin with today, or this afternoon, or whenever it is. Andrew Rad is next door. It started well, Mel. It started well.
You've got Mel disease. Don't know where you are, what you're doing.
I know exactly where I am. I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. I never am. Northamptonshire will resume on 409 for 8 after a spectacular morning session which saw both David Lloyd and Wayne Madsen bowling spin, and the over rate's gone from -3 to +3, which is remarkable, really, isn't it? If anybody can write it, if anybody can explain in less than 2 paragraphs how on earth that has happened, I would be eternally grateful. I have no idea about over rates. Darren Dupavillon is going to bowl the... Sorry, I've just seen a message from somebody that's almost knocked me down, but I can't read it out. Here's Darren Dupavillon, so that's no good to anybody. Ian on bowls to Patterson White, who's off the mark for the afternoon session straight away by punching the ball off the back foot out to the point boundary, where Anuj Dal does the fielding.
Well, I was in the press box for the written media when Madsen came on to bowl, and I was informed in there that he is renowned for bowling an entire over within a minute.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
yeah. No, it's madness.
There's so much went on with
It was almost impossible to commentate on, in actual fact, because it was happening so quickly.
between him and David Lloyd. It was some of the most entertaining overs of spin I've seen in a while.
Certainly without a ball turning, as that one is turned into the leg side by Sanderson. Ben Sanderson picks up his first run of the afternoon session, moves on to 5, 411 for 8. And on that very subject, Jonathan Case has sent me an email, fletchcricket@gmail.com, at Fletch Sport, Old Man Rad on Twitter as well. And I don't think we're revealing Mel's, unless she wants to. Well, I'm certainly not. Jonathan says, for what's been a disappointing season to date, I think we can cling on to the small victory that we can at least show some grit and fight when it comes to chasing down an over rate. 400. This next delivery from Dupavillon is pushed off the back foot up to mid-off.
Who sent that?
That's Jonathan Case. Absolutely magnificent, Jonathan. Well
Jonathan
done.
is a glass half empty kind of guy, and I like that. I like you, Jonathan.
That's email of the week so far. If you think you can do better, fletchcricket@gmail.com. You know how to get in touch.
It's outstanding.
Good work.
Very, very good work.
We have the best listeners. I don't think there's any question about that. 411 for 8. Dupavillon halfway through his 19th over and remains wicketless so far. And he bowls to Patterson White, who gets tucked up a bit by that one, but manages to turn it into the leg side for a single. Chappell does the fielding.
I've had a couple of tweets. One
Excellent.
from Jack Rule, who I believe is somewhere out there
Oh.
right now. Don't know where he is. Who needs a BBC drama series when you can just listen to Melinda Farrell with another one of her travel disasters? Say, I told you I'm renowned. Another one from the Premier League cricket show saying, oh dear, Melinda, at least you did not say Derby and Nottingham are the same place. Then there would be an unbelievable pile
No,
on.
there certainly would. You'd been banished from this ground as that one is wide of the off stump from Dupavillon, and Sanderson has nothing to do with it. You saying you've got some tweets has reminded me that I've not looked at mine today. I've missed a couple. A morning to you, Philip. I'm sure that you're already umpiring Manor Fields, Bletchley Town seconds against Wolverton Town seconds in the Cherwell League Division 6A. So if anybody knows Philip, just tell him that I have got his tweet. I'm singularly useless at reading tweets. Adam New has sent one as well, and it's going to be slightly late, but I like the sentiment. Here comes Du Pavillon and bowls to Sanderson, who tucks that into the leg side. Picks up a single to end the over, 413 for 8. Sanderson moves on to 6 and pinches the strike. Patterson White has 17. It's from Adam New, who said he thought Blair Tickner was outstanding yesterday, especially in the current circumstances. Yeah, absolutely. We didn't get the number of wickets we perhaps deserved, but it felt much more positive than what was served up 2 weeks ago. Fingers crossed, he said, for a bit more luck this morning. Well, they sort of had their luck in the last 40 minutes or so of the session, because without wishing to demean David Lloyd, he got a couple of wickets. Zach Chappell picked one up as well. So thank you, Adam, and apologies for not reading that out earlier. We're going to see Blair Tickner, the aforementioned. Who is playing in very difficult circumstances.
He's someone who has just bowled so well in this game, and yesterday bowled a mountain of overs, and at the end, teammates all coming up and slapping him on the back, and just hadn't had the reward. He's doing some side stretches and just stretching out the hamstrings as he starts his little jog on the spot, customary. The elbows wide as he runs in and bowls and gets the edge, and he gets the wicket. Wow, the bowling change works, and there is some reward. His hands and arms are wide. He's flying around as he's congratulated by his teammates. And that is the end of Sanderson, who is nicked to the slips and departs for 6 runs. And that really is just desserts for Tickner, his 2nd wicket. But it does not reflect just how well he has bowled for Derbyshire. It's 413 for 9.
Aaron Donald at 2nd slip, taking the catch. So that's 3 catches for an Aaron Donald, who's gone into the positive column. Well, he's gone into the equal column, actually, because he's got 3 drops this season as well. But well done to an Aaron. Hanging on to another one. And you're right, having just read that email, I feel vindicated in reading it now, because my word, has Blair Tickner bowled well in this match without particularly any reward. He did pick up a wicket, the first one to fall, Ricardo Vasconcelos. But yeah, he's got a big smile on his face as well, hasn't he? He's such a happy man.
Well, he's just actually replayed the show. He's talking to Wayne Madsen as he walks back, and he's just replayed himself as bowler and also Sanderson with the edge. He left out the catch, though, which is a bit disappointing. If you're gonna do the whole thing, but just some relief. I was just mentioning how I just looked exhausted at the end of the day yesterday after having run in with heart and soul and everything else yesterday. He was cutting bowlers in half, he was squaring them up, finding the edge, getting great bounce, and just not the numbers that ought to go with some of the spells that he was bowling yesterday.
We can still feel sorry for Darren Du Pavillon, though, who's bowled 20 overs and yet, or 19 overs and yet to take a wicket.
He's in again now, and that ball has really died in the pitch. So I managed to sneak a single that will get...
Bye. I think it's a bye.
I think
it died so badly that the batter couldn't get anywhere near it, and unfortunately for Brooke Guest, he couldn't hold on to it either. Yes. So who is the new batter? Siddharth Kaul.
Siddharth Kaul. Okay, I was looking down at the team sheet.
Yeah, no, the team sheet. It wasn't. You asked yesterday about batting order, didn't you? And yeah, no, I don't think batting order comes into play with the team sheet.
But he's not on there at all. In comes Tickner, and next ball, well, just gets the edge and gets the boundary.
Oh, how far away from the slips that was. He's still got a big smile on his face as Blair Tickner. as he walks rather wearily back to his mark, and the ball is retrieved by Matt Lamb, who's going to stay down at third man, possibly moving there as he just sees the horse disappear into the distance.
Yes.
having bolted some time ago. So
that horse bolted yesterday in the first session.
yeah, it's a long way wide of the slip cordon, that last shot.
Right, here is a
Ooh.
big swish from Patterson White, down on one knee in the end. He's completely missed that. He was trying to heave that over deep mid-wicket. And in the end, it's a dot ball. He slowly gets to his feet. I have found him now on the team sheet. I was just scanning
It's a long way
and
up the
down.
team sheet, isn't he?
Well, I think also because it's got number 55 there, and he's down there as 6. So this is
Oh, you've been doing like a kipper. We all have. We all have.
stitched
now.
up.
Yeah.
Here he comes
Oh.
again, the inside edge. And would you know it, that is going to trickle down for another 4 runs. It's raced away, actually. Fielder running across could do nothing about it. And again, that's a very, very unlucky one for Tickner. Managed to get the wicket, but boy, I don't think that missed the stumps by very much. Takes Patterson White to 25 of 45, living a little dangerously. How has Tickner not got more wickets?
I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea.
And he's got as many wickets as David Lloyd. And with all due respect,
Yeah, that's not right. Is it?
well, we were talking about it at lunch. David Lloyd's going to be walking into the dressing room saying, "Hey lads, what are you on? This is easy, this bowling malarkey." In comes Tickner, bangs this one in hard, very short. Patterson White doesn't have to do much other than bob his head as he finishes the over. But it was a successful over for Tickner. He did pick up another wicket in it. Sanderson edging to second slip. Northants now 422 for 9. Hall not off the mark yet. Patterson White 25.
Just missed a marvellous moment there when after the inside edge went down to the boundary. Cole and Sanderson met in the middle of the pitch. They pumped fists twice. Cole, well, he went for the third one, but Patterson White had already turned away. That was a slightly awkward moment.
I hate that's like the high five when you.
Yeah, just leave somebody hanging
Hanging
there.
there.
Yeah, nobody likes that, do they?
No.
Here's Darren du Pavillon in his 20th over, and yet to take a wicket somehow. 0 for 55. He's in and bowls. And Cole just guides that to backward point where Ross Whiteley does the fielding. Somebody pointed out to me as well, and it hadn't crossed my mind, if that wicket had fallen immediately before lunch would have been delayed.
Oh.
That's no good for anybody, that. So well done to the
Well, I don't know. I
two batsmen. It
thought
was-
you were rather unappreciative of some of the lunch, and I was very, very surprised.
Oh, no, I'm in an awkward spot. Yeah, sweet potatoes. Call on strike. Goes past the edge through to Brooke Guest as he plays quite an expansive looking drive. Yes, I'm not entirely sure what the point of a sweet potato is.
It's more delicious than a potato. Sweet potato is one of the kings of roast vegetables.
Well, they should call it something else because it's nothing like a potato.
Well,
I think it's just
well, it's also kumara, isn't it?
Oh, I've no idea.
Or are they yams in America?
I think you might be asking the wrong person. 422 for 9, Du Pavillon is in and bowls him. There we go. He's got his first wicket of the innings and doesn't celebrate at all as Northamptonshire are bowled out for 422. Siddharth Cole goes without scoring. It leaves Liam Patterson-White on 25 not out. And they reached their total of 422. In 133 and a half overs, we will have 56 overs, or 58, because it might already have come off, left in the day's play. So still an awful lot of cricket And Derbyshire's batters have to do well here now, as they're faced with that total of 422. We will take a short break, which will coincide beautifully with the updates at the top of the hour. And I think Andrew and Mel will probably be with you when we resume in just under 10 minutes' time. Welcome back to the county ground in Derby, where the news is that Northamptonshire are about to bowl because they've been dismissed for 422. The bowling figures, which I didn't give you earlier: Darren Pavalon, 19.5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 55. Blair Tickner, 27 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 77. Zach Chappell, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 84. Anuj Dal, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 61. Lewis Rees, 19 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 50. David Lloyd, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 53. And Ross Whiteley bowled 5 overs, 1 for 23. And Wayne Madsen bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. And Derbyshire make their way out. And Ben Sanderson, I think, has already got his cap off. David Lloyd and Lewis Rees will be opening the batting, as expected, for Derbyshire in this second innings of the match. And of course, oh dear, I've got to try and work out the follow-on figure now. I'm not very good at this kind of thing, as everybody knows. I think they have to get to 273. I will double check with everybody and anybody, but 273 is the follow-on target. And I mentioned that, and people will say, bah, the follow-on target. Just have a look at Derbyshire's first innings scores this season, and you'll understand why it becomes relevant. Some of their second innings scores haven't been that great either, unfortunately. But yeah, Ben Sanderson will bowl the first over, and David Lloyd will face the first ball. The Derbyshire all-rounder.
So, all-round, and that he bowled both
medium
pace and off-spin.
Yeah.
And, yes, did field brilliantly.
He's a leader by example. He's a batter who likes to get on with it as well. So it'll be interesting. This Derbyshire have got a few of those in this lineup. Matt Lamb and Aaron Donald, Ross Whiteley, to name but 3. And here is Ben Sanderson from the racecourse end and bowls to Lloyd, who, there we go, gets off the mark with a boundary 4 out towards the extra cover rope. Crosses the rope now. Glorious shot from Lloyd, and Derbyshire are 4 without loss. What a strike rate that is.
Well, full and wide and in the slot for driving, and that's exactly what he did, and made it look very nice too.
Yeah, he's a very decent batter. Oh, I'm not sure whether he's a reluctant opener for Derbyshire or not. He wasn't opening at the start of the season. Scores of 60, 24, 54. A duck against Yorkshire, and then 14 and 26 against Sussex. And Sanderson with 4 slips in place. He's on his way in and bowls to Lloyd, who guides this a slightly strange angled bat out to the point region, where it's fielded by George Bartlett. They've got 4 slips, as I say. We'll bring Andrew in a minute. I'll finish this over, and then we'll do that swapsy thing.
Ah, yes, the swapsy thing. Musical chairs. Look, little fashion observation. I really like
The caps.
Northant's caps.
Yes, aren't they good?
Really good. The red caps with the red numbers and the lettering on their shirts.
Sanderson bowls to Lloyd, who drives, but straight to Luke Proctor, the skipper, who's standing at mid-off. They probably prefer to call them maroon, I would have thought.
Oh, no. See,
I think they're very red. I'm entirely with you. The numbers are more maroon than the caps. The caps they're striking, aren't they?
we have established that I speak both English and Australian, so we would say maroon.
Maroon, yes, I know. I know that from State of Origin.
Yes.
Yeah, which is next week, I think, or the week after. This next delivery is defended by Lloyd up towards mid-on this time, where Rob Keogh does the fielding.
It's a colour I can't wear because my
You're a New South Welsh woman.
Well, that too,
Oh,
definitely.
okay.
But no, my school uniform in winter was a maroon tunic, and and we had a maroon jumper as well. And so to this day,
Not
there's
keen.
no way I could ever wear it because it makes me feel like I'm at school.
Well, you shouldn't have gone to a posh one. Here's Sanderson in and bowls. That's clipped away by Lloyd to the square leg boundary for 4. I just lost sight of it for a moment. I thought it had gone slightly finer than it did, but it went very square. Sanderson couldn't get round to do the fielding. No, mainly because he's bowling. Who's that? I just saw a capless man. Oh, it looks like George Scrimshaw out there.
A capless man.
It is George Scrimshaw
There
out
you
there, but
go.
he's capless. It was the lack of a cap that made me think it was Sanderson who'd gone down there to graze, but of course he's bowling, so he can't be. But that's George Scrimshaw down there in the far distance.
Tell you what, that would have been a really good effort
Wouldn't
if
it?
he'd fielded off his own bowling.
He might have got
down
closer
there.
than George, to be fair. 8 without loss. Anderson is in. Oh, now then, that strikes the pad. They're very much not out umpires. I just put that out there now, and that has been given not out. It also sounded like there was some bat involved to me. So he survives an appeal for leg before wicket, having scored 2 boundaries. Derbyshire 8 without loss after 1 over. There were 56, incidentally, remaining in the day's play. 56, so there are now 55. And I am going to...
Oh, do we need to swap chairs?
Yes, we do, actually.
Yes,
so
we
what
do.
we're going to do here is
I'll
I'll carry on talking for a
Yes.
moment. And who's going to bowl? It's going to be, don't tell me, Michael Finan. Thank you very much. I'd have got that wrong anyway. I'd have got that wrong mainly because Michael Finan's down as 55 on the... There's another... Oh dear, I'm going to have words when I go through to the written section. Michael Finan wears 4, not 55. Siddharth Kaul wears 55, not 6. But apart from that, I think they've done a pretty good job. Bless them.
Harsh man. Here's Finan in to bowl his first ball of the afternoon, outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees, into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who finds himself keeping wicket for Northamptonshire in this match with Lewis McManus away on paternal duties. A couple of lovely shots from David Lloyd in that first over. One through the covers and one away through square leg. And then a big shout to finish the over. Michael Finan, left arm over the wicket, angled approach from the city end, bowls and forced off the back foot by Lewis Rees, but he doesn't time it. It's fielded by George Bartlett out in the covers, and there's no run. Siddharth Kaul is now out there, so presumably just took a moment or two to get himself organised. But he is out on the field now. Gorgeous afternoon, bright sunshine here in Derby, which I'm told is always the case. And here's Finan, signed on a short-term deal from Leicestershire at the start of the season, and that's short and wide, and it's cut away by Lewis Rees, and it's, I think, going to run away for 4. Is it just going to get there? Yes, it is. Away over to our left in front of the Players' Pavilion. That, I'm afraid, rather got what it deserved. It was short and wide, and it was punished. It's the 3rd boundary of the innings so far, and it takes Derbyshire up to 12 for no wicket. Michael Finan made his debut for Northamptonshire, having bowled well in a couple of the warm-up matches at the start of the sort of pre-season period. Didn't have a great game down at Hove. 9 overs for 72 and 1 and 0 with the bat. And this is his first appearance in the first team since then. Here's Finan in and bowls to Rees, who's across his stumps, pushing it out into the onside.
He's got a really angled Dan Worrell kind of run up, hasn't he? He starts very, very wide as he comes in.
As I say, he impressed John Sadler, I know. I think he got wickets against Nottinghamshire, if memory serves, in a warm-up match. They were fairly costly wickets, but he did pick up Pfeiffer, and sort of an attacking bowler. But as I say, down at Hove, wasn't his day, and John Sadler admitted afterwards he was probably a little bit undercooked. His Finan in again, and that's clipped away through square leg by Lewis Rees. It's running out towards the boundary. Don't think this is quite going to get there. No, it's not. It's hauled in by Rob Keogh, just inside the rope, and they come back for a couple of runs, so 2 more to Rees. He goes to 6, and Derbyshire to 14 for no wicket. Brisk start, and already umpire Newell is just having a look at where Michael Finan's front foot is landing. But Northamptonshire, at least with runs, first innings runs behind them, bowled out for 422.
It's been a very lively start, though.
It has. This has, and good positive stuff from this opening pair. Here's Finan in again, bowls big appeal for LBW, and not out, says umpire Newell. He was looking, Lewis Rees, to play that one away through mid-wicket. Maybe just played a little bit across his front pad, but as though The umpire was maybe just giving it a second or two's thought. Because he took, was it Ricardo Vasconcelos was out in the first inning. It'd take a long time to have a think about it, which is fine. Absolutely no problem with that. Let's have a little look at the replay anyway. It's not out. 14 for no wicket at the end of the over.
Was it going down?
Just having a look. Yes, it was.
Yeah,
Good decision. Yeah, spot on.
Well, he does have that, as I said, the angled run up, and he's coming in and angling the ball across on that occasion, and just kept going with the arm. But it's going to be Sanderson now from the racecourse end into Lloyd. There's an absolute screamer. What a catch! Absolutely outstanding catch in the slips, diving to his right, hand outstretched. And after that brisk start, Lloyd is gone for 8.
Justin Broad took the catch. What a day he's had. Career best score. And then holding that one, almost hand touching the turf, I would say, very low at 4th slip. That is a superb catch. It's an area of the game Northamptonshire have been a little bit fallible in the last couple of years, but that is an absolute screamer, as you say, Mel. And it's full length. Just watching it, it's one of those, it gets better when you watch it on the replay, because he was absolutely at full stretch. It only just carried. And that's a wonderful catch by Justin Broad at 4th slip. And it gives Michael Finan his first wicket for Northamptonshire.
Amazing, isn't it? When you think back to Northants' batting innings, a number of times they got edges that just went wide of the slips cordon, managed to trickle down, get the runs, get the 4s, and the first edge of Derbyshire's game is out. But I almost couldn't get my words out. I was so excited. That was just an absolute stunner.
You look at the reaction from the Northamptonshire players, and they realised just what a terrific catch that was. He was absolutely mobbed, Justin Broad, by his teammates. And it's just the sort of moment that can lift a team, can lift almost a season. That one little moment of brilliance, and it's given Northamptonshire the early breakthrough they wanted. And now, Ben Sanderson, having picked up the first wicket. He's got a very good record, I have to say, against Derbyshire over the years. But Ben Sanderson, I suspect, won't have seen many better catches off his bowling than that one. That one was an absolute jaffer.
It really was a wonderful catch. It's going to be Guest now, the new batter in. Derbyshire 14 for 1. And it's been a very eventful couple of overs to start the innings, shall we say. But it is going to be Guest, the wicketkeeper, facing Sanderson. And the first ball is uppish, but it's through mid-wicket. They're going to get at least a couple of runs here. They're not going to run the third on the throw, though. So Guest is off the mark with 2 now. Reese on 6, 16 for 1.
Yes, Ben Sanderson's been clocking up the milestones in the last couple of weeks. Up at Leicester, took his 500th wicket for Northamptonshire across all formats, and the previous match against Gloucestershire was his 100th first-class game for the county.
He's running in now over the wicket. Guest is hurried, but manages to just prod that one into the covers, and they take a single, 17 for 1. Guest moves to 3.
Thanks to Drew, who's been in touch with us, talking about the Northamptonshire caps. He says the Northamptonshire caps are 100% maroon. Well, you know, I think the caps are more red. The club colours absolutely are maroon and gold, the traditional club colours. But the Northamptonshire cap, and I mean, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder, but I wouldn't say the caps are maroon. I think the caps are red, crimson. And I think they've actually got lighter. The more traditional Northamptonshire cap, going back a few years, was a bit darker than these, I think.
Sanderson in, and that one was right on the money, but defended back to Sanderson, who does a nice little nifty bit of footwork. Ball popping up. I just find it so hard to say maroon, because for me a maroon is like when you get left on an island.
Oh yes,
it was me in the car park as you drove off, and I was running after you, and you left me marooned.
As I go off in search of sausage rolls.
Yes,
shocking business.
And I looked for an Uber to take me to Northampton train station. Sanderson is in again. It's bowling on middle stump line at the moment, angling the ball in, and no run as it just trickles out.
If you look at if you look at the old photographs of Northamptonshire sides going back, colour photos, then you can see that both the blazers, the Northamptonshire blazer used to be maroon. It was I think they were very distinctive. There's one in the Spencer Pavilion now that belonged to the late Colin Milburn.
Rees waits. So Sanderson's in. He gets another edge, but I think it just dropped short of third slip. It bursts through his hands on the bounce, but they don't get a run. But Sanderson again, very threatening. Good over from him. Wicket coming in it. He's bowled 2 overs, figures of 1 for 11, and Derbyshire is 17 for 1, with David Lloyd already back in the pavilion. Guest on 3, Rees on 6.
But as I said, one of the joys about watching Northamptonshire as a kid back in the early 70s, when I first started watching them, was that you got into the ground and you could instantly see whether Northamptonshire were batting or bowling, because the caps are so distinctive in that colour that you could immediately see either there were a smattering of them in the field, or of course in those pre-helmet days the batters were wearing one.
Well, whether or not they're maroon, red, crimson, whatever you want to call them, I started this whole thing off because I think they look nice.
They do. They look good.
Smart.
I would say that, wouldn't I? Here's Finan starting another over, and that first ball is just short of a length, and it's turned away by Brooke Guest out to deep mid-wicket for a single, fielded out there by George Bartlett. 17 for 1. Derbyshire takes Guest up to 4. Yes, they are. And I think the move that was made by John Sadler, the head coach, last year to make all the caps uniform, I actually think is a good idea. That they, for about 15 years, capped players had the gold piping on their caps. Is finding in again. That's a beauty, but it hasn't bounced much. Now, most of the up and down we've seen has tended to be from this end, from the racecourse end, but that one didn't, just died a little bit in the pitch, and that was from the far end, from the city end. It was no damage done as far as Derbyshire were concerned, went through to Vasconcelos. But I think John Sadler felt, and presumably the cricket strategy group, that when the team goes out in the field, it's nice if they all look the same. They're the same team, and everybody's contribution is equal on the field. Here's Finan in again, and good solid defensive stroke from Lewis Rees back down the pitch. Sense the fact that the caps are the same, but of course they do have their player numbers. Each Northamptonshire player, in order of first-class debut for Northamptonshire, has a player number. And there are special caps, I know, for milestones. So Ben Sanderson, I think, got a special one for his 100th first-class appearance in the previous match, joining Rob Keogh. Went past that figure a couple of years ago down at Chelmsford. Here's Finan. In again, bowling on the hip of Lewis Rees, who turns it nicely away through square leg, just behind square. Rob Keogh comes round from long leg to retrieve. It's 2 more runs to Lewis Rees. He goes to 8, and 22 for 1 the score, Derbyshire. Still the 3 slips in. Karen Nair at first, Emilio Gay at second, Liam Patterson-White at third. Backward point cover. Big gap through extra cover, then Proctor is in there at mid-off, mid-on. Square leg just in front, and a long leg down to our right. Here's Finan in again. Bowls cut away by Rees. That's going to be 4. Again, he just gave the left-hander a little bit too much width, and he pounced on that, cut it away through backward point for 4. Lovely shot from Lewis Rees. He goes to 12, and Derbyshire to 26 for 1.
It was a lovely shot, even though it was gifted to him a little bit, but they've actually moved the fielder down to deep point.
Well, it's interesting. Of course, Siddharth Kaul, in his debut for Northamptonshire in the previous game, took the new ball and took 5 wickets, but not getting the new ball today. His finding in, that's wide outside the off stump, taken by Vasconcelos in front of Karen there at first slip. Talking about Ben Sanderson's first-class record against Derbyshire, which is pretty impressive. He's going into this match 38 wickets in first-class cricket at 16 against Derbyshire. He's only taken more wickets against Leicestershire and Sussex, where he's taken 40 apiece against those two. Here's Finan. In again, bowls to Rees, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. It's 26 for 1 with Lewis Rees on 12, Brooke Guest on 4. The man out, David Lloyd, caught broad, bowled Sanderson for 8.
26 for 1, only 4 overs. So it's still...
Power play. They're in the power play still.
They are in the power play. It does feel like that. But loss of an early wicket, just putting a little dampener on that. But Rees in particular is still attacking and playing positively. It's 4 slips in again for Sanderson. So Justin Broad back in at 4th slip after an absolute cracking catch to dismiss Lloyd. Sanderson in and bowls to Guest, who just defensively plays that one towards mid-off, no run.
Yeah, Sanderson, 40 wickets at 15.52 against Sussex and 40 wickets at 19.9 against Leicestershire. But Derbyshire is 3rd favourite side to bowl against, to say 38 at 16.05, including 3 fifers.
He's in again now, Sanderson, and again, just front foot defence for Guest, straight back to Sanderson.
But gradually now moving his way up the all-time list, Ben Sanderson, as we said about Rob Keogh earlier with the bat. And for all the players, some of the players always say, oh, no, I'm not interested in stats, it's all about the team. I tell you, they love it. They love it.
In comes Sanderson, is over the wicket. This time it's played with a very straight bat down to mid-on for another dot ball. So the scoring just slowing up a little bit because Sanderson is such a threat. He's not really given them as much to work with.
13 wickets so far for Ben Sanderson this season for Northamptonshire. Leading wicket taker, as to the surprise of absolutely nobody, really.
Turns at the top of his mark and runs in, again over the wicket and on his toes, defending just into the pitch in front of him, Guest.
We were talking earlier, Ben actually messaged me after the little milestone, the 500 across all formats. He was trying to remember who his first one was for Northamptonshire back in 2015. He knew it was against Derbyshire. He thought it was Chesney Hughes, but when I looked it up, it was actually Hamish Rutherford. Both good players, but Rutherford it was, 2015. Seems like yesterday.
Well, today he runs in, bowls, and that one's just tucked away in front of square leg. That's not going to get past the fielder running across from mid-wicket.
I just had to go and update BBC Radio Northampton just between innings, because they're covering the rugby this afternoon. Northampton Saints away at Bath, down at the Rec, looking for a win to make sure they finish top of the table, the Premiership table. Last round of league matches today, but of course it goes to the playoffs. Saints will be at home at the end of this month.
Sanderson bowls to Guest, who just leaves this one outside the off stump confidently, but it's a very tidy little over there from Sanderson, a maiden over. So it remains 26 for 1 with Guests on 4, Rees on 12. So Sanderson just putting a stopper in the bottle of runs that was overflowing in these early overs from Derbyshire.
Well, it's one good thing about when you've got runs on the board, you can afford to set attacking fields, of course, and then, okay, you may leak a few runs, but if they hadn't have had the 4th slip in there, of course, they wouldn't have had the wicket. So swings and roundabouts as ever. If I'm smiling particularly broadly at the moment. I've just seen that Oundle Town first team have won this afternoon already, so that's good news in the Northamptonshire League. Here's Finan from the City end, and that's a lovely extra cover drive by Rees, but good shot for no run as Proctor comes around from mid-off to field. Very easy on the eye, Lewis Rees, isn't he? Like a lot of left-handers. Nice player to watch.
Wait, what is it about left-handers?
I don't know, but you think of... I suppose I was brought up in the sort of the David Gower era when there was nobody that you would rather watch, even if he was scoring runs against Northamptonshire, which actually he didn't do that often because Tim Lamb, bless him, used to do him like a kipper. Here's Finan in outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees, to the extent that on one occasion, I think it was the first ball after the interval, Tim bowled an orange at him. I think it was by arrangement, you know, that they said, well, you could bowl me out with an orange. So Tim Lamb, fine bowler.
I don't know what the actual ratio is, but I reckon at least 3 times to 1 do you hear the phrase elegant left-hander as opposed to elegant right-hander.
Yeah, very true. There are some left-handers that are not particularly elegant, being like Dean Elgar perhaps, but here's Finan in outside the off-stump again. Full length, so trying to tempt Rees into the drive, but he's able to leave that safely and through to Vasconcelos. No, absolutely, you're quite right. I mean, you go back, way back, and you read all the reports of and accounts of Frank Woolley and people like that. And Graham Pollock, who I did see live right at the end of his career out in South Africa. And he was wonderful to watch as well.
Well, I'm a left-hander, and I don't think anyone has ever described me as elegant in anything.
I'm sure they have. Here's Finan in bowls, and this time Rees does have to play at it, but it's a little bit short of a length, back of a length really, rather than short, and just played out into the covers where George Bartlett fields. He was saying about batting as a unit, and I'm sure Greg Smith, the batting coach, who's again sitting next to us in the other radio box, will have been happy looking down the scorecard. Runs from the openers, 53 for Vasconcelos, 45 for Emilio Gay, 76 for George Bartlett, 102 for Rob Keogh, 75 for Justin Broad. Combining to make that 422 all out. Here's fine and very full on leg stump, clipped down to long leg where Rob Keogh fields, and they're through for a single. Takes Lewis Rees up to 13, and Derbyshire to 29 for 1. Field changes over for the right-handed Brooke Guest. Yes, old Northamptonians all out for 85. Handle 86 for 2 in 17 overs. So it's a very early finish. Bearing in mind they start at 11, as we were saying earlier with Fletch. But, well, it's a handy win. Here's Finan, again with this angled run, in and bowls, and on the hip of Brooke Guest, who turns it down to deep backward square. And more work for George Bartlett to do, but again, they're able to come back for a couple. Takes Guest to 8, and Derbyshire to 31 for 1.
Clouds are just gathering overhead a little bit. We did see yesterday, that's when Wicket started to fall, but it has just been getting a little bit cloudier.
Yeah, there's a few showers around, but I think most of them are sort of either side of us, so hopefully we'll be lucky and get away with any rain. Rained heavily last night in Derby for about an hour and a half, something like that. Here's Finan in, very full, almost Yorker length, and driven by Brooke Guest up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. It's 31 for 1, 6 to Guest, 13 to Rees. As far as what's happening elsewhere, in Division 1, Essex now 37 for 2, replying to Warwickshire's 397 all out at Chelmsford. Dean Elgar has gone for 15. Durham 140 for 4, replying to Lancashire's 357 all out at Blackpool. Ben Stokes has just gone in, he's 1 not out. David Beddingham 58 not out, but I'm sure that's where most of the national attention will be focusing on the England captain. Hampshire 77 for 4, replying to Nottinghamshire's 235 all out.
Sanderson is into Reese, and he just plays at that one, and it almost shaves the outside edge. A fuller delivery. Some claps of appreciation as Sanderson continues to threaten.
In fact, you can make that Hampshire 77 for 5 because they've just picked up another one. Ollie Stone has claimed 3 of those wickets so far. Good to see Ollie Stone. Started his professional career, of course, with Northamptonshire. Nice to see him back on the field.
Certainly is. Saw him a couple of weeks ago. In comes Sanderson, and that one is much more easily left because it was just angling across and kept going all the way through to the keeper.
Off for rain at Taunton, where Somerset were all out for 554 against Kent, who are 8 for 1. Zach Crawley out first ball. LBW to Craig Overton for naught. 8
Zach.
for 1, and rain has stopped play down at Taunton.
Sanderson running in. And again, a big play and a miss, and he's all off balance on the front foot, Reese. Still there now, balancing on his bat. As he knows that that didn't miss by very much.
It didn't. Surrey 82 for 2 in their second innings against Worcestershire at the Oval. So they're 167 runs ahead all told. Again, I suppose we're on England watch there. Rory Burns, 55, not out, but Ollie Pope hasn't had a great afternoon. He's out for 1.
He hasn't had a fantastic start to the season. In Sanderson comes, and there's some good bounce on that one, but that one again more easily left.
At Cardiff, Middlesex are in front against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 183 all out. Middlesex now 205 for 3. Mark Stoneman is 115 not out there. Gloucestershire still batting 621 for 5 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. James Bracey out for 92, but Graham Van Buren still there, 75 off 74 balls.
Sanderson bowls, it's full, just defended halfway down the pitch. In fact, Reese ends up paddling the ball to himself and picking it up.
And at Hove, where they have had some rain today, there was a delayed start, I think. Sussex are 63 for 2 against Yorkshire, so they've wiped off the arrears. Sussex are 18 for 2 in effect against Yorkshire, and having lost the first 2 wickets with just 6 on the board, Tom Alsop and Joshua Pujara just steadying the ship there.
In comes Sanderson, and he's just got on top of that ball, and it's just ricocheted off the face of the bat, but down onto the ground and into the slips cordon.
Did look at one stage, Mel, as though that game down at Hove could conceivably be over today. I don't think that's going to happen now, but certainly it's moving forward.
Well, there have been a few games in this round of the championship where they've moved. There's been a lot of wickets falling, and then there's been the recovery. So
yeah, early wickets and runs down the order. It's been very much the theme. Well, I'm not massively surprised that Michael Finan has been just given a relatively short spell with the new ball, because we're going to see Siddharth Kaul come into the attack. Bowled very well on his Northamptonshire debut, his championship debut. In the previous round of matches, picked up 5 for 76 in the first innings against Gloucestershire. Plenty of experience, 33 years old, with international experience as well in India's colours. 3 ODIs and 3 T20 internationals, albeit a few years ago now, 2018, 2019. Headband warrior. Trying to think the last bowler we saw bowling with one for Northamptonshire. I suppose Jack Brooks is the one that springs instantly to mind. Before that, Dennis Lilly in 1988, I suppose. Here's Kaul with 3 slips in, bowling to the right-handed Brooke Guest. That's on the back foot Guest, punching it up to mid-on. And there's no run, fielded there by the captain, Luke Proctor, who I imagine will also have a little bowl at some point. 31 for 1 it is.
I'm a big fan of a headband.
Yeah, well, there's, as I say, Dennis Lilly, when he...
Oh, he was a master.
Well, he came to Northamptonshire in 1988 and had a season, obviously, when he was 39. In fact, he had his 39th birthday when he was at Northampton. His call in, bowls and nice stroke from Brooke Guest, who just stands tall and drives it away off the back foot through the covers. Finan tracks back towards the main scoreboard, and they come back for a couple. So 8 to Guest, 33 for 1. And it was a bit of a left field one from Northamptonshire. They had sponsorship, obviously. And he didn't play a full season. And amazingly, he went over on his ankle, having taken a 6 for in his first game against Gloucestershire. And I think everybody thought that was that, but he didn't. He fought back, and he did play in the second half of the season. And more importantly, in the long term, as Call is in and bowls to Guest, short and wide 4. Well, again, that just sat up nicely for Brooke Guest, and he's not going to turn down an invitation like that, and cracks it away through the covers for 4. 12 to Guest, 37 for 1. But any young bowler from Northamptonshire or from anywhere else that had the good sense to go and have a word with Dennis Lilly, he gave very generously of his time that summer and made an awful lot of friends. And so I do remember his 39th birthday when they were trying to work out, trying to get a call through to his family in Western Australia. I'd like to say I remember the evening vividly, but bits of it I don't remember quite as well. Here's Call, in and bowls, and again punched off the back foot by Guest, but this time he doesn't manage to get it past Luke Proctor in there at mid-off, and there's no run. And he came back briefly the following year to just on a bit of a sort of coaching engagement, but as I say, I do well remember the sort of media launch when he arrived, and they got some poor booby in a kangaroo costume. I think it was advertising a famous brand of Australian lager. Here's Call-in, bowls full, driven by Guest, but again, well fielded by Luke Proctor at mid-off. And there's no run. But it was all a bit showbiz for Northamptonshire. It was lots of people around and lots of national papers taking a huge interest in this legend of the game coming back to play in county cricket.
Well, his contributions, obviously, to cricket are well known, but his contribution to even now, when you look back at the retro advertising of that era, it's nothing better than Lilly.
Call with this long, very straight approach in contrast to Michael Finan. That last ball is played up to mid-on. Proctor full of energy, having not batted for very long perhaps, comes across from mid-off to mid-on to field, and that's the end of the over. 37 for 1, 13 to Lewis Rees, and 12 to Brooke Guest. You're listening to County Cricket live, every ball of every match on the BBC with me, Andrew Radd, Mel Farrell, and Dave Fletcher, who is hovering. So I think Fletcher is going to be replacing Mel to my right. And it's going to be Ben Sanderson to continue in the meantime, bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Mel said there's a good deal more cloud around than there was just round about lunchtime. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Rees, plays it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by substitute George Scrimshaw, who's back on the field again.
Well, I'd have been here sooner, but I've been in a dark room recovering from that catch.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
Dear, we can close the book on the catch of the season. The stream caught it beautifully from head on. Absolutely astonishing.
That was an amazing catch, wasn't it? Yeah. As good as they come. Here's Sanderson in and bowls, and just on leg stump, turned up towards mid-wicket by Rees. And it's fielded there by George Bartlett. There's no run. So it's Ben Sanderson's 39th wicket against Derbyshire, which puts him one behind the two other counties that he seems to like bowling against, Leicestershire and Sussex, against whom he has taken 40 championship wickets.
He'll get there.
Well, I'd be surprised if he didn't, but it's a question of whether it's today, tomorrow, or when the sides meet again later in the season at Northampton. Here's Sanderson in again on leg stump and turned away by Rees down to long leg, where he's going to pick up another run. 14 to Rees and Derbyshire to 38 for 1.
I know everybody's hanging on a black rod update. Not good, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
skittled for 64 in 27 overs and 1 ball. Only 2 of the batters made it to double figures at Navod. Paranavithana, who is the pro, he made 29. And somebody called Charlie Fletcher made 12 before he was dismissed by the little lever overseas amateur Nippon Gaikwad.
Well batted, Charlie.
5 for 14, Gaikwad.
Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Guest, who plays forward and just goes off a thickish inside edge just down behind square on the leg side. Finan comes across to field, and it's another run to Brooke Guest. He goes to 13 and Derbyshire to 39 for 1.
The good news, of course, for all the Bolton Wanderers fans in that team who haven't gone to Wembley is that they'll be at home in time for the 4:15 kick-off of the Championship, of the League One playoff at Wembley.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned when I was on with Mel, the mighty Oundle Town, the Badgers of first team have already won.
Ah, excellent.
Boldo ends out for 85 in 23 overs and 2 balls. Here's Sanderson to the left-handed Rees, who's forward, playing it up towards mid-on. George Scrimshaw, the substitute fielder, gambles in to retrieve. Connor Craig 4 for 13. Harrison Craig, his brother, 2 for 13. So they had a good afternoon. And then Handel knocking them off for 2 wickets in 17 overs. So
Already back in the clubhouse.
they will, imagine, be already back in the clubhouse. I hope cheering on the seconds. I haven't heard how the seconds are getting on. But
I don't think Black Rod Seconds could raise a team this week.
outside the off stump goes Sanderson, tempting Rees, but he's not to be tempted. Lets it go through to the keeper, and that's 39 for 1 at the end of the over, with 13 to Brooke Guest, 14 to Lewis Rees. Thirds playing. I'm trying to think who they're playing today, actually.
Yes.
Not absolutely sure, but there's a third. I know there is a third team game today.
I think there'll be a lot of second teams not raising sides in the Bolton area, sadly, today. It's one of those where do you call it off for a football match? Probably not.
Well, the thirds are playing St Michael's, who are the oldest club side in Northampton, actually, in the town itself, founded in 1879. Some of the great Kingstons have a bit of a connection with them. Some notable Northamptonshire players played for them years ago.
It's Siddharth Cole from the City end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who goes on the back foot, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run as the ball is picked up by Michael Finan. In the covers, 3 slips in place. Karen Nair at first slip. Don't tell me, I'll get there. Emilio Gay, obviously, at second, and that's got to be Liam Patterson-White at third, with no number on the back of his shirt.
Correct in every particular.
Don't expect this level of accuracy for the rest of the day, which we're about halfway through. As Cole is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest to go through.
I'm not about
Wicket-keeper Vasconcelos.
I'm
Sorry.
not about to sort of go through all the business of heat again, but it actually is quite warm in here
Far
now.
too
It's
warm,
quite
yeah, far too warm.
it's a bit stuffy, isn't it?
Yeah, might open the second window. What do you think? Open the second window.
Crikey.
Go on,
So,
we'll open a second window. There's one thing I am useful at, is
was
opening
gonna say-
windows a
I was
long
gonna
way
say-
up.
I was going to say, I think I might have been clambering on the desk.
I
to
should be
do
asking
that,
you to
but
close it later on.
They'll be saying, "Don't do it." Standing on the table.
Cole pulls to Brooke Guest, who defends that one. Just for a moment, he'd have been slightly panicked as the ball dropped straight down at his feet. I think it actually hit his left boot and dribbled in front of him. And there's no run. Feels like ideal bowling conditions.
It does.
It is overcast now. There's not too much blue in evidence up there. 2 darker clouds. No rain in the forecast. Although having said that, it did rain overnight, and I've no idea how.
A lot of rain down in the West Country. I think they're off at Taunton at the moment.
A couple of times they've been off, haven't they? Here is Cole again. In past the umpire and bowls to Brooke Guest, who just about gets his bat down on that one, pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Umpires perhaps just suggest what they need, some sawdust, some green. No, they've got sawdust out there. What do they need? Oh, they need the big tamper business,
Right,
I think.
yeah.
There's a lot of scratching going on. Luke Proctor watching. Yeah, Luke Proctor watching and Ben Sanderson scratching at the moment. And yeah, look at that. There's the universal sign given by umpire Mark Newell for we need the tamper, if that's indeed what it's called.
My pappy had one of those, my grandfather, when he was a pipe smoker, so he had a tamper there, didn't he, to sort of tamp down.
Yeah, to tap it down, absolutely. But yeah, there's concerns about the footmarks here.
It's a bit bigger than the one that he had. That's the one that's coming out at the moment.
Well, they've been sent back, actually, by Siddarth Call himself, who decided that the scratching that had been done by Ben Sanderson was sufficient, which is good news. So we won't get another delay or a delay.
Well, it's Siddarth Call's birthday tomorrow.
Ah.
He's 34 tomorrow. I don't know if anybody else in the team is aware of that.
I think they should be told.
Well, yeah, may have to be.
He's on his way in now with his headband on and bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it up to Luke Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run.
Mind you, if it means some of them having to sing, then they're
That might be a good idea.
probably better off without, I think.
There was an impromptu happy birthday sing-song from Mickey Arthur from the team yesterday, I noticed, out in the middle. Well, it's not quite in the middle. After we'd given him a phone call and did the same thing. So he said, I don't want to be reminded I'm 56. To which a couple of us in there said, 56? That's nothing.
Luxury.
Here is Cole again. Final ball of his second over left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. Not taken cleanly by Vasconcelos behind the stumps. But he whips off a glove, picks it up and races to the other end. 39 for 1 after 10 overs, so they're going along at a decent lick. But they have lost David Lloyd to that sensational Justin Broad slip catch, fourth slip. It might have fallen at the feet of a fifth slip, but he managed to cling on. I was talking to somebody down the corridor there who said, well, initially I thought it was a brilliant stop.
Yeah.
It would have been a brilliant stop, but to actually hold on to it as a catch, and the way he celebrated, had every right to celebrate. Ran around the square.
He was sort of mobbed by his teammates, and yeah, rightly so. I wonder if Ben Sanderson's even ever seen, as we mentioned, a better catch off his bowling than that. Here is Sanderson running in round the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who's pushing forward. And the aforementioned Justin Broad, right on cue, comes across the field. And there's no run, stays at 39 for 1. Yes, it was as good as I've seen for a long, long time.
He just got the ball to nip away a little bit as well, Sanderson. So Lloyd had to play at it. Yeah. Had no option.
No, one of those he just got to say well caught and walk off, I think, is Sanderson. And again, that's a beauty that beats the forward stroke of Lewis Rees. And again, we're talking, as we were in the first innings, about carry, particularly with a new ball. And that really has climbed, and allowing for the fact that Ricardo Vasconcelos is not the tallest player on the circuit. He finished up taking that around about throat high. That was a beauty from Sanderson. Just receives the ball, tossed onto him from Luke Proctor at mid-off, and runs in from the racecourse end. And good length ball that's pushed up to Proctor at mid-off by Lewis Rees. Applause from around the field. Sorry, Fletch.
I was just trying to check. I mean, Luke Proctor appeared to be stepping forward and possibly saying a couple of things to Lewis Rees, but they'll know each other from Lancashire, of course.
Oh, yes, yes. Well, I imagine Luke Proctor will be in the attack in the not too distant future. You'd think these conditions might help him wobble it around a bit. Bowled very well against Gloucestershire, with very little reward. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Rees, who's playing defensively out into the offside once again for Luke Proctor to field at mid-off. We're saying Ollie Stone having a good day for Notts against Hampshire. 3 wickets for him. 100 for 5 now, Hampshire replying to Nottinghamshire's admittedly modest-looking 235 all out. James Vince made 36. Liam Dawson is still there on 21. Sanderson in again and attempted to turn that one away on the onside, and it goes off a thick leading edge out into the offside, but perfectly safely. Finan Fields sends in a return that has Ricardo Vasconcelos, say, walking backwards for Christmas, trotting backwards. One more onto the total, 40 for 1.
I think he thought Vasconcelos was slightly taller than he is. Because he had to really stretch up for that.
You can tell he's new to the club. Field changes over for Brooke Guest. Still 4 slips in. And a backward point. Big gap through the covers. Proctor is in there at mid-off. And a mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg. And Sanderson in again. Bowls very full and driven. And it's beaten the dive of Luke Proctor, who is fairly wide there at mid-off. And once it had beaten him, it was timed beautifully. And it raced away for 4. So 4 good runs, good-looking runs to Brooke Guest. 17 to him. 10 to Lewis, 15 rather to Lewis Rees and Derbyshire at the end of the over. 44 for 1. Still 378 runs behind.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot from Brooke Guest, who is a very fine top-order batsman. Isn't always batted even in the top order this season so far, but just looking back at how well he did a couple of seasons ago. 4 centuries in 2022, 2 centuries last season, a couple of 50s in each of those seasons as well. 89 catches. Got a couple of stumpings so far this season, but hasn't quite hit the heights with the bat. He got 923 first-class runs in 2022, at just around about 38.5, which for a wicketkeeper is proper all-rounder territory. Here is Cole bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who turns the first delivery of a new over into the leg side. Finan Fields.
Our mutual friend Dave Griffin has come up with a lovely stat.
Oh,
I mean, he comes up with any number a day, but this one appealed to me in particular because it is a sort of a Northamptonshire-themed one. Rob Keogh, we mentioned earlier, making his second 100 against Derbyshire, and the second 100 here. He's the 6th Northamptonshire player to score 2 first-class tons at Derby.
Wow.
After Rob Bailey, Mike Hussey, Wayne Larkins, Colin Milburn and Jack Timms. Exalted company.
Here is Cole bowling to Rees, who defends that one into the onside. You'll be able to educate me, I know, because was he not one of your favourites, Timms?
Jack Timms. Jack Timms, he was from the south of the county, from Silverstone. Handy all-round cricketer. He was around. He had a very long career. Played for Northamptonshire. His first game was 1925 as an amateur, and then turned professional. He was a Wellingborough boy and Wellingborough schoolboy, and was still playing. In fact, he finished in 1949. Got to the level of playing in a test trial once in the 30s, but never actually played for England.
Call in to Rees, who defends it straight back towards the bowler.
But not to be confused with Wilfred Timms, unrelated, and he's a distant relative of mine who captained Northamptonshire at the age of 18 back in 1921.
Good grief. Mind you, he'd probably finished school 6 years earlier, hadn't he, back in those
Well, no,
days,
he made his second first-class match. He made 154 not out against Essex to save the match. He was still at, well, what is now Northampton School for Boys, then Northampton Grammar School, and he was chaired off the field by his schoolmates, and they had to be given a half day off.
Wow. Cole. In a bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out defensively on the offside. Patterson White does the fielding. Now, I don't want to say the name too many times on the radio, but the chap whose record for the 6th wicket is it that's still
Fanny
intact?
Walden.
That's him. Griff, I mentioned him to Griff when I walked through there a few moments ago. And he used the words money for old rope. Look at his figures.
They're not very good.
No.
I don't think he quite averaged 20.
No, he averaged in the certainly late teens, early 20s with the bat, and in the late 30s, early 40s with the ball, but still managed to play 260 odd games for the county.
Brilliant fielder.
That's a remarkable record. Caught around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who leaves that one alone to go through to Vasconcelos.
A brilliant fielder in the covers at a time, I think, in the game in those days when
Yes, fielding wasn't really.
fielding was, anybody was a very good fielder, sort of slightly eccentric.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's almost as though you'd planned this, Fletch, because when Jack Timms sort of emerged into the county side, he was described as a not unworthy successor to Walden in the covers, because he was a very good fielder as well. Played in a test trial, I think 32, something like that. But was still around. He was senior pro, obviously, after the war, and finished in 1949.
Just those bare numbers were remarkable. 44 for 1. Call bowls to Rees, who clips this nicely out towards mid-wicket. It's Finan who's chasing, but he won't get there as the ball goes over the rope in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. First mention of that for this match. And Derbyshire moved to 48 for 1. I don't even know if it's called that, but I've always called it that since I started here. It's
must be an absolute gift. There's so many lines you can weave around that one.
Yes.
Fanny, so go on.
No, it's just that it's the only covered seating in the entire ground.
Well, for those that are wondering about why Fanny Walden was Fanny Walden, the story from my researches suggests
I've got
that
my fingers crossed here.
It was after the lady, because I think I mentioned earlier, he was born in Winstanley Road in Wellingborough.
Yeah.
And the lady who kept the local sweet shop was called Fanny. So that's why he was Fanny Walden, apparently. Frederick Ingram was his real names. And I say he was an absolute top-class footballer, playing for Spurs.
Yes.
I think he played for a couple of games for England, but he was an absolute fixture in the county side for many, many years, as you say, with fairly modest career figures. It is going to be Luke Proctor. I thought it wouldn't be too much longer before he gave himself a little roll, and he's running in away from us and bowls to Guest. Plays it up to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run as Fletch goes to update BBC Radio Bristol. Proctor figures for this season fairly average, fairly modest really. Bowling stats, just 5 wickets, but as I say, I think generally he's bowled better than that might suggest. Here's Proctor in again, and onto the back foot goes Guest, plays it out square of the wicket on the offside, fielded by Siddharth Kaul, and there at backward point, and there's no run. Down to 3 slips now for Proctor. Backward point, Justin Broad, who I suspect that the footage of that catch will be seen an awful lot of times around the cricketing world in the next few hours. He's in there at extra cover now. Sanderson at mid-off, Keogh at mid-on, and Bartlett at mid-wicket as Proctor is in, bowls to Guest again on the back foot, plays it up to Sanderson and mid-off, and there's no run. The sunshine gradually returning. Quite cloudy for a good while after lunch, but a bit more blue sky in evidence. Clouds are a bit higher and a bit lighter. And a very, very pleasant afternoon. Those that are in the ground, thoroughly enjoying this. Here's Proctor in, bowls, and again, Guest is very solidly in behind that. Plays it back down the pitch. Lewis Rees obligingly picks up the ball and tosses it on to Luke Proctor. I'm sure to the chagrin of a few old coaches, certainly 1 or 2 that coached me, who would always advise against ever picking up the ball if you were batting. Here's Proctor, bustling in again, and bowls to Guest, who's on the back foot defensively out into the offside, fielded by Justin Broad. Essex have lost another wicket against Warwickshire at Chelmsford, 59 for 3, with Tom Wesley having gone now. And Warwickshire taking a bit of a grip on that game. Durham 162 for 5 against Lancashire at Blackpool, and Ben Stokes has fallen to Nathan Lyon for just 2 of 16 balls. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Guest, who plays it up to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and that's the end of another over. 48 for 1, 17 to Guest, 19 to Rees. So I suppose people are going to be thinking, oh, well, it's revenge for Nathan Lyon for what happened in that never-to-be-forgotten Ashes test at Headingley. Well, think probably Stokes would settle for the match-winning 100. One of the greatest Test innings ever played for England in that Test at Headingley, but Lyons got him out today. Durham 162 for 5. David Beddingham, he's having a good year. He made his Test debut for South Africa a few months ago. 75 not out. Lyons now picked up 3 of those 5 wickets. So it is going to be Siddharth Kaul to resume from the far end.
Bowling to Lewis Rees, who turns the first delivery of the new over. The 4th bowled by Kaul into the leg side. And there's no run. Played a Christmas jingle in the first hour of the programme today by accident. I don't know where he's got it from.
My goodness, it's by accident.
Jack Timon, yeah. He's about to wield the axe, and somebody in the production team behind the glass, apparently.
I should think so.
P45s are in the post.
I was just saying, you were obviously updating Radio Derby, but Ben Stokes has perished for 2 to Nathan Lyon up at Blackpool.
I've lost in the sweepstake, then I had him down for 6 in the media centre at the far end of the hallway. We're having a little sweepstake. It's just good to see him playing cricket. 48 for 1. Kaul is in and bowls to Reed, so again turns this into the leg side. And once again, it's Finan who does the fielding and immediately starts polishing the ball furiously on the back of his left leg.
I suspect the story might be today the fact that the England players have not had a very good day. Zach Crawley out first ball for Kent.
It's the County Championship's fault, Andrew.
Absolutely.
We all know it.
It's all the Championship's fault.
We all know it. We're to blame.
Ollie Pope out for 1. See, it's too easy for the England players.
I'm just thinking about how tough this competition is that England internationals can score no runs in it. Although Brooks did get a few against Derbyshire. This one's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees.
Conversation down on the boundary there with Ben Sanderson and John Sadler, head coach, having a chat.
Sad's one of those people who will be instantly recognisable for Mel Farrell with his hair cut.
What was the description this morning? Follically challenged.
Follically challenged. Dear oh dear. I've no idea what you're talking about. 48 for 1 is top man, John. As Kaul is on his way in again, halfway through his 4th over. 10 runs conceded so far. That one's wide of the off stump and going wider after it pitches. Nice take by Vasconcelos in front of Karen Nair at first slip. He was almost in front of Emilio Day at second slip. In actual fact, by the time he finished, big smile on his face. I do like to see, because when I do football, you rarely see it. But when you watch the cricket, there's always a lot of smiles out on a cricket field. I mean, sometimes when things are particularly tough and it's tough going, the smiles disappear. But generally, you've got to enjoy fielding because you do an awful lot of it. It's slightly different for Vasconcelos, who pretty much knows that he'll be standing where he's standing now for most of the innings. This call is in, and that one is driven slightly unconvincingly backward of square by Lewis Rees. And he picks up another single. Fielded there in the distance by Justin Broad, who finds himself along much further from the bat than he has been. Rees moves to 20. Guest has 17, 49 for 1. The first half century, I always make a note of these things, it came up in 17 overs for Northamptonshire. Derbyshire are in the 14th over now, and they're 49 for 1, which tells you that they're going along nicely. But even nicer if they hadn't have lost the wicket of David Lloyd. But they have the, after Wayne Madsen next, the big hitters of Matt Lamb and Aaron Donald and Ross Whiteley, who will, I'm sure, try to move the game on as quickly as possible. Not that it really needs moving on at the moment. This call is in and bowls to Guest, who drives it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Sanderson, who keeps the ball. Although he won't be bowling, of course, because Luke Proctor is. 49 for 1 at the end of the over, 17 to Guest, 20 to Rees.
One thing I wouldn't mind 50p on the sweepstake is that I think Northamptonshire will introduce spin rather earlier than Derbyshire did. Yes, I think we might see
them a full day, Derby.
Yes, that's right.
I'd be surprised.
We might see a little bit of Patterson White and or Rob Keogh at some point, as I say. I'm interested to see how much Rob Keogh bowls if he's required to. Say particularly bearing in mind that he's just coming back after a period of back trouble that's required treatment and injections and all sorts. Ben Sanderson, I think, might have been continuing his chat with John Sadler and is now back in the ring. As Proctor comes in and bowls, and just steered down to backward point by Lewis Rees. A good bit of fielding there, cuts off any chance of a single, stays at 49 for 1. 15th over, this is a rather slightly steamy afternoon here in Derby.
I didn't realise that Rob Keogh was quite as tall as he is.
Yes, no,
he is very tall. You'd have thought he's ideal for the current, all the metrics for the England spin bowler, isn't he? When he's as tall as he is, that seems to be the way they pick them these days.
Here's Proctor in, bowls appeal for LBW, not out, and I wonder if that pitched outside leg stump.
You'd expect so,
You would, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Also, I suspect it may have been a little high, from which... the reason I'm saying that is that he's in a spot of bother, Lewis Rees, and you may need a glass of water.
Yeah.
Glass of water for Mr. Rees, because he's down on his haunches at the moment, and I think that may just have hit him in the place that hurts the most.
He doesn't look like he's going to get up anytime soon, either, does he? So I'm just going to keep an eye on this replay, which I'm watching now. Oh, yeah.
Pitched outside and hit him in the...
Pitched inside. Yeah.
Well, he's back on his feet. He's breathing heavily. Luke Proctor's just having a chat with Ben Sanderson and Rob Keogh, two of his senior players. Well, indeed he is. They are the senior players in this side. Vice captain is Lewis McManus, but he's not playing. Wonder who technically is vice captain at the moment if Proctor had to go off for any reason. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Lewis Rees, who forward, pushing it out towards mid-wicket, Justin Broad coming into field, and there's no run. We're talking about Fanny Walden, and he...
I don't think you can talk too much about it.
Well, no, absolutely. He was off the field when Percy Fender, when he made his famous 35-minute century at Northampton in 1920, put up what by all accounts was a fairly easy catch early on. Walden was off the field, and whoever was substitute dropped it. And Fender went on to get 100 in 35 minutes. Here's Proctor, in outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees. After his umpiring career, he did umpire test matches in the 1930s, including the Hutton match at the Oval. He came back to Northampton and was working behind the bar at the Peacock Hotel on the Market Square in Northampton when he collapsed and died in 1949. He wasn't that old, just before the first match in which Freddie Brown led Northamptonshire to victory, which was sort of the start of the resurgence of Northamptonshire cricket after some grim years before and after the Second World War. Here's Proctor. In again, bowls to Rees, turns it out to Broad again at mid-wicket, and there's no run, but a hugely popular sporting figure for many years. Fanny Walden, who's genuine local hero, really, in the days when that counted for something.
Well, yes, quite. Derbyshire had a few grim years since the Second World War. They'll come out of them soon, though.
Good line. Good line, Fletch.
I'm slightly rocked by an email from Nick Buxton that I'll read out after this delivery.
That's a cracker. That's the short ball outside the off stump, cut away by Lewis Rees to backward point. End of another Luke Proctor over. He's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. And Derbyshire 49 for 1. Guest is 17. Rees is 20.
It's a question from Nick Buxton. He was a regular contributor, and always good to hear from you, Nick. At what point do you drop a captain for lack of runs? Well, I don't think there's any question that David Lloyd's position in the side is under threat. He's fourth in the bowling averages, for goodness sake. I don't think that's a particularly fair question. He has scored 191 runs this season at 23, 24. He'd like more, clearly. But I don't even think he should be opening personally. But he's doing it because he He does things for the team. Call from the City end bowling to Guest, who drives very pleasantly out towards the wide, long off, straight extra cover boundary for 4. That's beautiful from Brooke Guest. Absolutely beautiful. It was 4 from the moment it left the bat. Once it had got past the fielder, who I thought might have stopped it. But it was a beautiful shot.
That was gorgeous, wasn't it? It really was timed absolutely to perfection. Went out towards the
And the Derbyshire 50's up.
out towards the boundary bar.
Not far from the East Midlands demolitions. 50 up in the first ball of the 16th over. So a little bit quicker than Northamptonshire's, but of course they hadn't lost a wicket. After that 99 run first wicket stand, 53 for 1. Call is in again. Bowls to Guest, who defends this one up to a very straight mid-on. Proctor picks up. So in short, Nick, I don't think at any point, anytime soon, we won't see David Lloyd in the Derbyshire side. First class, certainly he won't be the captain, of course, for white ball cricket, although I'm not sure whether Samit will be around in this country, that is, for the 50-over competition, Samit Patel, but he will be here for the T20 and leading Derbyshire to a glorious competition victory. This call is in, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest. Straight back to the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow-through. That's certainly the hope.
That Fender match, I've just got some details and some research I did on this for a while. You talk about Bazball, 414 runs in a session.
In a session?
Yep. Surrey went from 160 for 4 at lunch to 574 for 5 at tea.
Strong position, that.
Absolutely.
I assume they won.
They did, yes.
Here comes Cole in a bowls to Guest, who defends back towards the bowler. He decides not to field it.
Although there were actually a lot of runs scored in the match, and Northamptonshire, despite the fact they were having one of their usual grim seasons in that period, actually put up one of their better fights. 1,475 runs scored over 3 days at 4 and over. That's entertainment.
Nothing's new in the world, is it? Nothing's new in the world.
No. And it was indeed, he was dropped early on by Ned Freeman, a Cobblers footballer who was on subbing for Fanny Walden.
Ned, get your boots. Call balls to Guest, who turns that into the leg side, but there is no run on account of the fact that George Bartlett is there to do the fielding.
And the other great thing about the Fender 100 is that it doesn't add up.
Oh, really?
The only scorebook that survives is Northamptonshire's. Surrey's was destroyed in the war. Dick Streeton, who you may remember, wrote cricket for the Times for many years and wrote a biography of Fender and reconstructed it the best he could from the scorebook. And the scorebook doesn't add up. But if you're scoring 414 in a session, it's not hugely surprising, I suppose.
Only have scored 413. Who knows? Cole bowls to Guest, who clips this nicely, full-length delivery out towards the square leg boundary, where Sanderson does the fielding and keeps them down to a single. Reese goes to the non-striker's end, as it turns out to be, because that was the final ball of the over. He's on 20. Guest has moved up to 22. And Derbyshire 54 for 1. 8 overs until tea.
I was just wondering,
we won't be far away, will we?
No, we won't actually.
Won't be far away. Without. Well, with the spin this morning, I suppose that Derbyshire racing through overs will have helped.
Well, Derbyshire turned -3 into +3, didn't they, in
very
their over 8, which was very well.
Strengthens my argument for getting those +3 added on to your. If you get to +20 or 30, it could be useful.
Here's Proctor starting another over from this racecourse end and pushed up towards extra cover by the right-handed Brooke Guest. Yeah, but that day I was wondering how our chum in the press box, Nigel Gardner, who's reported Derbyshire cricket for many, many years, does the close of play report that you I'm sure will read in many places, how he would have managed on that day when there was 666 runs in the day, including Fender's 35-minute 100. Yes. Need more than 400 words for that, I suspect. Here's Proctor in short. And well taken by Ricardo Vasconcelos. It was a short bounce. It was quite a quick bouncer from Proctor, who, as we said about Anuj Dal yesterday, is a little bit sharper than he looks sometimes. And Guest had a sort of perfunctory-looking hook shot at it. It sailed over the top edge. And Vasconcelos, as we say, is not the tallest. Leapt up, took it really well.
It was a good take, but that was a sharp delivery.
As I say, he's bowling confidence. He struggled a bit last year, but he just seems to be back in rhythm with the ball this year. His Proctor in bowls, pushed out into the covers by Brooke Guest, and he's going to get a single because Justin Broad out there in the covers has to slightly run round it. And so they're through for an easy single. I think it's about time I made myself scarce, I think, shortly. This time we had a bit of Mel of an afternoon.
All their stories.
Winning anecdotes of the wrong railway station. Of course, it would have been even worse years ago when Northampton had 3 railway stations. That could have been seriously confusing. Here's Proctor in again and bowls to Rees. Plays it out into the mid-wicket region where Broad again fields and there's no run because there's Castle Station, which is the one that's still in use, but they also had Bridge Street Station and going way back, St John's Street, which closed just before the war.
There's a building away to our right that clearly used to be a railway station, and it was a station that was used by the race meeting goers.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it would have been nice and handy for them to get to the racecourse here.
How civilised. Proctor running in away from us, bowls to Rees, and that again just shapes back in nicely towards the left-hander's off stump. He plays it away in the onside once again, picking out Justin Broad, who applauds his captain. He's had a good day, Justin Broad, with bat and in the field. I wonder if on the basis that he's having such a good day, he might give him a little bowl. Bowls fairly gentle medium pace. Often did get a little bit of a go in T20 last year, which was his first experience of first team cricket for Northamptonshire, and bowled nicely in a couple of the T20 games.
The match he's having.
Well, absolutely. That's hitting Lewis Rees on the pad as he was looking to play it again out in the general direction of Justin Broad at mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. And that's the end of the over. 55 for 1, 23 to Guest, 20 to Lewis Rees. We have 7 overs to go until tea. And Mel will join Dave Fletcher.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, these two will want to be there at tea as well, if at all possible. A couple of scares, the odd ball beating the bat, a couple of leg before shouts as well, turned down. Only wicket to fall, that of David Lloyd, to the stunning fourth slip catch by Justin Broad. And I do urge you to go and have a look on social media or scroll back on the Derbyshire stream, because it was simply magnificent. You will not see a better catch this season. We can all go home. 55 Mel, how are you? Too hot in here, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, we are not here again.
We certainly are. Siddharth Kaul from the City, and a short delivery, just bails out at the last moment there. Brooke Guest, who thought about going for the hook shot, but there are 2 men out on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's definitely. I'm not complaining about the heat. Let's put it that way. You're in your shorts.
I know, and it's still too hot. Still too hot.
I'm not quite there, but
I'll have to wear an older, slightly thinner T-shirt tomorrow. If I can find a really old one that's coming towards the end of its useful life.
they're my favourite. Always my favourite.
If I can find T-shirts to fit, I'm usually quite pleased. There is Cole again running towards us. There's a man in it close at mid-wicket. That one is driven straight by Brooke Guest, but Proctor gets around from mid-on to do the fielding.
I haven't even taken my jacket off yet.
I know,
today.
I know. I've no idea how you're doing it, really.
Well, it's because I
From a
it's
warm
kind of-
country.
well also because I suffered so much those first few weeks when I
Oh.
came over in March, where I was
Grim,
sitting
wasn't it?
on my couch because I've not really got very good heating, wrapped up in a blanket, wearing a beanie hat inside. I was so miserable.
Marvellous. His Cole bowls. Oh, and that one is defended. He just gave the impression of it keeping slightly low. I'm not sure that it did. Ball goes up to Proctor once again. It's all unravelling rather quickly for Black Rod, I'm afraid.
Is that against Great something?
Little Lever.
Little Lever.
Yeah, Little
Not
Lever.
Great Lever.
All out for 64. Little Lever 40 for 2 in 8 overs. New bowlers, please.
I mean, there are some ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous by ridiculous, I mean wonderful names here. I think my favourite trio of villages, I think it's somewhere down south called Upper Wallop, Middle Wallop, and Lower Wallop.
Oh, yeah, the Wallops. His Cole bowls to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
But the one that I've always wondered, I should look into it more. I've always wondered why Great Fryupdale is called Great Fryupdale, and is it just
Fry-up.
yeah, Great
like
Fryup? Is it just because you can get a good breakfast
Yeah.
there? I don't know.
I'm surprised I've never been.
It's on my list of I've done a lot of things here and been to a lot of places, but no, I've not been to Great Fryupdale, and I just want to go there and have breakfast to see if it really lives up to its moniker.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Blimey.
Yeah.
Justin Broad appears to be warming up to bowl. Call in bowls a short delivery. It's pulled into the leg side in front of square by Brooke Guest. There's a chase around the boundary by George Bartlett, who does brilliantly to keep it inside the boundary rope and keep them down to just 2. It's an excellent piece of fielding by Bartlett out there in the far distance. Guest moves on to 25, 57 for 1.
Yeah, nice controlled pull. He didn't. If he'd gone for it further, it might have actually ended up in the hands of a fielder sweeping out there, but it was controlled in front of square legs, so perhaps not as quick as we might have wanted to see, or Cole might have wanted to see. But it was well fielded.
Got to come around the wicket. To Brooke Guest, and bowls to him. That turns that one into the leg side as well. This one's straight to Bartlett on this occasion. And he picks up a single, moves on to 26, 58 for 1 at the end of the over. Lewis Rees has 20. He pinches the strike again. And I think we're going to see Justin Broad, you know. Is he going to remove his cap? No, he's not. Oh, no.
Teasing.
Yeah, he looked like he was warming up ready for a bowl there, which Andrew suggested he might. And after the game that he's had so far, with that stunning catch and a career best 75, why not throw him the ball for a couple of overs? John Sattler, the Northamptonshire coach, former Derbyshire batting coach, is in the box next door with Greg Smith. Sure enjoying what he's watching at the moment. Two sides, of course, who haven't won a game so far in the first 5 matches of the county championship. Northamptonshire leading by 364, in a decent position here.
They are in a decent position, but this has been a good partnership. It's growing as Proctor is in, bustling over the wicket, and that has just guided nicely down towards the deep third boundary. It's not going to go all the way. The chase is successful. But they pick up the runs, and Guest moves to 28, 60 for 1. So 3 runs coming there. Did they take the third?
Great question.
It's a good question, isn't
Yeah,
it?
if I'd have been watching, I could probably tell you.
Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. It's really what I should be doing. There's just a little bit of a discussion going on here.
Yeah, they only got 1.
I only got 1.
Unless that's the previous over.
That must
It is
be
the previous over.
That seemed to go an awful long way for 1 run. Here's Proctor. And again, just left alone, arcing the bat over the ball. So hustles through to Vasconcelos. But and the reason I know about these little places is, particularly when I first came over here out of university, I did like to explore. I have told you that I really wanted to come to Derbyshire. Proctor turns, runs in, bowls, and that's just driven firmly, but no further than point.
Which brings us on to your adventure.
Well, so what I used to do when I came over, I got some work with Sky Sports and in production. I used to do, of all things, some boxing outside broadcasts, just there as a part of the production team. And so I, did a boxing in Sunderland. And what I would do is I would then take a couple of days afterwards, and that's the first time I went to Durham, for example, and we did one at Sheffield, a boxing thing, and I had a couple of days afterwards. It's Proctor. He's in, full of ball, driven nicely, but only as far as mid-off, no run. So I had a couple of days, and I thought, all I know is I mentioned that I read Pride and Prejudice 9 times in my final year of school, and all of Jane Austen's
You
books.
read it 9 times, and you've now mentioned it 9 times, but yes, go on.
Oh, that's one I do tend to refer myself. And that, the phrase when Elizabeth Bennet says, "What are men to rocks and mountains?" and she goes off to the Peak District. So I thought, I'm doing that. In comes Proctor, again, just driven to wide mid-off, no run. So I thought, I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. So I just walked to the bus station with absolutely no idea, nothing booked, nothing at all. I just went to the bus station. And as I walked in, I saw a little, like it's a news agent, and walked in, and there was a little booklet that said pub walks in the Peak District. So I thought, oh, yeah, okay, a couple of quid, bought that. As Proctor starts his run up, he's in again over the wicket, and again, Guest just arcing his bat over that one. It's the end of the over. 60 for 1 with Guest on 28 and Rees on 20. So I got this little book, and I just leafed through it and saw a walk that sounded really nice. So I went, yeah, okay, I'm going to go to that village. Didn't know how to get there, went and asked someone, and I had to get a bus to Bakewell first.
All right.
So I got a bus to Bakewell, had a Bakewell tart.
Of course.
While I was there, and then found another bus to this village. Just no idea still where I'm going, where I'm staying, what I'm doing. And so I just walked into a pub, because that's what every sensible person does. I just walked into a pub, ordered a pint, got chatting to the owner, and said that I'd just shown up here, didn't really know what I was doing, but I wanted to do a walk. Anyway, then part of the reason I'm telling this is people in this county are extremely friendly.
Yes.
Anyway, he made it a mission. He rang around every B&B in the village to find me one.
Justin Broad is coming on to bowl from the city end. Bowls way down the leg side. That'll be 4 byes to start with. His day's just taken a turn for the worse.
Yeah.
Ricardo Vasconcelos diving away to his right, couldn't stop it as it arced away, and 4 more to the total, 60 for 1.
So he gave me a bit of a review of each one as well, and finally we settled on one that was in a 16th century farmhouse somewhere. And by this stage, it was probably about a 15, 20-minute walk from the pub, but the weather was just starting to sprinkle a little bit. So he then got someone, I think it was just one of the patrons, to look after the bar, because he insisted on driving me there. He wasn't going to have me walking. So bless him, he took me then to this place. Obviously, he knew the people. So I stayed in this absolutely stunning 16th century farmhouse.
Broad in again. That's hits the pad of Lewis Rees. It's running away down to the boundary below. So 4 leg byes this time. There was an appeal, but it would have pitched outside leg by some considerable distance, I would have thought. 4 more to the total, 64 for 1. This is not the start to the over that Justin Broad was hoping for.
No, he won't be too happy with the extras next to his name. But so it was absolutely wonderful. I did do this walk, and it was so also random. So I just followed the walk that was in this booklet that I'd picked up in Sheffield. And I didn't have any water with me, which is a bit silly, because it was a warm day for this country.
Well, like today. Broad is in. This one's outside the off stump and left alone by Rees. Go through to the keeper.
I was so thirsty, and I happened across a farm, as you do, going over stiles. Stiles were the things that excited me, because I remembered when I was little, my brothers and sister had the famous 5 books, and they were always climbing over stiles.
Yeah.
I was fascinated. So I would get very excited any time I found a stile. It doesn't take much.
68 for 1, Broad bowls. And Lewis Rees has to play at one with his bat, and he does so, and he pushes it out to the offside.
So I came across after going through some lanes and through fields, over stiles, came across a farmer in his shed, and he had his cows there, had been milking them. I was so thirsty. He looked so shocked to see this random Australian. I said, "Can I buy a bottle of milk from you?"
As Broad is in and bowls to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
And he said, "Well, yes, but I need the bottle." So I had to then drink the entire bottle of milk and give him the bottle back. And then I walked off, and after another couple of hours of rambling, I felt so ill because it was so hot.
Yeah.
And I drank this massive bottle of milk straight
You can
up.
do that to your milk.
But it was it's a very random adventure.
Broad bowls. This one's turned into the leg side by Rees. They're going to get one here. They might get two, actually. No, they're going to settle for one, surely. Yes, they are. Quite wisely, I think.
But that's the sort of thing I like to do. Just take off somewhere. Don't know where you're going, where you're going to end up. And this is kind of how I end up thinking, well, just get an Uber to Northampton train station,
Yes.
just for the heck of it.
Look where it gets you. 21 to Rees, who's pinched the strike. 28 to Guest. That was the final ball of the over. 69 for one. And more down your way with Mel Farrell.
I don't know. This is how you...
It's a very popular Radio 4 programme.
Is it?
Down your way.
Down your... Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Where they go and visit villages and towns that don't often get into the limelight, really. Claire Balding, I think, now does it, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you don't have to go far. It is Luke Proctor continuing. He's angling across Rees, who just fences that one in towards cover point. Run.
The Black Rod game's taken a turn
Oh, has it?
with a triple wicket over. Oh, my word, it's taken a massive turn. They appear to be 44 for 7, chasing 65 to win, Little Libra, on what is clearly a tricky pitch.
Oh.
Matthew Reedy, the opening bowler, 5 for 20. Well bowled, Matt.
In comes Proctor, and that has squirted off the outside edge, but out of the reach of third slip. It travelled at lightning pace, and that is 4 runs to Rees, who moves on to 25, 73 for 4. His partnership now 59, probably starting to get a little bit irritating for the Northants bowlers.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, what they need is a fourth slip who can catch. Where is Justin Brodie? Well, he's fielding at extra cover because there are only 3 slips now. Did Matthew Reedy a disservice. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 20.
Wow.
Which is decent enough, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Proctor in again. Bowls and thuds. It was a bit of a woody thud. It looked like he might have even got him outside the line of leg stump. A bit of an angle here, so it's a little bit hard to see.
Yeah, no appeal from Proctor himself, was there at all? Didn't even raise his arms. Slipcord were very interested, but... Yeah, so Fletcher Jr.'s 12 runs might be useful. Still need another 21 to win.
Proctor bowls, it squirts off the outside edge of the bat, but backward point moving around to cut off any runs.
The unusual sound of an aircraft. We're not normally in a flight path here. People can see the planes taking off and landing at East Midlands Airport, but we're not usually in the flight path.
Is East Midlands Airport near here? I've been there once.
It's due south, really.
Yeah, that was another adventure. I just thought, I'll go and check out East Midlands Airport. That sounds like fun.
Because you really wanted to go to Birmingham International.
In comes Proctor. And that one's just one hand, one bounce almost. Well, it did take 2 hands running into the gully area. So no run there for Rees.
What's really upsetting about these stories is that you've seen more of this country than I have. And I've been here for 61 years.
Well, it's just if I'm going to come all the way over, you're going to come all the way over here from Australia.
You might as well have a look, mightn't you?
Exactly. In comes Proctor, bowls. It's just defended back towards the bowler by Rees. And that's the end of the over. So 73 for one. Guest now on 28 and Reese on 25. A partnership of 69 is just building nicely.
Certainly is. Yeah, these two have done well, haven't they? We've got 3 overs until tea. So we're not too far away. Be about 5-2, which is a poor time for those of us who only get 20 minutes off.
Why is it a poor time?
Because I have to do an update midway through the tea interval, which is a bit of a pain. But I don't mind doing it for Jack Timon, who does our Saturday show in the summer, in the afternoons.
You're a good man,
Well,
they tell me. I'm yet to see any
yes,
evidence
quite.
myself.
Yeah, I'll keep it well hidden, don't worry. Justin Broad to continue from the city end, bowling to Brooke Guest with 2 slips and a gully. Bowls one short of a length. The Guest pushes out into the offside, where it's fielded by Siddharth Kaul. An extra cover. And 2 slips and a gully. A man at point who's quite deep at point. Michael Fine at Kaul at cover, extra cover. And then Rob Keogh at mid-off, Luke Proctor at mid-on. George Bartlett in at mid-wicket as this one is pulled. Very straight pull, and it's gone past Luke Proctor and all the way to the long on boundary for 4. Onto it quite quickly there, Brooke Guest, who moves on to 32 from the 55 deliveries he's faced. 77 for 1. Derbyshire trailing by 345.
Again, nice and controlled with the pull shot. And usually, if it's that straight, far forward of square leg, you know that there's not as much pace on it, and they're onto it quickly.
Broad. In again, that one's left alone outside the off stump. And again, it's not taken cleanly by Vasconcelos, only because he had to dive a long way to try and grab it. And they're going to go through for a bye. Yet another bye. That's 5 byes off Broad, plus 4 leg byes, and they don't go on to his bowling figures. So he's bowled 1.5 overs for 5 runs, but really he's conceded another 9 on top of that. So he's been a little expensive overall. The 8th little lever wicket goes down. Dear, oh dear. Never been a game of cricket, but they will get off the field in time for Bolton's playoff final. 78 for 1. Broad bowls and Reese drives. Straight up to Rob Keogh. A very tall figure of Rob Keogh, who's got a bandage on what looks to be his index finger on his left hand, I think.
There's one. I've never been to Bolton.
Really? Oh, that's beautiful. It's not.
I've been to lots of places
Near Bolton,
in the north.
like Blackpool. Here comes Broad. Fullish delivery. Oh, dear. There's 5 wides this time, not byes, wides. So that's good for Vasconcelos, because that won't count against him. He's spraying it around a bit here, is Broad. That's not good for him, not good for Northamptonshire, but very good for Derbyshire, who move up to 83 for 1 now. That was a shocker.
Yeah, that was probably even worse than the opening delivery of his spell.
I blame the coach. If only he could hear me through that glass. John Sadler.
He says he's sitting about a metre from
He
him.
is. This one is hitting the pads of Lewis Reese. I'm not entirely sure what they were appealing for leg before wicket, but I've no idea why. Because it wouldn't even have hit leg stump, I don't think, from our vantage point.
His radar is just a bit skew-iff at the moment. Needs to work out how to calibrate
He's
it.
just proving that he's human after all, after that superhuman catch. Final ball of his over, probably. And that is defended by Lewis Reese. Straight back to him. So 4, 5 wides, leg by, bit of a licorice, all sorts of an over. 83 for 1 with 2 overs to go until tea. Guest has 32, Reese has 25, and the important thing in these final 2 overs is that these two are still there when we begin the last 32 overs after tea.
Absolutely. From Derbyshire's perspective, losing the early wicket of Lloyd to that brilliant catch by Justin Broad off Ben Sanderson. So since then, it's been quite a steady period of growth for them. And if they can go in With just one down, I'll feel pretty good about this start. It's Proctor running in bowls. That's prodded out to backward point by Guest. No run.
Patterson White warming up. Yeah, it is. A third slip. Might get an over from him before the tea interval. Always good to have an over of spin before an interval.
Ah, the old.
Got to have one.
Yes. Left armour as well. Proctor in. Right arm over. Just defended out to mid-off. No run. Yeah, I think they all feel reasonably happy in the end for having lost one wicket. But the rebuild from that has been just steady. They started off at a rapid rate. First 3 scoring shots were all boundaries. It's slowed down somewhat now. Those extras are doing something. Here's Proctor. Squirts off the inside edge, but only as far as short mid-wicket. So Guest just goes and practices that shot a couple of times again. So it was nowhere near where he was aiming the ball, which is probably somewhere down the ground. Proctor turns again. There's a lot of warming up.
Well, I was just going to say, if we don't see him bowling over before tea, he'll be very disappointed now, won't he? He's clearly had the word.
He's there at the third slip. 3 slips in for Guest as Proctor runs in and bowls. Just drags his length back a little bit, but it's firmly defended by Guest. Lots of encouragement and clapping going on out there.
It's his 2 middle fingers, actually, Rob Keogh, on his left hand that are strapped up. Plenty of strapping on there as well.
Was Wayne Madsen bowling? Who was bowling with a broken finger? Is it? No, Madsen had the cut.
Madsen's got the cut. Lloyd has
a broken finger.
But I think it's his left hand. I'm not sure. I'd need to double check that.
Here's Proctor. This is just fenced down to backward point by Guest.
It's either his left or his right, anyway.
One of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure which.
Not the middle hand.
No.
It's left, right, middle, off stump, middle stump, leg stump.
Yes, he doesn't have a bandage on his hand though, David Lloyd, which is generally a clue, isn't it? Started the season in the slips and now finds himself when Derbyshire are fielding at mid-on or mid-off.
And Proctor starts his run up, he's in, bowls, and big forward stride and defended to short mid-wicket by Rees. I liked that. There was a bit of a shout, but nothing really in there. It's the end of the over from Proctor, 83 for 1. Guest on 32, Rees on 25.
I'm not suggesting that it should leave us at any point, but at the end of this over, when we go to tea, if you do tune into Jack Tyman's show, he's playing some belting music. We've got the Communards on at the moment.
Oh.
Top song, which takes me all the way back to my university days.
What's the song?
Is it called Cry Boy Cry? I'm not sure, but it's a great song. We are going to see Liam Patterson White, Mr. P. White, 6th bowler used by Northamptonshire. I'm not sure whether we'll see Justin Broad again, quite frankly, but he has proved, as I said earlier, that he is human. After a career best 75 and the best catch of the season, period. You will not see a better catch this season. You might as well stop looking now. Here he is then. Patterson White bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees. That one's outside the off stump. They're appealing for a leg before playing no shot. It hit the pad about a yard outside off stump. Now, if that was going to turn that much, that would have been remarkable, wouldn't it? What on earth was Vasconcelos thinking of there? Come on. Let's be sensible, lads. I don't mind the odd appeal for a close one, but Patterson White again bowls. This one's on target. It's swept out towards the square leg, slightly backward square leg boundary. It will be stopped out there. There's a slight fumble though from Michael Finan, so they get back for a second. 85 for 1. Rees moves on to 27. The partnership up to 71 now.
beautiful sweep shot that was. He
Yeah.
made that look really nice.
Fine and out on the mid-wicket boundary. He goes back this time. I'm not sure that's a good idea. And then pushes it out into the offside where Broad fields at straight mid-wicket. Just the one slip in place. Emilio Gay. The solitary slip now. That one's wide of the off stump and left alone by Rees. 2 balls till tea.
He stuck his pad out to that one as well. A long way across.
Next delivery from Patterson White now, then sweep shot. And he goes for the sweep shot and it hits him on the pad outside the line, potentially, from where we're sitting, I would suggest. Certainly the umpire, Mark Newell, wasn't particularly interested. On the final ball of the session, Patterson White bowls it to Rees, who goes back and defends it into the onside, and that will be tea. A very good session for Northamptonshire. Although they lost Sanderson and Cole, they eventually made 422. Derbyshire losing David Lloyd with a score on 14 to a stunning catch by Justin Broad off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. Brooke Guest 32, Lewis Rees 27. Partnership 71 has taken Derbyshire at tea to 85 for 1, which means they still trail by 337 runs. And we will return within 20 minutes.
resuming on 85 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire's 422 all out. Northamptonshire finally bowled out just after lunch, and Derbyshire then losing the wicket early on of David Lloyd, their captain, brilliantly caught at fourth slip by Justin Broad off the bowling of Ben Sanderson for 8. But since then, Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest have taken things on with an unbroken stand worth 71. For the second wicket, Guest is 32 not out, Rees on 27. The Northamptonshire fielders, led by their captain Luke Proctor, already out in the middle. Looks as though Ben Sanderson is going to begin proceedings in this session from this racecourse end, with the two batters heading out there as well. And Jay Fletcher will be with us a little bit later, but to start the commentary on this session, it will be myself, Andrew Radd, and very good afternoon again to Mel Farrell.
Yes, good afternoon. I've got a good feeling about this session.
You have?
We're going to have some good cricket.
Well, I think it's been an interesting contest so far. We've had certainly that moment of the Justin Broad catch, flinging himself full length at fourth slip and just hanging on an inch or two from the turf. It was an absolute perler. And Fletcher already reckons it's the catch of the season, even though it's only, May the 18th. But it's certainly going to be up there. The other interesting thing up from Northamptonshire's point of view is that they introduced a bit of spin just before tea, Liam Patterson-White, and just a little bit of encouragement for the spinner. And we saw a little bit of that from David Lloyd early on when he switched from seam mode to spin mode. The reason that I'm padding here is that one umpire is out, but the other umpire has had to scuttle back into the pavilion for some reason. So Neil Pratt is out there, but Mr. Newell is now out on the field, so we are ready to commence. Here's Sanderson running in away from us to bowl to the right-handed Brooke Guest with 3 slips in, and nice and solidly in behind that Guest, pushes it up past Sanderson to mid-off where Proctor fields, and there's no run. We're talking in tea interval about what's been happening elsewhere, big totals, and Gloucestershire, who've been thoroughly enjoying themselves for the last couple of days at Grace Road, have declared on 706 for 6.
Wow.
Against Leicestershire. Here's Sanderson. And again, bowls to Guest outside the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Vasconcelos, who, I have to say, although for an accomplished keeper who's done the job quite a bit over the course of his first-class career, both in South Africa and here, just never terribly looks as though he's enjoying it, keeping wicket. We've got the first double teapot of the afternoon from Vasconcelos, and this is only the second ball of the session. But anyway, 706 for 6. It was Gloucestershire with 3 individual centuries. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Guest down the leg side, and good take by Vasconcelos down the leg side, because I think it flicked off the pad on the way through. So a little bit of a deflection, but good bit of keeping. We saw Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth get 100 apiece yesterday, and Graham Van Buren followed to the milestone today, 103 off 93 balls, so 706 for 6. And Leicestershire have already lost a wicket in reply. They're 29 for 1. Marcus Harris has gone for 5. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Guest, who drives pleasantly for the first run of the session. Luke Proctor sticks down a left hand at mid-off. And sweetly timed drive by Brooke Guest, but they're through for the single. 86 for 1, and Guest goes to 33. Elsewhere in Division 2, they're off for rain at Cardiff. I think there's some fairly unpleasant weather down to the West Country at the moment, and into Wales. So Glamorgan 183 all out, Middlesex 281 for 4 in reply. Change in the field. Justin Broad coming across from the covers into a short mid-wicket position for the left-handed Lewis Rees. Still 3 slips in. Sanderson round the wicket, bowls to Rees, who runs it down between third slip and backward point. Finan is the fielder, and it's another run. So Lewis Rees is off and running after tea as well. 28 to him, 87 for 1. So yeah, Middlesex 281 for 4, already 98 runs ahead. Mark Stoneman made 129 there. And down at Hove, where the game is moving on. Sussex won 23 for 3 in their second innings against Yorkshire, so effectively they're 78 for 3. Lost 2 wickets early on, but Tom Alsop is 52 not out there. Here's Sanderson in to bowl to Guest, outside the off stump, left alone. That's the end of the first over of the evening session. 87 for 1 at the end of it. Guest is 33, Rees is 28. Quite humid at the moment, as clouds fairly high. I'd notice on the radar, Mel, at tea time, that there's a little bit of rain, not too far away actually. I think sort of Nottingham might be just on the edge of it, but hopefully, it will, as Fletch reckons, and he knows these things, it will skirt away to the south. So batten down the hatches.
I've actually finally removed my jacket for the first time because it is warm. I wouldn't say hot. I'm not Fletch.
Well, it took me a month to dispense with the fleece this season, so.
But I mean, I was pleasantly surprised to see that we've had actually lovely weather because it had not looked that way. It's Patterson White now. He's over the wicket, a full ball, swept firmly, but straight down to the fielder. Down, sweeping on that boundary.
Michael Finan down there, grazing in front of the scoreboard.
So just the single there, Rees, to 29, which is also the number on Guest's back. Nice bit of symmetry. In comes Patterson White. The next ball's just played out to the left of the bowler. He does his own fielding from that. So no run. I mean, it all started to happen when the spinners were introduced in the first innings. Full ball, and that's just carved out past the diving fielder at short cover. I'll get another single.
Well, it had the desired effect for Derbyshire and 2 counts, because they picked up a couple of wickets, but also it took their over rate from -3 to +3.
That's astonishing.
Yes.
It's absolutely astonishing.
Well, it's now Northamptonshire's turn to be down because they're at -2 at the moment.
Spinners are on now. Patterson White, again, he's giving it a fair bit of air, and it's a full ball, which is just blocked out by Rees. It's got a slip in for Rees. Emilio Gay there. Patterson White in once more around the wicket, and that's just watched very carefully into the gloves of Vasconcelos by Rees. Not tempted at all. At the other end, Guest is doing a fair bit of shadow batting, getting himself ready. Here's the next delivery from Patterson White, and it's just gently tapped into the covers by Rees. No run, 89 for 1. Did that over, and Guest on 34, Rees on 29. The partnership has moved on to 75. Very decent.
Rob Keogh is just starting to limber up at mid-on, so it may be that we'll see a little bit of his off-spin in the not too distant future. As I say, I suspect they'll try and use him reasonably sparingly because of his back issues, and especially having made 100 today. But they would want him, I'm sure, to have a little bowl. For now, it's Ben Sanderson running in with just 2 slips in now. Running away from us, and bowls to Guest, who's playing that off the back foot defensively out to extra cover, where Patterson White fields and there's no run. In Division 1, Essex struggling against Warwickshire at Chelmsford, 121 for 7, replying to Warwickshire's 397 all out. So still a long way to go to avoid the follow-on. Jordan Cox rather has made 47. Nobody else has got to 20. Durham 213 for 5 against Lancashire's 357 up at Blackpool. Defensively pushed out into the offside by Guest, again to Patterson White at extra cover. David Beddingham is 101 not out, but you suspect the only thing that a lot of the outlets will be interested in tonight is Ben Stokes out for 2 to Nathan Lyon.
That would have been fun to watch that battle recommence.
It would, yeah. Hampshire 193 for 5 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire all out for 235. Liam Dawson 59 not out. Keith Barker, that'll be fun, 50 not out with 2 6s and 6 4s as the next ball sees Brooke Guest go across his stumps, played up to mid-wicket, no run. So that one's nicely poised. Still raining down at Taunton. Somerset 5.54 all out. Kent 8 for 1. That was Zach Crawley out first ball. LBW to Craig Overton. And at the Oval, Surrey now 182 for 4 against Worcestershire. So they're leading by 267. And that's clipped away out towards mid-wicket by Brooke Guest. Very well fielded by Justin Broad. Cuts off any possibility of a single. Rory Burns made 70 there. Dan Lawrence is 36 not out. But Surrey building what you suspect may well prove a winning lead.
They didn't start very well, did they?
They didn't, but in the words of the song, it ain't how you start, it's how you finish.
Well, I was down there watching them last week, and yes, they bat so deep, but they've got such a good bowling lineup that you feel can defend anything.
They find a way, don't they? Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Guest, who's looking to help that down to long leg and does so. And that's a super bit of running because Brooke Guest set himself, I think, right from the word go to come back for 2. He was running to the striker's end, throw coming in from long leg, and they made 2 comfortably. 36 to Brooke Guest and Derbyshire to 91 for 1.
What?
No, I was going to say we have, just going to see how many of 29 overs left, so probably going to be a little bit late, but I don't think we should be as late as we were last night. With a bit of spin, hopefully. Here's Sanderson, and again bowls to Brooke Guest outside the off stump. Guest leaves it alone, taken by Vasconcelos. End of the over, 91 for 1, 36 to Guest, 29 to Rees.
There's a bit of a breeze out there as well when I look at the massive duvet that Northants bring as their flag. I feel sorry for the Derbyshire flag having to fly next to that.
Yes, it is a whopper, that one, and it did take some footage of it billowing in the breeze at Grace Road, which I thought might be useful for a future occasion.
Patterson White bowls to Rees. He's off the back foot, just punches that into the ground on its way into the covers. No run. It's very a lot of shadow batting. Gee, Guest loves to shadow bat. He's always doing it. In comes Patterson White again.
Did you see on social media, Mel? There was a Ben Compton, I think, was picked up on the stream doing it, and totally oblivious to anything else that was going on around him. Kent played not.
Patterson White, full ball, dug out, and it's past the diving fielder, coming across from short mid-wicket, mid-on, ends up doing the rest. So they did get through for a single. Good running, 92 for 1, and Rees moves to 30. Time for Guest to do the batting for real. He's there, the right-hander carves away a ball outside the off stump, but there's protection down at deep point. So I'll just get the single again, and he's back to shadow batting. Just replaying that shot. So Rees now on strike again, and he's off the back foot, but that ball has beaten him as you hear the cries of, oh, definitely played and missed at that one. So it's hard to tell from this angle, but maybe there is a little bit of turn for Patterson White. Around the wicket again, and well,
Edged just in front of slip, I think.
I thought for a second that Emilio Gay had taken that one. There was definitely an edge, and he dived forward. He's standing fairly deep. I think that ball's just dropped in front of him. But living a little bit dangerously. It's the end of the over. 93 for 1. Guest now on 37. Rees on 30.
But it does suggest, as you mentioned there, Mel, that there's a little bit in there, a little bit of help for the spinners. As I say, I strongly suspect they'll want Rob Keogh to have a little go, because he's bowled very, very little recently. So he's not played in the first team since the second round of matches and hasn't played a lot of second team cricket. Just watching that one again, pretty sure that did bounce just in front of Emilio Gay. Just trying to pick it up on the replay. Anyway, it wasn't out. 93 for 1, 2 slips in place, and Sanderson Starting another over, running away for us and bowling to Guest, who's playing forward up on the onside for Patterson White to field, and there's no run. Sanderson into his 9th over, 1 for 22. As we mentioned earlier, the wicket of David Lloyd, his 39th first-class wicket against Derbyshire, one behind his 2 other favoured counties, Leicestershire and Sussex, against whom he has taken 40. And here he is running in again to bowl to Brooke Guest, short and pulled away by Guest for 4. It's not really a pitch on which, unless you have express pace, you can really unsettle the batter with a bouncer, especially with the ball that's now 20, no, best part of 30 overs old. And that just sat up nicely and was pulled away dismissively by Brooke Guest for 4. He goes to 41 and Derbyshire to 97 for 1. Northamptonshire now with 2 slips in, but they've now gone to this sort of field that we've seen quite a lot this season, with fielders up on the perch. So they've basically got now 2 short mid-wickets catching Bartlett and Patterson White as Sanderson's in, bowls to Guest. He's not going to get past that. Very solid-looking defensive stroke. They shall not pass.
That is something we definitely saw a lot in the first couple of rounds. I spoke a bit about it yesterday with the Kookaburra ball. I was a little bit surprised that Derbyshire didn't try a little bit more of that early on. So it's not surprising to see them go to something like this earlier, just to see if they can make something happen.
Man dropped back now. George Scrimshaw is on a substitute down at deep backward square, but that's not a short ball this time. Sanderson to Guest. It's just back of a length and defended off the back foot by Brooke Guest. Just looking to see who's not on the field at the moment. Calls out there. Proctor. Who isn't? I can't. Yeah, George Bartlett's out there. Broad. Might be Michael Finan, actually. I think he might be off at the moment. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and that's driven nicely by Guest, but a really good bit of fielding by the captain, Luke Proctor, in there at sort of wide-ish mid-off, come extra cover. Scrabbling round in the dirt and the old wicket ends, but managing to drop a left hand on that and cut off, well, I don't think it would have been 4, but certainly a couple of runs.
Good piece of fielding on that occasion. Just trying to see if they can up the pressure a bit.
Sanderson in bowls, short, very short, a balloony bouncer that sails way over the head of Brooke Guest. He is not interested about playing a stroke at it, unsurprisingly. Goes through to Vasconcelos, and that's the end of the over. 97 for 1, 40 to Brooke Guest, 30 to Lewis Rees. It was in fact Karen Nair who was off, beg his pardon, with Michael Finan. Yes, he was just down there on the far side of the ground, but Scrimshaw is now sprinting off.
He's got such long legs.
Yeah, he has.
Feels like he only has to take 10 paces to get from one end of the field to the other.
A lot of consultation now between Proctor and Patterson White just to try and get this field right. They've got the slip in, as we mentioned. At the moment, it's a backward point. They've got Bartlett in there at extra cover. Now, in fact, they're pushing Bartlett across. They're bringing Karen Nair into the ring at extra cover. Bartlett going in there at short mid-wicket to the left-hander, then a more orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on, deep square, and man on the 45 saving 1. And that's and now Karen Nair is, no, it's Gall, isn't it? Gall is being pulled up into extra cover. It's taken an age to set that field.
And the next first ball, after all of that, has just turned into the leg side for a straightforward single.
Well, I'm only thinking about the over rate because they're -2 on the board, and that's taken an eternity to set the field.
It has indeed. Patterson White is continuing his spell around the wicket. Full again. He's tended to bowl quite full, and Guest just drives that gently back towards the bowler. No run. Just a little bob as Guest waits. Again, it's a fuller ball, not as full as the last one, but really it's just dead battered by Guest to the offside. So Patterson White in once more, this time tucked around the corner. They thought about a run and actually Guest set off, but square leg racing across, fired the ball in very quickly.
Ben Sanderson burst of energy.
Fair play too. He's done a fair bit of work already. He's bowled 9 overs, but it's Patterson White now with ball in hand, bowling to the right-handed Guest, left arm over, just gets in behind that one and pushes it out to the offside. Guest. So in defensive mode at the moment. Patterson White bowls, floats this one up, and it's even more gently just patted down the pitch to the bowler's feet. A big stride forward to end Patterson White's over, and it's 98 for 1 with Guest on 41 and Rees on 31. I'll go back to the partnership now, 84. So it really has been building nicely. Got a long way to go, of course. Trailing by 324 in the first innings.
Oh, well, these two, haven't they? They've been patient. If there's been a bad ball, they've tended to put it away, but haven't taken any unnecessary risks, and they'll be aware that if they could, Derbyshire get through to the close, having lost maybe one more wicket, if they're sort of 180 odd for 2, then very much game on. But that said, Northamptonshire obviously will be trying to just nip a couple out quickly. The trouble is at the moment, and I think this is probably what Derbyshire found, notwithstanding the fact that Northamptonshire do have a left arm seamer in Michael Finan, it's just all looked a little bit much of a muchness with the seamers so far. Outside the off stump goes Sanderson, left alone by Lewis Rees, through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Sanderson, Call, Proctor, Broad, and then, as I say, Finan the left arm seamer, who didn't impress hugely in his opening burst, and then the left arm spin of Liam Patterson White, but of course we haven't seen Rob Keogh yet. And here is Sanderson. In and bowls to Rees, who's beaten outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Ben Sanderson, just held its line, and Lewis Rees pushing at it, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who immediately launches a animated conversation with Karen Nair, who's in there at first slip, where Vasconcelos would normally be. Emilio Gay at second. Liam Patterson White at third. And here's Sanderson in, and that's swung away a lot. That really has shaped it. I'm just going to say it hasn't actually done a great deal since tea, but that one did go. That swung. It swung fairly early, though, so it wasn't a difficult leave for Lewis Rees. It went through to Vasconcelos.
Well, Vasconcelos ended up taking that almost in between first and second slip. So it really did move a long way.
Sanderson casting a baleful gaze up towards our commentary position. Perhaps he heard what we said. Driven handsomely by Lewis Rees, but doesn't manage to get it past Rob Keogh, who finishes up down in the dirt of one of the old wicket ends, but manages to cut off any chance of a single. See the traffic still whizzing around the Pentagon Island over in the distance, back of the ground, off which I did actually manage to come at the right point this morning, so I was also tempted to do a lap of honour, just having got off the right exit. There's an awful lot of them.
Did you have the sat-nav one?
No. I trusted my own sense of direction, which is a dangerous thing, as my wife will tell you. Pushed out into the offside, next ball by Brooke Guest. Keogh just trotting in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Quiet phase of the match at the moment.
Yes, it really is. We saw the energy so high earlier. Northants buoyed by that bit of fielding brilliance by Justin Broad in the slips to dismiss Lloyd, but it just feels like it's meandering a little bit at the moment.
Here's Sanderson.
Need a spark.
Yep, I need something. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Rees, who cuts hard into the ground, bounces up nicely for Michael Finan to field at backward point, and that's the end of another Ben Sanderson over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26. It's 98 for 1, with Brooke Guest on 41, Lewis Rees on 31, and it is indeed going to be Liam Patterson-White to continue with his left arm twirl from the city end.
And it's slowed down the scoring as well at the moment. These two just being a little bit more cautious and defensive at the moment. You've got trying to move the field around and create something, but it just feels like we're in a little bit of a holding pattern after only 31 overs. Here's Patterson-White, and that has cut nicely, but only as far as the fielder running in from a deep cover boundary. I'll get a single, 99 for 1. Rees back on strike now. Guest moves to 42. Still that slip in as well. Emilio Gay is there. Here's Patterson-White. He gets up and under that. Could be out. It is out. Caught in the deep. Well, he finally went for one. We'd said the game was meandering, and Rees decided to up the ante, and in the end, all he's done is found the fielder in the deep, picked him out, and Patterson-White it is who strikes. And Derbyshire losing their second wicket for 99 runs.
Well, we were just saying that the game is maybe just in a little bit of a, as you said, a holding pattern, and Northamptonshire just needed something to happen because you just sensed that Derbyshire could, with a bit of patience, back themselves into a very strong position come the end of the day. But I suppose such is the modern way. Batters hate being dictated to, and Rees going for the sort of the sweep, didn't keep it down. It was a good catch in the deep by Michael Finan, but to be fair, he barely had to move. He just had to judge it right, which he did. And that's a bit of a Brucey bonus, I think, for Northamptonshire. It's a wicket for Liam Patterson-White, who picked up 5 wickets on his debut in the previous match against Gloucestershire, and 1 here. And it's 99 for 2. And Northamptonshire fielders, I'm sure that's just the little fillip that they needed.
I said they needed a spark from somewhere. So Rees, having done a lot of hard work, departs for 31. And it's a shame for him, but he was going for the big shot. He never had enough on it, and he really did manage to pick out fine and perfectly. As you say, he didn't have to move much, took it at chest height, got himself behind the ball in a good position. So is that the moment that starts things moving one way or another?
Well, brings to the crease the great Wayne Madsen, cruising his way up the list of, talking about Rob Keogh earlier, moving up the list, the all-time list, and Wayne Madsen certainly doing the same for Derbyshire. What a record he's got.
Oh, I saw him with the ball in hand, absolutely speeding through his overs early on. Now he has to face some spin bowling. Patterson-White in again around the wicket to the right-handed Madsen. First ball, large stride forward and defends it. As, goes for a little walk. Big shouts from everyone around, putting pressure on the new batter. Waits again. As another full ball is delivered, and he's just picked that up off his toes with a little wristy flick down through square leg and gets off the mark with a single. Brings up the 100 for Derbyshire, 100 for 2, which is a bit disappointing from their point of view that it's not 100 for 1. So that wicket coming earlier. Here is Patterson-White. It's carved but with no real power by Guest into the covers. No run. Taps his bat a couple of times, a little bob. As Patterson-White is in, really floats this one up. Gave that a lot of air, and it's driven. And a diving fielder in the covers managed to get a hand to it, but that's as much as it did. Did manage to stop the momentum of the ball. It was Justin Broad who shook his hand a few times there, so it might have stung a bit as he managed to get a fingertip to it. That's the end of the over. A good one for Patterson White, who has bowled 5 overs, now has the figures of 1 for 10. Picking up that wicket in the last over, that of Rees.
George Scrimshaw is back on the field. So although he's not actually playing in this match on his old home ground, he's getting a little run around. Doing so bareheaded. No Northamptonshire cap for him. I think pretty much everybody else has got the Northamptonshire caps on this afternoon, which is always very nice to see. Now, for Brooke Guest, they've got a man now very straight at silly mid-on, and that's clipped away by Guest down towards the boundary at long leg. 2 fielders getting in each other's way. I think there were probably 2 anyway, but it's Finan and Broad down there. Just managed to, as I say, slightly get in each other's way. After you, Claude. Now after you, Cecil.
Well,
103 for 2.
I always find too, when you've got that fielder in, basically fielding right next to the strip, and he's standing almost directly between the striker and the non-striker, who is Madsen. It's just moved quite wide of the strip now.
Here's Sanderson in bowls again down the leg side, clipped away down towards the boundary. It's a very, very good stop by Michael Finan down on the fence, but they're still able to come through for a couple of runs. Finan sprinting round in front of the boundary bar. 105 for 2, which I see they're advertising cider down there. I wonder if our friend William at 4th slip has broken open the cider yet, whether he's stopped the gardening and is now reclining on his lounger and listening to us. Let us know, William, if you're listening. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Guest, who's playing that up on the offside for Proctor to field at mid-off. So we do have the 2 slips in, and as I say, Keogh in there. It's very straight, silly mid-on position, left foot close to the cut strip, and then a more orthodox short mid-wicket in there catching.
And that's what I was going to say. When you have that kind of fielding position there, it always seems to me like you're going to have bodies crashing at some point, because by the time the bowler's there in his follow-through, it seems very, very crowded.
Sanderson running in again, bowls full and on-driven. We're wondering if it might just bring them a single as it went wide of Scrimshaw at mid-on, but he made ground quickly to his right and cut off any possibility of a single. Stays at 105 for 2. I heard you and Fletch having a most erudite discussion about music earlier on. I was hoping my wife has got the proms ticket sorted out. Tickets for the BBC proms, I think, were available today to buy, and the proms planner. I think we've got all that sorted out. Just hopefully managed to get what we wanted. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Guest, pushes up again to mid-off where it's fielded by Luke Proctor and there's no run.
I think that sounds far more erudite than the conversation that Fletch and I had. That was going from everything from Fleetwood Mac to the Manat song by the Muppets. It's not necessarily the most erudite music conversation.
There's no Muppets prom this year, to the best of my knowledge, but yeah, we've certainly got our eyes on a few. Looking forward to very much later in the summer. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and a lovely straight drive by Guest, an equally sharp bit of fielding by Sanderson, who makes as though to throw at the stumps, and then maybe just the thought of Luke Proctor doing so at Leicester and the trouble that he got into flashed through his mind, and he decided not to let go of the ball. Very sensible. 105 for 2. 47 to Brooke Guest. Wayne Madsen has made just a single. Yeah, one of the ones I particularly want to go to. It may well be to fit it in with the 50-over cup competition. I think we may be having a sort of a bit of a late train back from London to Canterbury and trying to make it all work, but it'll be like the smooth, well-oiled machine as you see here when we just finish up getting in each other's way, trying to move from one commentary seat to the other, but hopefully it'll all work.
I've never been to the proms.
Oh, it's it's a huge pleasure. It's one of the great points in the calendar. Wonderful stuff, BBC Proms.
Patterson White is continuing his spell from the city end. Got a wicket in the last over. He's going to be bowling to Madsen around the wicket. Floaty delivery on leg stump. At the end, it's just flicked up to wide mid-on. No run.
I was trying to make at least one, but my son and my wife will go to a few more, usually.
In comes Patterson White again, full this time outside off stump, and it's carved in the other direction, only as far as extra cover. He gives the ball a lot of air, doesn't he, consistently, Patterson White. In again, this is a flatter delivery. Darts this one in a little bit more, and it's just flicked across the line down towards deep mid-wicket. Just get the single.
Known as Banjo to his mates, I suppose.
I suppose. Banjo Patterson, born in Orange, my
Absolutely.
hometown.
Feed you the lines, Mel.
Oh, why not? Here he is again. Another full delivery, just punched out extra cover. Doing the work, running straight. So no run again. He's getting through these overs quickly too. Patterson White, another full ball. Just patted back towards the bowler, no run. I like seeing a bowler who's just unafraid to keep tossing it up there. Very, very full, most of his deliveries. In he comes again. Another full one dug out towards deep cover. And that will be the end of it. No over. He's absolutely raced through that. Still showing the over rate as -2, but we'll see what it is when it's updated. Having employed the spinners. Derbyshire 107 for 2 now, with Guest on 48. Madsen, the new batter, on 2.
Rob Keogh having a chat with umpire Neil Pratt, just telling him how it's done. Talking about shadow batting, he's giving a bit of a demonstration to the umpire. Step, drive, that's the way. Beautiful. The umpire's very impressed, and suddenly realises he's got to take hold of the sweater and cap of Siddharth Kaul, who is replacing Ben Sanderson from this racecourse ground end. Kaul so far, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. I think Dave Fletcher will be with us after this over, or thereabouts. Giving Mel a chance to check the railway timetables or hotel booking sites or whatever, or sort out the accommodation or the transport arrangements for later. Here is Siddharth Kaul then, starting a fresh spell, having bowled from the top end earlier on, and he's in and bowls, and that's a loosener, and it's driven beautifully by Brooke Guest out to the extra cover boundary, chased fruitlessly by Ben Sanderson, and it's a half century for Brooke Guest, and what a lovely way to get to it. There's a delightfully timed stroke. He goes to 52 off 100 balls exactly, and Derbyshire to 111 for 2.
Yeah, an important innings from Brooke Guest's third half century of the season. So
that was his 6th 4. And now here we go. Back at the ball,
yeah,
the ball hasn't been doing anything for a bit, so now Luke Proctor has taken it over for umpire Neil Pratt to examine. I think, in fact, it might just have been something as straightforward as a bit of leather working loose around the seam, or maybe just a little bit of twine, because I think it was the magic scissors of Neil Pratt that were employed there.
they like to show the ball to the umpire, though, don't they?
Oh, absolutely, any possible opportunity. Here's Kaul in again, bowls, and that's driven and on drive this time by Guest. Again, nicely timed, but straight to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. Now, I was saying earlier about the mighty Oundle Town winning early today, and good news of Black Rod, I think. As well.
Black Rod, yeah, a remarkable victory. They were bowled out for 64 from memory. Of course, I've lost it now. I did have it up here, because you do, don't you? I'll give you the details in a moment, because they're very exciting.
Cricket's the winner. Here's Kaul. 2 slips in, bowls on leg stump, and that's clipped away down towards fine leg. And it's another Oh, it's
unlucky.
unfortunate. Finan had done really well to get round to it, as he did in the previous over from this end. But this time it just rolled back. He took a divot out of the outfield, so Mr. Godrich won't be very happy with him. But he's replaced it like a well-disciplined golfer. But anyway, it ran down for 4, just touched the rope. So 115 for 2, Guest to 56 with his second boundary of the over.
Yeah, they were bowled out for 64. Very well constructed 12 lower down the order for Fletcher Jr., second highest score, and they won by 11 runs. So those 12 runs make him the man of the match.
Man of the match,
me, I think.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Get the beers in, Charlie. Here's call in, bowls very full and pushed rather than driven up to mid-on by Brooke Guest, fielded there by Rob Keogh. And there's no run.
I have something for you, though. You'll enjoy this.
Go on, then.
The BBC Sport cricket page, which does updates and often takes quotes from us while we're on air. At 14:47, I do worry, says Martin Emerson. If Ben Stokes decides to have one of his days, we could be in the firing line here. 14:47, Wicket. Stokes caught Bruce, bowled Lyon for 2. That's unlucky, not Martin? Very unlucky.
Unlucky. Here's call in. Coming wider of the crease and driven by Guest, but straight to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Yes,
We've all been there.
we've all been there. Yeah, absolutely.
That is a particularly spectacular one from Martin, bless him.
Well, it's if I remember rightly, when I know you've covered a game at Blackpool as well, Fletch, but it's a tent just over sort of mid-off if you're
Yeah, if you're lucky.
if you're lucky, depending on where the pitch and the square is. But it was you did feel a little bit vulnerable. His call in again, bowls, and it's a tight leave by Guest, and once again, and we've seen it so often with the bowling from this end, that was just died in the pitch a little bit, didn't get up. It was a safe enough leave. It was well wide of off stump, so no danger for Guest, who remains on 56. Madsen is 2, and Derbyshire are 115 for 2. We have 21 overs to go. So one imagines we're going to be sort of 25 past 6, something like that.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
No, not going to be as late as we were last night, I don't think.
No, close to 20 to 7 last night. Oxford advantaged them, so Bolton could well be visiting the Pirelli Stadium again next season, which is good for me because the away game at Bolton is about 200 yards from my front door. A long way to go, though. Liam Patterson-White, 7th over, 1 for 12, his figures at the moment. Bowls to Madsen, who uses his feet to get down the track, punches one up to Luke Proctor, has a shy at the stumps, but Brooke Guest gets home in time. One more to the total. Madsen moves on to 3, 116 for 2. A disappointing shot from Lewis Rees in the end.
Yeah.
To get himself out. Rather threw it away there, I think. He'll say it was there to be played, but this next delivery is defended by Guest.
We were saying, when Mel and I were on, the situations where with a bit of patience, Derbyshire, finish up 180 for 2 at the close, which they may still be, then they're in a decent position.
The next delivery from Patterson-White is pushed out into the offside, just slightly backward of square by Brooke Guest. They think about coming back for the second, but it's not there. Fine, as a fine fielder, as he's already proved on more than one occasion. This afternoon, gets to the ball quickly and sends the throw in, so Guest moves on to 57, 117 for 2.
And you just sense Northamptonshire, we're just starting to go a little bit flat and slightly running out of ideas, and I've got a message about that, which I'll share with you in a moment.
Patterson-White bowls to Madsen, who goes back and cuts. He was a bit edgish now to backward point, but he picks up another single. He goes on to 4, 118 for 2.
I did mention our friend William C. at 4th slip, and I said if you are listening, I wasn't sure if you'd be out in the garden with a cider yet. He has been on to us and says he's writing tomorrow's to-do list with the cricket on. We, Northamptonshire, need more bowling penetration, says William.
I'm more worried about the to-do list, really. I hope it's not very long. Got a full day of cricket tomorrow, no question about it. You would expect. I'll just put that in there. Patterson-White bowls to Guest, who defends back towards the bowler.
Yes, I think the most to-do lists could do with editing a bit, couldn't they?
No. I tend not to write them anymore because I know that I'm never going to sort of when I get round to it list. Patterson White is in. That one is pushed out into the offside. Nice placement from Brooke Guest out towards Finan once again. He picks up another single, moves to 57, 118 for 2. He'll be on. No, moves on to 58. I thought it had already been added. 119 for 2 because he has pinched the strike.
Yeah, it's just, I was saying when I was on with Mel that the Northamptonshire attack, and what Derbyshire really found yesterday as well. Obviously, Northamptonshire do have the element of variety with the left-arm seamer of Michael Finan, but at the moment it's 4 right-arm seamers, and neither of them, so notwithstanding the brilliance of Justin Broad to give Ben Sanderson an early wicket, it's not doing a great deal for any of them, and I do feel that maybe the deeper we go into this game, the 2 spinners might possibly have a lot more of a role to play for Northamptonshire. So I think they're just mindful of not over-bowling Rob Keogh, but he will have a role to play, I'm sure. His call, running away from us and bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the covers for Patterson White to field, and there's no run. Call into his 8th over, no wicket for 27, bowled his first 6 overs from the far end, from the city end, but now is switched to the racecourse end. I was going to ask you, Fletcher, actually, when we sit in the palatial media lounge here at Derby, which is a lovely facility, you can see is it like a sports centre over the back?
Yes,
here?
Derbyshire FA's like a football hub.
Looks to be always looks to be quite busy with lots of cars there. And
Brand new it is.
advertising a cafe as well. Here's call in, bowling again to Guest, who's carbon copy, plays it out to extra cover where Patterson White fields and there's no run. It's not that I'm fixated with food or anything like that, but just when you see an advert of a cafe, you immediately want to look at the menu, don't you? But no, it looks
very busy this morning. I noticed even as I was arriving, when you weren't too far behind me, really busy with cars arriving. Big car park, which Derbyshire will be able to use, I'm told, for the T20 matches, which is good news as well. I mean, they've got plenty of parking here anyway, but...
Well, it'll put them up on 1 or 2 grounds that we could mention where you do have rather a...
Well, yes, you can get close to the ground at least here, if not inside it.
Rather a hike to get to the ground. Here's call in again, driven by Guest. And I think about a single, but it just rolls up to mid-off where Proctor fields.
How are Nottinghamshire doing? I notice it's raining in Cardiff.
Yes.
That's a bit disappointing. I'm going to have an inspection at 5, so not far away.
I think they're back on at Taunton, though, which is good news.
Yes, Kent passed through.
20 for 1 replying to Somerset's 5.54 all out. Good to see whether Leicestershire are hanging in there after that, after going for a vast number of runs, 706 for 6, made 72 for 1, so having lost Marcus Harris early on, they're recovering a bit. Here's call in and bowls to Guest, who's onto the back foot, plays it up to Sanderson at mid-on. And there's no run.
No ball.
No ball called.
No ball called.
So 2 more onto the total, 121 for 2.
If you wouldn't mind not mentioning Marcus Harris again, that would be really good of you, because he made a double century here for Leicestershire, having been dropped twice before he got to 26.
Okay.
Still recovering. I paid a lot of money for that therapy.
Here's Siddharth Kaul, 34 tomorrow. Runs in and bowls very full, almost a Yorker, and dug out by Guest, and they're able to come through for a single as Sanderson comes round from mid-on to field. Takes Brooke Guest up to 59, Derbyshire to 122 for 2. You'll see Mel's nip down the corridor, I think, to check on all the arrangements. Complicated life, isn't it? With these international jet setters.
Jet setter was the word that came, or the phrase that came to mind. Yeah, there's an email come in and it mentions Mel, so I'm going to save it until she's in the back of the room, because it's very complimentary, as you would expect.
Of course. Here's call, 2 slips in, just the 1 on the drive now at short mid-wicket, bowling to Wayne Madsen, and that just bounced a little bit more than Wayne Madsen was expecting. Played it slightly jerkily back down the pitch. Call retrieves, lobs the ball onto Luke Proctor, who's doing the ball polishing duties.
I'm just going to talk to Jack Timon for a few
Well, you
minutes.
go on and talk to Jack. And
What if he's still playing Christmas jingles?
give him my very warmest regards. 122 for 2 then. Call. Skies again a bit overcast. The sun is up there, but is just behind rather high hazy cloud. And that's very full, on driven by Call up to Sanderson at mid-on, and that is the end of another over for Siddharth Call. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 30. 122 for 2 Derbyshire, with Brooke Guest on 59, Wayne Madsen on 4. Consultation between Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White to continue. Saying when it looked as though, in fact, the game against Gloucestershire was going to be his only match for Northamptonshire, because originally the word from the club was that it was a one-match loan deal. And he got through quite a lot of overs in that game against Gloucestershire, and we thought, well, the Northamptonshire obviously keen to get their pound of flesh while he's actually on the books, as it were. 45 overs he bowled in that first game, 45 overs and 2 balls, 16.2 in the first innings, 29 overs, 3 for 110 in the second, in a losing cause. Driven by Guest, and they come through for a very sharp single up to mid-off, but Karen Nair doesn't pick it up cleanly first time. If he had done, then Brooke Guest might have been in a spot of bother. It was a very tight single, but it needed the fielder to pick it up straight away, and he didn't. So 1 more to Guest. He goes into the 60s, and Derbyshire to 123 for 2. Wayne Madsen on strike. Patterson round the wicket. Bowls to him. He clips it up to mid-wicket. Fielded there by George Bartlett. And there's no run. Bartlett always seems to be with the long-sleeved shirt on. Here's Patterson-White in again. Madsen trying to give himself a little bit of room to force off the back foot through the offside, but just hits it straight to Rob Keogh in there at extra cover. And there's no run. Patterson-White turns and bowls, flights that one right up, and again clipped by Madsen straight to Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Applause for Patterson-White from Rob Keogh. Here's Patterson-White again, short, cut away, and it's beaten the dive at backward point. And they come through for a single as it goes out to Michael Finan, sweeping on the cover boundary. It was Justin Broad in there at backward point, just dived over it. Takes Madsen up to 5, and Derbyshire to 124 for 2. 4 men looking to save 1 on the offside as Patterson-White is in, bowls to Guest, who's pushing forward, rolls gently up to Keogh at extra cover. Fairly tight in there, just a short extra cover position, and that's the end of the over. 124 for 2. Guest is 60, Madsen is 5. Patterson-White's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 18, so very tidy. And Siddharth Call making his way from his fielding position down on the deep square leg boundary in front of the players' pavilion to bowl another over from this racecourse end. Still a consultation between Proctor and Ben Sanderson. Say Proctor's regular vice-captain not playing in this match, Lewis McManus. Hope all's well with the arrival of the first child. Here's Siddharth Call, just making some sort of signal to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Whether Vasconcelos had any more idea about it than I did, I'm not sure. His call in again, bowls on leg stump and turned by Wayne Madsen, just in front of square out to Justin Broad down there at deep square, and they're through for another easy single. 125 for 2, Madsen to 6. The white headband, Siddharth Call, was playing in the Ranji Trophy for Punjab during the season just finished. Last outing in the IPL with RCB. a couple of years ago, 2022. He's played 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20 internationals for India. And now Call has asked for one of the slips to be taken out, so we're down to 1 slip. But again, 2 men in there now at short mid-wicket. Call is in there now along with Rob Keogh, and that next ball is back of a length and played defensively out the offside by Brooke Guest. No run. So Northamptonshire trying things, just trying to shift the field around a little bit, give the batters something to think about, but it hasn't really done very much in terms of swing, certainly not since tea. Justin Broad did get a few to swing before tea, but unfortunately for him, the direction was a little awry.
Just a touch.
I think I'm being fairly charitable there, actually.
Well, as I said at the time, just proving that he's human after all.
Yeah, after an outstanding day in other respects. Still these 2 men in there now, catching at short mid-wicket, and Guest is playing defensively off the back foot out into the covers. Patterson, White, Fields, and there's no run. Surrey building up a very, very strong position against Worcestershire at the Oval. They're now 230 for 4 with Jamie Smith is 71 not out. Dan Lawrence 47 not out, rather restrained by his usual standards, 47 off 77, but Surrey are 315 ahead with 6 wickets standing and 2 and a bit days to go, so in a very, very strong position. Now, Liam Patterson-White is being pushed out to sweep on the extra cover boundary by Siddharth Kaul. And here he is, bowling to Guest, who's pushing it up towards Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Back on, as we said, at Taunton, Somerset 554 all out, Kent 28 for 1 in reply. The one that Fletch is really interested in at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 235 all out, Hampshire 246 for 6, so they're ahead.
Good.
Liam Dawson 74 not out. Keith Barker out for 74 off 78 balls, 3 sixes, 10 fours.
No point in hanging around, is there?
Well, Keith Barker doesn't tend to.
No.
That would have been fun to watch, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Here's Call in again and bowls to Guest, who pushes it just past one of those 2 men in there at short mid-wicket, Siddharth Kaul. Fortunately for Northamptonshire, Justin Broad is sweeping up behind, so they only come through for a single. Guest to 61, 126 for 2. Durham have been bowled out for 236 by Lancashire at Blackpool. So
Not the expected fireworks from Ben Stokes that Martin was expecting, sadly.
2 off 16 balls. So Durham trailing by 121 on first innings, and Essex 152 for 8 against Warwickshire at Chelmsford, so still a long, long way behind. Jordan Cox made 47. Here's Call in, bowling very full and driven hard into the ground by Wayne Madsen. Bounces up. Call can't get a hand to it, but it just rolls up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 126 for 2. With Brooke Guest on 61, Wayne Madsen on 6, 17 overs remaining in the day.
So just a bit over an hour, so 20 past 6 is definitely plausible. Greg Watts with the email that I mentioned slightly earlier. Mel's now back in the box, so I wanted to hear this. With Derbyshire batting all the way down to 8 with Chapel to follow, they should make a decent score, says Greg. Should be the operative word. I've enjoyed Mel's tales about ordering an Uber at railway stations, pubs and drinking milk. So you have a fan there in Greg Watts, Mel. Thanks, Greg. A regular contributor. Always good to hear from the regulars as well as the irregulars. So fletchcricket@gmail.com and all the usual places on X as well. You can get in touch with us. As Liam Patterson-White begins a new over, his 9th, 1 for 18, bowling to Guest, who defends that straight back to the bowler at around about mid-off. And there's no run. 2 men in close in the covers, an extra cover and a regular cover, as well as a cover on the boundary. They've got that covered. As Patterson-White bowls, he uses his feet and drives down the ground, Brooke Guest, but doesn't get anything from it. As the ball goes straight to the man at mid-off. Is that Karen there?
It is.
Thank goodness for that. Luke Proctor at mid-on. As Patterson White bowls, this was clipped into the leg side. I imagine that that's George Bartlett, because it has been for much of the innings so far. And then out on the boundary, down at very much on the square leg boundary rather than mid-wicket, is Siddharth Kaul, about 10 yards in from the rope. The last thing he wants is one to go over his head and bounce inside the rope, of course. That's always slightly embarrassing. Patterson White bowls. This one's just guided into the offside. And there's no run, Broadfields, which I'm sure is a place up in Merseyside. Now Patterson White again. This one is defended stoutly by Brooke Guest. Oxford, I noticed, were 2-0 up at half-time against Bolton in the playoff final, so Oxford will join Derby County in the Championship next season if that stays like that. And the final ball of the over is defended again by Brooke Guest, a maiden over from Patterson White. His first, remarkably. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. His figures. Guest remains on 61 and Madsen on 6, 126 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 296.
Talking of hotels, as you were with Mel earlier, it's a story that doesn't rival Mel's in the slightest. But I did have a moment when I was booked into this particular hotel where I'm staying in Derby. I'd never stayed before, and you do tend, if it's one you don't know, you do just tend to have a little look on the various reviews and just see what people have said. And I put it into the search engine and came up with what I thought was the hotel, put the name in, and I was frankly horrified because there were some awful reviews, and saying that there were all sorts of undesirable people in the lobby and how it was dangerous to walk outside. And I thought, crikey, it's not the Derby I know and love. As Kaul starts a fresh over from the racecourse end, and off the back foot, Madsen plays it out into the covers where Patterson White fields. And then once or twice I started, it talked about cockroaches.
Oh dear.
And I thought, this is I'm getting a bit worried here. And then I just looked again, and it turned out that I was looking at a hotel of the same name in Los Angeles. So I hasten to add the one I'm staying at in Derby is very nice, and has none of those issues described there. But you just have to be a little bit careful. Here's Kaul, running in again in bright sunshine now. Bowls short and outside the off stump. Madsen just sways out of the way, watches it into the gloves of Vasconcelos.
Well, last year I went to Brighton. Seeing as we've been taking the mickey out of Mel for her travel disasters, I went to the hotel that I was convinced I was staying at. The jury's near the train station. Went in. Have you got a reservation for Dave Fletcher? No. I said, I'm sure they'd booked me in. No, nothing here. So I went onto my emails. Said, yeah, look, I'm booked in. They said, that's last year.
Kaul is in, running away from us short and pulled away by Wayne Madsen down to deep square. They just settle for a single. Justin Broad, quick to the ball and has a really good arm as well. Sends in his return. One more to Madsen. He's 7-127 for 2.
There is another jury's in, though, in Brighton on the front, and I was in that one. But it was about 2 miles away, and I just walked up that hill, from the town centre up to the train station, and it was warm. And, I'm not as fit as perhaps I should be. So I've got a taxi to the correct hotel down on the front. But yeah.
Perspiring heavily.
Oh, we've all made mistakes, haven't we? We've all made mistakes.
Absolutely. I do remember turning up at Eastbourne one year, which is one of my favourite grounds, the Saffron's lovely spot. Here's Kaul in again, bowls very full and driven nicely by Guest. He's found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. It's running up towards the boundary. Proctor in pursuit, reels it in about 10 yards inside the rope. And they come back for 2. Guest to 63, 129 for 2. And it was one of those where, in tell how long ago it was, because it was a championship match then with a Sunday League game in the middle of it, and wandered down into Eastbourne, got off the station, and I knew the championship match was sort of moving on, but I couldn't be there for the start for some reason. Here's Siddharth Kaul in and bowls to Guest, who's playing defensively out on the onside. Karen Nair comes in from one of those short mid-wicket positions, one of the two fielders in there, and there's no run. I was walking down from the station to the town, and I saw Kevin Innes, who obviously played for Northamptonshire. I think he was 12th man for that game, walking in the opposite direction. And I said, "Yeah, you're right, Kevin." He said, "What are you down here for?" I said, "I'm down for the cricket." And he said, "Well, it's over." And then Paul Taylor had turned Sussex over twice fairly quickly, and I then had to hang on. Had a free day in Eastbourne before the Sunday League game on the Sunday. Here's Kaul, driven up to mid-off by Proctor Field, because it was a Sunday League game. It would be on a Sunday, wouldn't it, really? That
Well,
figure.
yeah.
129 for 2. Guest is 63, Madsen is 7. It's one of my favourite grounds, Eastbourne, because they used to have the ladies of the club used to do the teas. I suspect it's a bit like Chesterfield. And they always used to do jelly and fruit in little individual pots, and it was absolutely nice. Splendid for tea, especially on a warm day. Lovely.
Yes, sadly we no longer get the food made by the club at Chesterfield since COVID. We're clearly diseased. We used to eat in the pavilion after the players had had their lunch. We'd go in about 20 minutes past 1, 25 past 1, something like that. Patterson White around the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who clips this around the corner, backward of square, and he's going to get at least one here, if not two. Sanderson gives, I'm going to call it a chase.
Escorting.
Yeah, well, yes, he looks slightly laboured. He's bowled 11 overs. He's picked up a wicket, so he deserves to have a little bit of leeway there. But two more to Madsen, who moves on to 9. 131 for 2. Patterson White around the wicket once more to Madsen, and he defends this one. Straight back to the bowler, nifty bit of footwork, just bounces the ball up off his right foot into his right hand. Nicely done. Sun blazing down now. Ridiculously hot at Derby. As Patterson White is in and bowls, and Madsen goes for quite an expansive looking drive and gets a thick bottom edge on that. Up to back to the bowler, and then goes for a little walk. Still must be in a certain amount of pain with that hand injury. Wayne Madsen, you would expect, as that one is pushed out into the offside, although it should be noted that the century that he got, which is Derbyshire's only one of the season so far, came after he damaged his hand. He had to adapt his gloves, splitting fingers in his gloves and all sorts to get his hand into them. As that one turns away from him, as you might expect, and
very short though, wasn't it?
It was very short, and he sort of reached for it in the end, a sort of involuntary reaction by Madsen, who again goes for a little wander, square leg-ish. Now he's ready. Patterson White bowls full of delivery, and Madsen defends it straight back to him. End of the over, just 2 runs from it, both of them to Madsen, who's on 9. Guest at the other end has 63, and Derbyshire 131 for 2.
I think probably one more over, and I shall go and have a lie down in a darkened room somewhere and let Mel come in and join you.
If you can find a cool one, it's blistering. I have no idea what's going on. I'll tell you how warm it is. Melinda Farrell, you've taken your jacket off.
Well, it's pleasant, but I think it's just a little bit stuffy, despite your excellent efforts for the window. But and also, of course, at this time of the day, you also get the sun coming in here as well, which just
the extra window openers made precious little difference, sadly.
But we are not, let it be said, complaining, especially after the Arctic experience at Grace Road, and indeed 2 Arctic experiences at Northampton. I'm not about to complain at all. Michael Finan is coming back into the attack. The left armour bowled 3 overs for 20 from t'other end, from the City end, and is now going to have a go from the racecourse end. Rob Keogh now, who's the regular ball polisher in chief, appears to be regained his role from Luke Proctor at the moment. which is probably a good idea because Keogh's got long sleeves and Luke Proctor is usually in short sleeves. He's trying to attract the attention of the man in long leg and failing miserably. Here's Finan, slipping a gully in bowls and turned away by Brooke Guest down behind square on the leg side for a single, just in broad fields. And one more to Guest, who goes to 64, 132 for 2.
I noticed Sale did win. At
Did
Saracens,
they?
which was a terrific effort, finished third.
Well, that will probably mean, because I think the Saints will look as though they were going to lose to Bath.
They did lose. Is it 1-4-2-3? Is that the playoff that they have in rugby union? I'm not 100%
I think
sure.
so, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Northampton will be at home to Saracens and Bath will be at home to Sale.
And I think that's, well, the only good thing about that, I think it's a Friday night, possibly, so at least they'll mean they won't impact club cricket. Short and wide and cut away by Madsen. And it goes down to deep backward square for a single. Madsen to 10, 133 for 2. And now Rob Keogh is going through his usually fairly lengthy and elaborate warming up routine.
You're
Down
right.
below us at mid-on.
Friday the 31st of May. So the day after we come to you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, what larks.
What a double header that would be.
Well, we have got a double header on the Sunday, of course. Northamptonshire have got 3 games in 4 days at the start, and the game on 2nd of June against Yorkshire, the men's game, and there's a Sunrisers against Northern Diamonds as well. Here's Finan in, bowls to Guest, who's playing that defensively off the back foot up to extra cover, and there's no run, fielded by George Bartlett. Finan again, as he was when he bowled at the other end, seems to be having a bit of trouble where his feet are landing, and Siddharth Kaul goes across and has a look and doesn't look particularly sympathetic. He had what I think was best described as a cursory glance at the bowling crease before he goes back to his fielding position in there at mid-wicket. And here's Finan in again, wide outside the off stump, carved away down to the man sweeping on the point boundary. Karen Nair underarms the throw-in the manner of the great Peter Willey. And
That was the first thing that goes, the arm.
Guest is 65, 134 for 2. Mind you, Peter could, being one of the strongest men in the game, his underarm throw-in from the boundary was a thing of wonder. Absolutely slap into the gloves. Very often to be seen now at the ground. Northampton watches an awful lot of cricket there, and very often sitting down with the ground staff in front of their little eyrie, the old scoreboard. Here's Finan round the wicket to Wayne Madsen, who's coming across his stumps and playing it out to mid-wicket. Was that a no ball?
Another one.
It is indeed.
Different bowler, but
Yeah.
another no ball.
He's just now, umpire Neil Pratt, just showing Michael Finan where he's landed. 136 for 2.
Michael Finan wasn't interested in where he landed.
The umpire's just trying to be helpful, and Michael Finan spurning it and just wandering back to his mark. There he is again, round the wicket and bowls very full. Better ball. Madsen digs it out. Fielded by Finan off his own bowling. Yes, I was saying about Eastbourne, I must admit I'm a bit of a sucker for seaside grounds. I love the likes of Scarborough and Hove and Eastbourne, and years gone by Hastings and places like that, Swansea.
I think Scarborough just needs a lick of paint.
Yes.
Having been there last year,
Yeah,
towards the end
that
of the
was there
season.
2 years ago, yeah. Here's Finan round the wicket to finish the over, and that's on the hip of Wayne Madsen, who turns it down to deep backward square for a single. Broad comes in off the boundary to field, sends in a good return to Vasconcelos. That's the end of the over, 137 for 2. 65 to Brooke Guest, 11 to Wayne Madsen. We have 13 overs remaining. Talk you through a few of them. It'll be Fletch and Mel Farrell.
Thank you, Radders. Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton, who, along with BBC Radio Derby, are bringing you this match on the BBC Sport website. Mel Farrell will join me, Dave Fletcher, fairly shortly to pick up commentary. having said that Scarborough needs a lick of paint, I'd rather go there than Headingley any day of the week. And Headingley is just an abomination. That place where they call the pavilion is ludicrous. Well, there we go. We're there soon. I'm sure we'll be made to feel most welcome. We've already been in the championship, so I can say what I like, which I normally do anyway. Patterson White bowls on Wayne Madson's leg stump, and he pushes it up to Luke Proctor wide, mid-on. There are a number of grounds that I have strong opinions on, Mel. When I like the way they've done Old Trafford. I think the way they've done Old Trafford is magnificent. As this next delivery from Patterson White is defended into the onside by Madsen. Edgbaston is the most soulless ground in the country.
Oh, no, I can't have that. That's my home ground.
It's dreadful.
Great press box.
Yeah. 137 for 2. Madsen gets a full-length delivery, almost Yorks in Patterson White there. He had to get his bat down quickly on that one to push it back towards the bowler. I love going to Lord's. I hate working there.
It's one of the worst designed press boxes.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Next delivery is perhaps a little quicker from Patterson White. Chopped away by Wayne Madsen to backward point, no run.
I always end up with bruises all over my legs because you're really crammed in. You've got no room. You basically have to pole vault people to get out if you want to use the toilet.
And as we know, as this next one from Patterson White is cut away by Wayne Madsen when you drink too much water and coffee.
Yes, exactly.
138 for 2 with the single there.
But they have these benches, and they've got all these oddly placed poles holding them up.
Yeah.
And so I'm always banging my legs on them. So I always end up with bruises in weird places.
Plugs are in an awkward place.
Oh.
Next delivery from Patterson White is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over, 138 for 2.
Well, I can't plug in my Mac there because the way the plugs are placed,
Yes.
you can't fit a big. So if you've got an adapter or a Mac, they must get sick of me because I always have to ask them for an extension.
You need to take one of these
power board.
types of extensions, don't you, there, so that you can plug that in. Yeah, no, it's not great.
I mean, we get looked after everywhere. The food at Lord's is amazing.
Is it?
Yes. Well, I'm talking about for a test match.
Oh, well, I'm talking about for a county championship match. When on each of the 4 days you get red, green, brown and yellow soup.
Oh,
no
really?
idea what flavours any of them are. Yesterday's bread rolls. The cakes at tea are very nice. And the lady or gentleman behind there's a little bar there, isn't it? But to make sure you can get tea and coffee and that, they're very nice. I'm always loath to complain about the press facilities as such because we're very privileged to watch as much cricket as we do and not pay for any of it.
Absolutely. It's Finan coming in from the racecourse end around the wicket. It's just punched back. Finan sticks out his right mitt and gets a finger to it and then shakes his hand because that stung him.
Whereas here at Derby, we have the best press facilities, bar none.
They are very good.
Well, we're all on the same level. We can go and have a chat with the written boys down the far end. We can have a chat with the guys doing the stream. It is superb.
As Finan turns, runs in. He's over the wicket. It's a full ball, and Madsen digs it out just down as far as mid-on, no run. It sort of depends what you're doing as well. So if you're writing about a game, and my favourite definitely has to be the Oval.
I wish I've never been.
Oh, right. So
Never been to the Oval.
Well, the Oval, the press box itself, I'm not a fan of. It's well laid out, but they've got tinted glass, and it feels like a hermetically sealed coffin a little bit. As Finan is in around the wicket, clipped towards short mid-wicket, where it's stopped slightly by Karen Nair, and then dribbles out past him, but they just get the one run, 139 for 2.
You'd hope that all coffins were hermetically sealed, of course.
Well,
just for clarification.
You might want a bit of ventilation in the afterlife. I don't know. But so I always ask to sit in the overflow area. Normally people don't want to sit in an overflow area. It's Finan. In again, a real effort into that ball. It goes straight to Karen Nair again, who is at mid-wicket, and he stops it cleanly this time, prevents the run. But yeah, I asked, and it's very specific. I like to sit in either the third row is my favourite, second row is better, but because you're outside.
Yeah.
So you actually just feel like you're spending a day at the cricket. And the reason I like to be 2 or 3 rows back is there is a monitor there, so you can still see it. And the front row in the morning gets direct sunshine, and I'm Australian, so I'm conscious about burning. Here is the next delivery from Fine, and it strays down the leg side.
You don't want to be too hot either, do you?
But it does get quite hot there in the morning when you're sitting in the
I
if
can
it's
imagine,
a warm
yeah.
day.
No,
So
absolutely.
2 or 3 rows back is absolutely fine. You get the best view of the monitor from the third row. So I'm quite particular about the oval, but when I'm sat there, I think it's as good a place as anywhere in the world to sit when you're working, writing about cricket.
I'd like to go, but Derbyshire and Surrey tend to miss each other a lot.
I keep forgetting that. Here's Finan, and that is nicely flicked down towards long leg. They race through for a single, and that's as far as they get because it's fielded cleanly down there. And that's the end of the over from Finan. 140 for 2. Guest now on 66, a very handy innings he's played, and Madsen has moved on to 13, partnership worth 41. But yeah, hearing you talk about reading reviews and travel disasters, I can pretty much cope with anything, even if it's
Good job.
worse than I thought,
Yeah.
except
Oh,
when I was in India last year for the World Cup. That's the first and only time I've ever walked in and walked out.
Patterson White begins a new over from the city end. Full delivery. Guest defends.
I'd
Creepy crawlies.
No, probably. I didn't see those, but it was in McLeod Ganj.
I'm sure it was. 140 for 2. That one is guided into the offside by Guest. Fielded by Fine and no run.
Which is where the Dalai Lama lives, and it's just above Dharamshala.
Right.
Most beautiful cricket
Well,
ground
I've seen pictures.
setting.
Yeah, it does look nice.
It's incredible. And I was, funding my own endeavours.
Next delivery from Patterson White is driven square, backward of square by Brooke Guest. They've run one. They're coming back for the second. They'll get back comfortably. Rob Keogh out there, who was warming up a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if he still is, but he was just going through his bowling action.
So I was trying to, get bargains, essentially, which can be very tricky in India because they have some of the best hotels in the world, I swear, but some not so great.
Next delivery is pushed up to mid-off by Guest.
And this one, it was cheap, but it was 3 stars. And I looked at the reviews, and most of them seemed pretty good. So I thought, okay, I'll stay here. That'll be all right.
Patterson. Oh no, he isn't in.
He wants to know what.
Yeah.
So from the moment I walked in, this man showed me the room.
Stay tuned, everybody. Patterson White is this could be another belter. That one's defended by Brooke Guest.
We walked in,
Yeah.
and the first thing, it was really dingy. Had a great view, really dingy. But when I looked at the walls, they were black with mould.
Oh dear, that's not a good sign. Patterson White bowls. It's cut by Brooke Guest, but straight to Fine and a backward point. That's the end of the over. 142 for 2, 68 to Guest, 13 to Madsen.
So, and you could smell the mould as well. There were mould on the curtains as well, all real black stuff. And the guy's like showing me around the room. Oh, here's this, here's that. He says, here's the kitchen. And he opened this door. And it was a cement room, like a concrete room that was damp. And it had a sink in it. He's like, here's the kitchen. I was like, can't see what I could actually cook here.
Oh dear.
And then I noticed he walked out, and I noticed the cigarette. Well, they were butts in an ashtray, but they were not cigarette butts. They were the wacky backy.
Okay.
You could smell that along with the black mould.
So that's one in the plus column. Yeah.
Exactly. We are about to get another over from Finan,
Probably a good job.
who runs into Madsen around the wicket. And oh, that's a great diving stop at fourth slip, or almost gully, and prevents the runs. That's why you're hearing some claps of appreciation. Who is that down there?
Patterson White, I was hoping well, I wasn't hoping, no, that's wrong, but he was ringing out his right hand, which could have an effect in his bowling, because he's bowled really nicely. I clearly don't wish injury on anybody. 12 overs, 1 for 23, which is a really good effort from Patterson White.
It has. He's been terrific. Yes, so the wacky backy butts were my next discovery. Finan it spears that one in at the toes, and it's just flicked off to the leg side, but there's protection in the deep, so they'll just get the one. That's Keogh out there. But the absolute deal breaker was when I went into the bathroom and discovered that there was soap, but it was used soap.
Oh, no.
And there were two doors, one onto a balcony that you could easily climb onto, and then another one. But there was only one padlock. It was literally a padlock on the door, but there was only one. So you'd only be able to lock one door. So I nearly burst into tears as I sat on the bed. As Finan runs in, pulls back his length for that one, and it's just clipped down to Justin Broad, that is, rather, down a deep square leg. And I almost burst into tears, and I thought, I thought I could handle anything, but I can't stay here. I always find that travel disasters often lead to something quite wonderful.
It's a happy ending.
Always.
Excellent.
I walked outside, looked on my app, found a place that was a few metres away, really. As Finan is in, it's a full ball this time. It's just punched straight of cover, no run. And so I went into this place, and I had the best week there in the end, because they were such lovely people. They showed me the room before I checked in. They went and got my bags and took back the key to the other place so that I wouldn't feel awkward. And on the day that there was a traffic jam that blocked the road from McLeod Ganj to Dharamshala, as Finan is in, that's nicely driven, but Proctor keeps it to a single running across from mid-off, so they just get the one. So the day everyone was stuck in McLeod Ganj, and one of the friends of the young guys who ran this hotel, said, I've got a bike, and he had a Royal Infield bike outside. They ran around and found an extra helmet. The next thing you know, I'm hooning down the hairpin bends, past all the stuck traffic, as we took the 20-minute drive with the mountains and the valleys below. And I thought, well, see, I never would have had that experience if I hadn't stayed in a dud hotel.
No, absolutely. It was all worth it in the end.
Here comes Finan, strays a little bit on the leg side, and that is clipped down to long leg. So for another single, and that takes Guest to 70. It takes Derbyshire for 146 for 2. Madsen out there on 15. But that's right. I always try and remember that, even in the horrible moments when you're travelling, it can lead to an experience that's good.
Let's hope that mould hasn't caused any lengthy damage to the lungs.
Up to my brain, probably more like, which is why I never know which town I'm in.
Well,
I'll show you a picture later of me on the back of the Royal Enfield. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
As poodling around. Yeah, and that they are real hairpin pens. It is just, you snake your way down the side of the hill for about 20 minutes. It's not for anyone who's a nervous passenger, let's put it that way.
Yeah, probably
and
wouldn't be for me.
Yeah, that's in a car on the back of a bike.
Patterson White begins a new over, bowls a full toss to Brooke Guest on leg stump, and he turns into the leg side for a single. Cole does the fielding, 147 for 2. They trail by 275 now, Derbyshire. Guest up to 71. Third time this season he's got into the 70s. should have a tell you off the top of my head the other two occasions, but I've got absolutely no idea. Patterson White bowls to Madsen, who rather hurriedly defends that one. He moves up and down the batting order as well, which doesn't help me with my... he got 72 not out against Glamorgan and 75 up at Headingley in that drawn game. Well, they were both drawn against Yorkshire. Patterson White in and bowls to Madsen, uses his feet to come down the track towards the bowler and then defends it straight to him. Again, there's no run. Crowd has pretty much stayed loyal to the game, and with just 8.5 overs left, I'm sure that most of them will be able to stay on until the close of play. I've got a question to ask you in a minute. Actually, I've just spotted Zach Chappell up on the balcony as around the wicket comes Patterson White. Madsen pushes it into the offside. Thinks about a quick single, but there isn't one there because that's good fielding by Broad in the covers. A little bit earlier, he likes to wear the sleeveless top. I think you'd call them a vest.
No, muscle tank.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the Derbyshire one, the white one, this one's pushed out into the offside by Madsen. And again, it's Broad who does the fielding. This time he can't prevent the single from being taken. So Madsen moves to 16, 148 for 2. And the camera zoomed in on him, and I missed it. And I don't know if anybody else in here saw it, but the camera zoomed in on him, and he was crawling around the beyond the rope like a cat, apparently.
Wow.
But I have no explanation.
Sounds Mark Woodish.
Well, he is mad. As this next delivery, he's a character. That's what I meant. Brooke Guest pushes it back to Patterson White. It's the end of the over. 148 for 216 to Madsen, 71 to Guest, and around about half an hour left with 8 overs. But if Patterson White remains on, that might be slightly shorter. But yeah, he was just sort of creeping around the boundary like a cat.
Wow, because Mark Wood pretends to be a dog at times in the dressing room.
And a horse when he's out in the outfield.
Well, the patting the horse, I think that was early on in his career, and he traded that. But in the Ashes last year,
I think the horses had to be put down.
they did. They came into the press conference and said, yes, Mark Wood, he was pretending to be a dog.
Yes.
Before the match.
Was it a Stokes press conference? He was barking at the back, wasn't he? Anyway.
He does all sorts, Mark Wood. He's a great character. I love Mark
See,
Wood.
character, there we go.
Yes.
In one of the pre-season games, Zach Chappell was twerking on the
Really?
pitch. And myself and David Griffin went, there was nobody else in the ground. We went and sat on the balcony of the members' pavilion. He was twerking, definitely.
That's interesting. Here's Finan now over the wicket, but that's just clipped down to fine leg running a little bit wider, so they'll get another run, 149 for 2 now. Madsen moves on to 17. Guest now on strike. Was there any music playing, or was he
No.
sort of dry twerking?
No, yeah. Yes, he was dry twerking.
A phrase I don't think I've ever used in commentary.
It did set me aback a touch.
Okay, here's Finan over the wicket and just played out nicely into the covers by Guest, but no run. Fielder there. Well, maybe he was just hearing the music in his head. He was feeling the music. He was twerking like there was no one watching, but you were.
Oh, we were. Yeah, absolutely.
Did Darryl get any photos?
No.
Oh, that's disappointing. Pics or it didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Huh?
Yes, quite.
Here's Finan, bowls, bangs that one in short, and well, he's bowling over the wicket, and that one actually nipped back towards the leg stump, and quite a lot of bounce as well. It ended up just past the elbow of Guest as it went through to Vasconcelos.
Terry's been in touch. Terry Whitley, watching and listening. He was in McLeod Gange in March for the 5th Test with the Barmy Army. Said they had a super hotel, and you're right, Mel, about getting to the ground. Scary roads.
It's exhilaratingly scary. Guest waits. Here comes Finan. This time he angles across, and the ball did straighten a little bit. He's getting a bit of seam movement, Finan. Late in the day, the shadow stretch. It is, if anyone ever has the chance to go to McLeod Gange and go down to Dharamshala to watch the cricket, It is absolutely phenomenal. It's a wonderful place. You wake up in the morning and see the snow on the mountains.
If Derbyshire ever play there, I'll be there. I think that's probably the answer to that one.
You never know.
You never know.
Fine and angled run up. He bangs that one short, comes back around towards leg side and pulled with control down to that long leg region. And there is applause because that brings up the 150 for Derbyshire. That single, 150 for two. Guess now on 72.
That got more applause than the Northamptonshire 400. That's just absurd.
Nothing wrong with a bit of... Do you think anyone in that stand opposite is listening to us?
Potentially, but they're about 30 seconds behind, aren't they? A little bit more, perhaps.
Here comes Fine, and this time he's strayed well down the leg side. And not called a wide, of course, but there was no way Madsen was going to be tempted into playing that. It's the end of the over from Finan. It's 150 for two with Guest on 72, Madsen on 17, and the partnership, actually, I missed that, has reached the 50 mark now at 51. So these two have been building nicely.
Beautiful over on the far side, in front of the Derbyshire club shop, is Blair Tickner with his little one. It's about nine and a bit months old now, just wandering around beyond the boundary rope, I hasten to add. Blair with an awful lot on his plate with his wife. Sarah in hospital, having been diagnosed in the recent past, last couple of weeks or so, with leukemia. So nice to see Blair with his young daughter out there. It's a long way down for Blair, isn't it, as well, when he's trying to hold her hand. I do know her name, but I've completely forgotten, and I apologise to the Tickners.
She's teeny
She's
tiny
tiny,
and
yeah.
beautiful. She basically comes up to his knee.
Just about, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, a very proud father. We're going to see Rob Keogh for the first time. This will be the seventh bowler that Northamptonshire have used. Derbyshire used 8. 9 if you include David Lloyd as 2 different ones. His off spin and his medium pace, and Keogh comes in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who plays a long way away from his body, pushing the ball out just off the cut strip into the offside, fielded by Patterson White, who Keogh has replaced. Luke Proctor warming up as well at mid-on. 150 for 2 rather. So this next one is given plenty of air and almost sneaks in between bat and pad there. It was very much an inside edge on the drive by Brooke Guest back towards mid-on. Once again, there is no run. And he's in again. It is Keogh. And that strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Newell. There have definitely been not out umpires. As far as LBW is concerned, how many have we had in this match? Not a huge number, I don't think. Zach Chappell got just in broad leg before wicket.
Hard to tell what that ball did because Vasconcelos is directly between us and where that ball ended up.
Next delivery is pushed by a Guest up towards Proctor, who scoops the ball at the stumps. It does brilliantly to actually hit the stumps with that kind of a throw, but Guest had got home. He picked it up in 2 hands, running forward, and then just scooped it towards the stumps. Brilliant piece of work from Proctor. But as we know, you only ever hit the stumps when the batsman is in.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone
No, I haven't seen that.
shy at the stumps quite like that, ever.
No. Vasconcelos was out LBW, of course, the first wicket of the match. But I think they're the only 2. There's a reverse sweep. Of course, the reverse sweep comes out from Wayne Matts, and I'm surprised it's taken this long, in all honesty. Karen Nair does the fielding at what was originally backward point and turned into backward square leg for the Madsen reverse. He moves on to 18, 152 for 2. Keogh comes in, gives that one plenty of air. Guest uses his feet and then just turns it defensively into the leg side from the final ball of Rob Keogh's first over of the match, first over for a while with his back issues. 2 runs from it. Madsen 18, Guest 73. 152 for 2. Derbyshire trail by 270.
6 overs remaining in the day. So what is it now? 10 to 6. So what time are we going to finish? About
Quarter past,
quarter
I would
past?
say. Yeah, we'll be done by quarter past.
So another 25 minutes to go. We've got a bowling change here as Luke Proctor has come back into the attack. So that's the end of Finan's spell. Is that? It's the sub fielder. Is that
Yes,
Grimshaw?
it's Big George Grimshaw.
He is. Do you know what?
12 foot tall, George.
But look, it's a funny thing. I was saying this before. If you look at him in isolation, he doesn't look tall.
Oh, I think he does. But anyway, go on.
In comes Proctor to Madsen, and that's an edge, but it's outside first slip, a diving first slip, and all the way for 4. So we saw a brilliant diving catch at 4th slip by Justin Broad earlier this innings. That would have been absolutely spectacular, but I think it just dropped out of his reach, even with the dive. But it's 4 more runs, 156 for 2. Madsen moves to 22 in a rather streaky fashion.
Yeah, I think Broad would have caught it. Emilio Kay got down very quickly, actually, diving to his right, but it was a good effort by him. Genuine edge.
It was. Here's Proctor. Got the edge already. Next ball's full. He uses his feet, comes down the track, but just sends it straight back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, so when I say that, I mean he's just the right, like he's all sort of normal proportion. Not normal, I don't want to say normal because everything's normal. But just the proportions. So whereas you look at someone like Jason Holder and he's all legs, for example. Here's Proctor. That's just played out towards point, no run. Or if you look at Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and you look at him, and even in isolation, you can tell he's really tall, just by his frame.
Okay.
But George Grimshaw is massive. He's really tall, probably the same height as both of those men.
Yeah, well, he's 6'8", I would have thought, George.
Yeah, but
Terrific white ball bowler.
in comes Proctor, and this time that is guided beautifully where the edge went earlier, except this time Madsen has done it on purpose. So it trickles down to the deep third boundary for another 4. This time played it with softer hands and knew exactly where it was, opened the face of the bat.
Is this pitch flattening out?
Yeah, I think it is. We haven't seen as much of that up and downness that we saw
really.
before. It's 160 for 2. Madsen's moved on to 26. Just a little flurry of scoring from him, even though one was quite streaky. They've now got deep third in place. Here's Proctor, driven firmly, only as far as mid-off, no run.
Well, the good news for Derbyshire is there are a couple of ducks just circling the ground. I wonder if they're going to land. The lucky duck
The lucky
could
duck.
be about to come back. There they are. And they've both landed on the outfield as well now. So
a pair of lucky ducks.
Yesterday's duck has brought her friend, by the look of it. If I was her, I'd just keep an eye on him. He's sneaking up behind her.
Proctor into Madsen. It's uppishly played out to point. One bounce, and that's taken, and that's the end of the over. 162. It's 164-2, Derbyshire. Guest 73, Madsen 26. So partnership now 61. We have 5 overs remaining in the day. And the ducks are patrolling.
Well, the good thing is that one duck brought a tremendous amount of luck by herself yesterday. So 2 ducks, I'd imagine double the amount of luck for Derbyshire. There was suggesting to the club earlier this morning they actually try and buy a duck just to place it on the outfield when Derbyshire were bowling. Anuj Dal took a couple of wickets and Zach Chappell took one as well while the yesterday's duck was around. I cannot confirm whether or not it's the same duck. Here's Rob Keogh beginning a new over to Brooke Guest, nicely fielded in the leg side by Karen Nair, who's fielding at quite a close-ish mid-wicket. Keogh in again. That one is turned into the leg side once more by Brooke Guest.
What impressed me with the duck yesterday was just how much ground it covered with those little legs.
Well, excellent. And they can fly as well, which is a huge advantage. No train stations for them. 160 for 2. That one was defended by Brooke Guest. Good win for the Blaze today, incidentally. The team that apparently covers the entirety of the East Midlands. That one's pushed up to mid-off by Brooke Guest. They go through for a quick single. Sanderson with the fielding. Misses the stumps. Applause for the good running, as it turned out. Guest moves on to 74. Yeah, the Blaze have beaten the Southern Vipers by 3 runs at Southampton. 112 for 9, played 109 for 9. Sounds like a bit of a nipper. As in comes this next delivery from Rob Keogh. The reverse sweep comes out from Wayne Madsen yet again. Down towards Broad, who was originally fielding at deep backward point. And he picks up another single, moves on to 27. 162 for 2. That game at Hove won't finish today, incidentally, now. This one is played off the back foot, out into the offside. Forcing shot, really, from Brooke Guest. It goes beyond Michael Finan. They're going to come back for a second and get back comfortably for 2 there. And Guest moves on to 76 not out at the end of the over. Wayne Madsen has 27. It's 164 for 2 now, Derbyshire. And Brooke Guest now has his highest score of the season at 76 not out. Yeah, Yorkshire will have to go back to Hove tomorrow, which is hardly an ordeal, because Sussex are 160 for 7 and leading by 115, and Leicestershire have just had a little bit of a wobble. They're 119 for 4 now. They trail Gloucestershire by 587 runs. And at Cardiff, where they have had some rain today, Middlesex are 293 for 4, leading Glamorgan by 110. I'm slightly less interested in the First Division for obvious reasons.
Here in Derby, Proctor's starting another spell, and first ball is an attempted cut to the boundary, but it goes straight down into the ground and as far as point by Madsen. So no run to start up with.
Although I will tell you that Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 8 for 1, and they still trail Hampshire by 33 just up the road, down the road at Trent Bridge.
Proctor starts his run up again, past the umpire, bowls, and that's played into mid-wicket where the hulking figure of Grimshaw's, now that's Grimshaw, does the work. Whether we've decided that he looks tall in isolation or only next to people is a point of contention.
He born just up the road at Burton. Local boy. Came through the ranks at Worcestershire though.
Here's Proctor in again, driven. Very straight bat by Madsen. As far as mid-off, no run. If Derbyshire goes in 100, get a few more runs here, just 2 wickets down, I don't think they'll feel too badly about the day's work.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
In response, I think both sides will feel probably quite happy for the work that they've done today.
They'll be wondering where the game's going.
Yeah, I am. Here's Proctor, driven again, large stride forward, firm defence, got behind that one, and straight back to Proctor.
It's a quick one from the First Division. Warwickshire are 13 for 3 in their second innings and lead Essex by 248. So there is half a chance that could turn into a good game.
Yeah, don't really know where this one's going.
No.
Proctor over the wicket, bangs this one in short down the leg side. Tempted pull, but didn't really get anything on it. In fact, I think it might have missed the bat altogether. It has. It's been signalled a leg by. And they managed to run through 165 for 2. So Madsen on 27, Guest is now on strike on 76. He's played a really strong hand today for his county. after doing all that work behind the stumps. It's on strike now, bat in air as Proctor is in. Just jams that bat down very quickly as he punches it into the covers. No run. 165 for 2. At the end of the over, Madsen 27, Guest 76. And there are 3 overs remaining in the day. Shadows long now across the field here. Always a sign that we're nearing the end.
George Scrimshaw's shadow is reaching the boundary edge about now. He's still 30 yards away from it. For completeness, Lancashire 53 for 1 in their second innings against Durham at Blackpool, leading by 174. But Ben Stokes got the wicket there. Kent is 76 for 3, trailing by 478. And Worcestershire, who are struggling a touch, 307 for 5. They lead by 392 at the Oval. I think that's everything. Apologies if it isn't. Bolton heading for defeat in the playoff final. Who'd have thought?
More importantly, your team.
Which team? What team?
The one playing the
Oh, yeah, that finished ages ago. Yeah, there was a crushing victory. They were all off in time to watch Bolton play, so they'll be happy that they won their game of cricket, but less happy that Bolton Wanderers are not going to get promoted. Here's Rob Keogh, his third over from the City end. Bowls wide of the off stump. Madsen just cuts it away out towards Broad on the cover boundary. Picks up a single. Vasconcelos immediately holds his hand up, basically to show how bright the sun is, and it's straight into his eyes there. So he didn't really want the throw to come into him, and it didn't in the end. 166 for 2. Keogh in again. That one is turns and bounces and isn't taken cleanly by Vasconcelos down the leg side. I'm not sure if there was any bat on it. I don't think there was, but Guest has his back to us. And then there's Vasconcelos in the way as well.
Just needs to be careful.
Next delivery, given some air and very full, meets it as it bounces and pushes it back towards the bowler.
Yeah, changes things a bit if they lose another wicket at this point in the day. So very watchful.
3 balls of this over left. Again, plenty of air from Rob Keogh. And again, met pretty much on the full by Guest, pushing it out into the onside.
It's like a game of dare, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to surely take any risks here. As Guest sort of proves that by playing a very defensive shot to a shorter delivery from Rob Keogh. And then nobody really wants to pick the ball up. Eventually Luke Proctor does. Gives it a cursory polish. It is 54 overs old now, this ball. So a new ball after about an hour and a half tomorrow morning. And that one is out of the middle of the bat into the onside. Oohs and ahs from Keogh. The over comes to an end. Just the 1 run from it. 166 for 2. 2 overs left. Madsen 28. Guest 76. Partnership already 67. 89-run partnership for the second wicket between Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest, who, barring David Lloyd's 7-ball 8, has been on the pitch for the entire time during this game.
Yeah, he has too.
It's a lot to ask, isn't it? I always think it's a lot to ask.
He's done well to keep his concentration. But he'll enjoy having a shower, I would say, at the end of this. So Luke Proctor is going to bowl the penultimate over of the day. Starts his run up. Bowling to Madsen. Over the wicket, bangs it in, angled down the leg side. There was no way Madsen was going to have a dip at that. So first ball left alone.
He didn't look massively interested in that one, Wayne Madsen, did he?
No, well, there are 2 fielders out in the deep, one at deep backward square leg and one at long leg. So you can imagine him not being particularly tempted to pull at this stage. Here's Proctor again, gets in behind it, driven very straight. Again, no run. We're in defensive mode. As the sun goes down, say that, it stays light so late here. It's not actually that low when I look out there. Get a bit befuddled sometimes by the sun in this country.
Probably got another 3 hours of sunlight.
The best thing about this country. I
The
love it.
best, is that it?
Well, it's good. Here's Proctor. Madsen drives, lost his shape a bit, ended up playing a one-handed shot. And in the end, it just goes not far past the diving fielder. I think that's Nair there. He's dirtying his shoulders. No, it's not. It's Dahl, I think. No. Anyway, it didn't get much past him as he punched it through. And, just closing up shop, I think. Here's Proctor again. Again, he's behind it, plays a very defensive shot, Madsden. He is too wise and wily to be drawn into anything else at this point.
Yeah, he's seen most things, I would suggest, Wayne Madsen, over the course of his career. He probably played when he didn't have to wear a helmet. I'd imagine.
It's only 40, didn't you say?
Yeah, 2009, I think he arrived here.
When did they start with helmets?
It's a good
Here's
question.
Proctor in, and that one was a little bit quicker, and he plays defensively, but
Was it?
he had to hurry it up.
Late 70s, says old man Rad at the back,
I thought so.
with vivid memories of an array of helmets back those. There were some belters, weren't there?
Well, when I think of, well, you've watched some of that old footage of players like,
Or contemporary
Viv
footage, as
Richards.
Andrew and I call it. Old footage.
sorry,
Oh, back in the 1990s.
here's Proctor in, and that one was a little bit closer. It was left outside the off stump, stayed low in the end as it went through to Vasconcelos, and that is the end of Proctor's work with ball in hand. And it's 166 for 2. Guest on 76, Madsen on 28, with 1 over remaining. And you would imagine it's all about just play this one out. Don't lose a wicket at this stage, and then Derbyshire can go in sort of feeling reasonably good about
I think
the
so.
day's work.
We'll get the gauge of what the mood is like in the camp. I think we're speaking to David Lloyd this evening, the Derbyshire skipper. I'll be asking him about his off spin.
Oh, I might earwig on that.
Absolutely not a problem at all. He's a top man, David. So it'd be. Even ask him about the sensational catch and how much of it he actually saw, because he must have thought when it went off the bat as quickly as it did and as wide as it did that he probably, I was going to say got away with it, but you know what I mean.
We've seen so many of those go for 4 in this match.
Yeah, it was a stunning catch by Justin Broad. You need not watch another catch this season. 166 for 2, then final over of the day. Rob Keogh to bowl it. And the first ball, I think we're going to see a lot of this, was played straight back to him by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. The over 8 says -2, but I can't imagine that it still is. I mean, blimey, it's only 6:10, for goodness sake. As the next one is a full delivery outside leg stump. Guest keeps his back foot firmly planted as Vasconcelos holds the ball hovering over the stumps. It's good news for whoever was in next. I'm not entirely sure who will be next. Lamb, Donald, Whiteley. This one is defended by Guest into the onside. Karen Nair is fielding at mid-wicket. We've got a leg slip as well. Justin Broad has got the helmet on at leg slip. Emilio Gay at slip, where he has been for pretty much the entire innings. That one's down the leg side. That's going to be 4 byes, despite the fact that Broad gives chase. And it is 4 byes. Ball actually picked up down there by Rory Kleinfeld, who's just finishing his lap of the ground with Greg Smith from the Northamptonshire coaching staff. Familiar figures all. 170 for 2.
27 extras so far.
It's a lot,
for
isn't it?
Northants.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
Most of them off Justin Broad's couple of overs, I think. This next one is very wide of the off stump. And so we arrive at the final delivery of the day, a day in which Northamptonshire began on 297 for 5. Derbyshire failing to take a wicket in the first hour's play, but then got 3 before lunch, although by that stage Northamptonshire had moved on to 409 for 8, 102 for Rob Keogh. Terrific innings from him. Actually caught it slip by an Aaron Donald off David Lloyd's off spin, as that one is defended by Brooke Guest, and that is the end of the day's play. 170 for 2, Derbyshire. 2 final wickets from Northamptonshire fell pretty soon after lunch, really, as they were dismissed for 422. A couple of wickets apiece for Blair Tickner, Zach Chappell, Anuj Dal, and the off-spin of David Lloyd, who was the only man out in the afternoon session as far as Derbyshire were concerned, caught brilliantly by Justin Broad at fourth slip off the bowling of Ben Sanderson for 8. Lewis Rees was caught, the only man to be dismissed in the final session of the day, caught by Michael Fine, slog sweeping Liam Patterson-White for 31 after an 89-run second wicket partnership. And then Brooke Guest, 76, Wayne Madsen, 28. The partnership, 71, saw Derbyshire through to the close. They still trail by 252 runs, but they have plenty of batting in the tank, and the applause is for the 2 batters as they leave the field. Wayne Madsen, and allowing Brooke Guest quite correctly to lead the side off and up the steps away to our left-hand side. My thanks to Andrew Rad and to Mel Farrell. They'll both be back with us tomorrow. I'm delighted to say we're going to get some reaction now as Rory Kleinfeld has a chat with the 2 umpires out in the middle. He's still a huge human being. 170 for 2, Derbyshire close out, trailing by 252. Thanks for your company today. We'll see you at 11 in the morning. Don't be late. For goodness sake, don't be late.
Cleared.